Hello to all fans of Naruto Lemon. I will post all Naruto Lemon Yaoi, Yuri, or Naruko Lemon stories only on the Boosty channel because Uncle YouTube condemns this. Therefore, I invite everyone who wants Naruto Lemon content to my Boosty channel. Good luck. It all started exactly that night, the night when two innocent babies Naruto were born, and on the hand everything would have been fine if the family of the fourth Hokage had not been attacked by a guy in a mask calling himself Madara. Minato tried with all his might to stop the attack of the Nine-Tailed and his wife Pushina helped him in this difficult task, and it was in that short period of time when the babies were left without the supervision of their parents that Madara found himself near the twins' bed. Perhaps he would have remained indifferent to them if he had not noticed this, even if for a split second the girl had a gift, but the guy in the mask noticed him and at the same second decided to kidnap the girl. Immediately after that he moved like Irzeni and Minato in order to notify them about the kidnapping of the child. On the hand the red-haired girl screamed, "What a wonderful name, this is the name she will receive." Having said this, the guy disappeared. The grief-stricken parents could not even normally try to save their daughter or grieve, as they were forced to take extreme measures to seal the Nine-Tailed and their son, as they would like to see their children grow up, see their first steps, hear their first word, and help them cope with all the difficulties. But alas, they were not destined to live such a happy life. Both parents were killed during the sealing of their son's kubi. Protecting him from the forest, a guy in a mask sits and looks at the peaceful face of a sleeping baby. The baby tightly clung to the guy's cloak and did not want to let him go, no matter how much the guy tried, but all his attempts to pass the child to another were in vain. This little miracle became attached to the guy from the first seconds and did not want to part with him. They were in a dimly lit basement-type room, and thanks to this, the baby slept carefree, allowing the guy who kidnapped him and communicate with others in this room. In addition to the guy in the mask, there were also other members of their criminal organization, but he trusted only two of them more, a girl with blue hair and a red-haired guy. "Cannon, you will be responsible for feeding the child," gave the order to the girl, a tired guy in a mask. Even minimal care for the baby had greatly exhausted him over these few days. Well, the leader nodded affirmatively. The girl, in response to the order, she, like the others, was surprised but did not dare to show her surprise. If their leader decided to bring a baby here, then it was necessary, and the baby immediately liked the girl, and nudity will watch the girl and train, and as soon as she grows up a little, Toby's gaze was riveted to his hand. She slept so sweetly and smiled at something in her sleep, but he still could not understand why she was smiling. He took the girl from her relatives. Now she is here all alone. "And what is her name?" asked the blue-haired girl. The guy in the mask was so thoughtful that this question seemed rather unexpected to him. Without taking his eyes off the sleeping child, he answered, "On the hand." He said a little doubting, "Yes, exactly, on the hand," the leader firmly finished. A little more than a year has passed since the baby was kidnapped, and she began to live in the Akatsuki, and now it has become a little noisy here. The little girl runs everywhere and laughs, disturbing these others, but no one dares to stop her. Why? Probably because it is easier for him to tolerate her laughter than tears, and no matter how much they deny it, they liked both the ringing laughter and when the girl starts crying. All these dangerous criminals worry and get lost, not knowing how to calm the little girl. "On the hand, let's go eat," said the red-haired guy, trying to catch up with the little girl. No, if he takes the matter seriously, then he will definitely weaken her even in the first seconds of their game of tag. But he decided to play with her a little. Baby Lee really liked it, and she was not going to give up so quickly. Besides, she didn't really want to eat, but she wanted to run and play, and so finally running out of the labyrinth into the room, that's what she called all the corridors of their organization, she saw the rest of the members of the organization. Not at all confused, the girl crawled under the table that stood by the wall. So the little girl with two funny ponytails found for herself what she considered a reliable shelter in that. Almost immediately, a red-haired guy ran in after her. "Catch again?" and the guy asked about the hair. He was sitting at the table under which she found for herself a shelter, the girl, and was making his favorite dolls, and to the end he needed to feed her, and then I need to put her to bed, calmly answered. Nakedness, it was an ordinary situation for him as soon as the girl learned to walk, and she walked quite early. Then chaos began in the organization. The little one was terribly fidgety. She always wanted to run play, laugh, but she really didn't like the business what they tell her, and today everything is the same on hand. If you get out and behave well, then I'll make you a new doll. Everything is also busy with his dolls, said Sasori. He unexpectedly for everyone, including himself, decided to help pacify on hand. Before he tried not to pay attention, only occasionally could sit with the baby for a couple of hours. The idea with the doll the girls really liked because Sasori always refused to give her his creations, rightly fearing that the girl could get hurt, and she crawled out from under the table and stood next to the doll master. And when will you give me my doll? Indistinctly pronouncing all the words behind the secret hope asked in his arms. When will I finish? And looking into the eyes of the girl, answered Sasori, and immediately returned to the interrupted activity. And when will you do it? The girl persisted. In the end, she had already been told more than once that he did not like to wait or make others wait, so she decided to beg for a doll for herself as quickly as possible. Surprised everyone and resourcefulness, but probably she was just interested in knowing whether the guy was lying to her or not. If you behave well all day today, you will not bother anyone and you will obey everyone, then by tomorrow morning I will finish it, said all this Sasori, directly looking into the blue eyes on the hand, but his speech seemed unconvincing to her. She wanted to say something else, but looking at nakedness she realized that it was better not to climb. Take me in your arms, please. Coming up to nakedness, the baby said quietly. He looked at the girl, thought for a bit, and took her on his back. A little later this became her favorite method of movement. In the end, everyone slowly began to love this little fidget. Someone like Nagato and Conan already loved baby. Still, Kanon spent a lot of time next to her, starting from the day when the leader just brought her. Nakedness joined the girl 3 months later, although he also saw the baby on the first day and stay here. It happened when the leader wanted to give to hold the baby to wear in people Nigan, but as soon as he handed her over, then immediately began to cry. Such a procedure went with all the members of their organization who were gathered at that moment. The worst, she cried when she was brought and shown the hand. Maru Snake Sanin involuntarily scared the girl. After that, the leader of Akatsuki decided to look after her a little on hand, and Conan had to feed her. At first the girl cried every time, but later fell in love with this silent girl. Then the baby began to be given to some guy Nagato, and she also at first was hysterical, but then apparently having come to terms with the fact that she no longer saw the guy in the mask, she calmed down and began to smile at him. Everything was fine now. She has already sat down, soon should start crawling, but she surprised everyone. Instead of crawling, she raised her hands up, trying to hold coordination, and when everyone was shocked with surprise, and perhaps everyone was pleased with such a success of the child, but no one suspected what it would lead to. About a week after such cute and harmless attempts at walking, she began to run, creating problems for everyone. It was then that everyone realized that it would be better to teach her to crawl. They helped her to walk. At the same time, she began to speak. At first it didn't work out well, but then it got better and better, and now it's been more than a year on hand. And she runs around the organization and can speak quite clearly. Genius. Maybe it should go a little more time to find out for sure whether she is a genius or not. Having brought the girl to the room, Nakedness stood up and froze. After thinking for a bit, he finally decided to open the door and go inside, where Kanon was waiting for them with a tray of food. I caught her, reported the guy. The girl came up to him, took the girl, carried her to the table. I haven't washed my hands yet, quietly said on hand, after which she stood up, went washed her hands, returned to her place. Kanon has been trying for a long time to teach the girl to wash her hands before eating, but every time she meets misunderstanding and slight resentment in the look. What's wrong with her? While she was washing her hands, Kanon decided to find out from a friend the reason for such strange behavior. The child has never washed her hands on her own, always asked the girl to help her. Sasori promised to give her a doll tomorrow if she behaves well today. Nakedness answered quietly, having mentally made conclusions for herself. Conan went to feed the girl. Fights. The baby went to Nakedness, or with her head for him. A little later she already saw wonderful dreams. The most amazing thing is that she could fall asleep only if she hugs someone else. No way. She tried to fall asleep on the slopes, but in the end the girl slept. She hand was angry with Nagato. She falls asleep the fastest, literally a moment, and she already sleeps even with her favorite leader. She sometimes fell asleep longer. Another 2 years passed. And now our babies are already 3.5 years old. She is still just as energetic. You can Even say that her energy has increased now. Nudity should teach her chakra control and show how to fold seals. Today they will have their first lesson, since this is very important for the hand. To become a strong shinobi worthy title as a member of Akatsuki, she will have to study hard. Then when she grows up a little more, the girl will also be taught the most different and strongest jutsu canon. And I definitely need these tales. The hand was perplexed in response to the indignation. The girl only nodded silently. Having finished her work, Canon took a piece of paper and quickly turned it into a cute little bird. Seeing this, not a big miracle. The baby's eyes lit up. This is for your luck when it will be hard for you. Then it will give you strength and you will be able to work again. With a sweet smile, she notified. The girl looked at the little girl in her hand as if it were the most secret treasure. Carefully taking it, she put her treasure in her shorts pocket, considering it the safest place for it. What is our little girl wearing? Dark blue shorts that were just above her knee. On top of that, she was wearing a white t-shirt. And on her feet were cute blue shinobi sandals. Her hair was gathered into 2 high ponytails that were just below her shoulders. It all looks very cute, which immediately noticed Canon. The girl did not want to let go of her hand for training. She really did. Worried about this little miracle. Of course the baby will train with Nagato, so she shouldn't worry, but something was bothering the girl. Returned to her room late in the evening, or rather her aunt brought Nudity on her back. On the way to her room, she managed to fall asleep and cling to the guy with a death grip that he would now sleep in the baby's room. The guy realized when he tried to put the girl to bed. It's not surprising that the arm fell asleep so quickly. She trained with Nagato from lunch until late in the evening without rest. The girl didn't want to upset anyone and therefore trained hard, and what's most surprising is that she quickly learned everything. And of course she didn't succeed on the first try, but she put much less effort in order to learn chakra control and the simplest jutsu. Yes, she was a genius, and a genius with a rare type and form of chakra. He was convinced of this on the ready time of their training. Now he understood a little why the leader brought the baby, but the true reason remained a mystery to him, and he did not dare to ask, since in the first days of appearance on Obito's hand warned everyone about unnecessary questions, and Nudity itself was not so interested in knowing the true reason, for it was a bigger mystery that such a little girl was not afraid of them. Even on the contrary, she attracts all the people around her. The room on the hand was small but very cozy and bright like its owner. A small bed in the corner of the room. There were several chairs, and above the table a shelf with dolls that I made Sasori clothes for. These dolls were selected either by Conan or Kakuzu. Also in the room opposite the bed there was a small closet in which there were some clothes and a pair of shinobi sandals. The next day Nudity trained on the hand already the morning, and just like the previous day they trained until late in the evening, only this time taking a break to rest a little and eat. And so they had been training for a week. At this time everyone was doing their own thing, but everyone was wary of the silence. Somehow quietly we have today, hissed Orochimaru, and really today much quieter than usual, supported his partner Sasori. Icon on, are you really poisoned this fidget? Orochimaru asked in a sarcastic voice, but the girl only shook her head in response. And this is already interesting. Is she really sick? The Sannin did not calm down, but he also received a negative answer to this question. And what happened to her then? Haydn became interested in it somehow unusually. Without her, on the contrary, it became calmer. Decided to support the conversation. Kakuzu agrees with Kakuzu. Without this trifle it became much calmer, and it seemed to be easier to work. Continued Sarah. It seemed yes, no one runs around screaming and does not knock you down so quietly. Now it has become not quite. Agreed with the puppeteer. Kakuzu agreed without the baby and became calmer, but without her somehow boring and sad. Haydn began to be indignant, and yet be that as it may, Canon where the child interrupted the meaningless argument of his comrades. Orochimaru nakedness has been training for a week on the hand, explained the whole situation. And she trains, and how are she and her successes? Asked another question. Sannin excellent, she quickly learns everything, and it also seems she has an unusual chakra. Everything is just as calmly explained Conan. Unusual chakra? Yes, don't even think about it, Orochimaru interrupted. The serpentine nakedness is unexpected appearance surprised everyone. Naturally came with him, and a little tired on the hand, more precisely arrived on his back. You are all already surprised to us today. Yes, on the hand miraculously hurt itself Namely stood in place then miraculously and floor and during the fall hurt its hand Nagato. Explained everything and how is it possible to fall standing in place mockingly asked. Orochimaru and that's how she said on the hand after showed him her tongue and hid behind. The gas no one was surprised by this situation it was commonplace for everyone the baby does not. Like the harmful serpentine Adam wanted to use her in his experiments. But he was forbidden to do so by everyone including the leader so Sonya well had to put up with this situation of course nudity Conan and the others wanted to change their relationship but it was all useless no matter how hard they tried all their attempts at reconciliation always ended in a new quarrel so the others decided to just ignore it and how long have you been training her? Unexpectedly for everyone asked Haydn for a week and in the future I will train described their plans the red-haired guy. Clearly means in the future it will be the same calmly voiced his conclusions out loud Sasori most likely but it seems to me that the training needs to be reduced a little otherwise she may not withstand made his verdict nudity no I will try and become the strongest Kunoichi was indignant. In her arms your zeal is commendable but you should not overdo it otherwise a bad ending awaits you are being smart Haydn with a slight mockery asked Kakuzu although I am with you I agree don't overexert yourself no and you'll add problems to everyone okay upset agreed girl pocket let's go eat yeah and taking the girl by the hand. They went into another room where a warm tasty lunch was waiting for the baby on hand let's go for a walk suggested nudity yes of course go for a walk was happy with the offer. Little girl then climb on my back and let's go today you won't be walking for long why is the baby upset I have a mission today and I'll have to leave okay then let's hurry up. Having regained my usual mood beginning on hand having climbed on my back nudity they quickly ran to the clearing they ran for a short time because the guy still had a mission and he wanted the baby to walk along in the fresh air and so they came to the nearest deserted clearing and as soon as Natasha let go of the girl she immediately ran to bathe in the rays of the sun to collect flowers and so on. The guy liked to watch how this little monster faces she loves the sun. Nature but is forced to live in basement or cave type premises. Naturally there is no sun and flowers that she loves so much therefore and often takes out for a walk in deserted areas in the forests fields village of course our baby is a little upset but every time when she gets sad she takes out a Sasori doll or a bird cannon remembers that she is not alone she has a family before Akatsuki for her family even though she does not like Orochimaru and simply does not like Zetsu but still they love them all except Zetsu she does not like him and does not have any warm feelings for him and so time of her walk and glass not though but still she climbed to her favorite place on her back and they headed back to the lair as soon as they returned nakedness took on hand to her room closed the door and ran off on a mission left alone the little girl took her favorite doll started playing with them the game she quickly got bored and so she fell asleep on the floor lucky that Cannon returned mixtures and decided to look into the princess's room Cannon sometimes called on hand and put her on the bed these are their everyday lives after another 3 years nakedness let's go do you still train me but please begged on hand not now princess well why did you promise yesterday that you would train me to get up Zetsu sorry but not now I have a mission and I have to run already asked Sasori saying this nakedness disappeared he really had an important mission now everyone had missions and therefore in the lair there were only on hand and Sasori Orochimaru was conducting another experiment in his laboratory so he was not here to go together with the leader somewhere went from boredom and melancholy. The princess went to Sasori's room knock knock can you in a gentle voice asked the baby come in without looking up from the dolls and answered her Sasori that still without looking up from his work the red-haired guy answered let's train me please become a tooth from I'm not doing well all the same angelic voice spoke on the hand. I can't I'm busy well please almost crying began to beg baby I myself am not good at taijutsu I can only teach you the art of controlling puppets do you want already? Having looked up from work the guy suggested the girl at first did not understand then was surprised and already the next second. I was eager to learn a new jutsu I want to. The princess exclaimed happily, okay then look, that's how their day flew by, Sasori explained and showed how to control the dolls. She tried to repeat everything on her hand, but she didn't do it very well, in the end, by the end of the day, she could barely move her legs, just move them and not walk, even if it was still a bit far away, but moving her legs was the best thing. The next day they were alone again, and so Sasori continued his training, having told everything again and shown him, he began to make another doll. She was training in her hand near him. By the end of that day, her doll could walk, which she was very happy about. On the third day of their solitude, the puppeteer tried to teach the little princess something else, but it was quite difficult. Even though it was difficult, but the little girl's persistence took its toll, so by the end of the third day, she could make the doll do all sorts of little things. The little girl was very proud of herself. She longed to quickly brag to someone else besides Sasori. The next day, finally, everyone became return, and to everyone who came she demonstrated her new skills, and when everyone arrived, Nakedness gathered everyone in order to tell one piece of news. And so from tomorrow we have a replenishment, announced Nakedness, and who could not restrain himself hidden. Tomorrow you will find out everything, and now go and rest, because soon you will have new missions. With these words the guy left the room after him, and everyone else went to their rooms and went to bed. On the arm naturally came into the room to Nakedness, explaining this by the fact that she was scared and fell asleep in his arms. And so tomorrow we have a replenishment, announced Nakedness, and who could not restrain himself hidden. Tomorrow you will find out everything, and now go and rest, because soon you will have new missions. With these words the guy left the room after him, and everyone else went to their rooms and went to bed. On the arm naturally came into the room to Nakedness, explaining this by the fact that she was scared and fell asleep in his arms. The next day on the arm woke up before everyone else. She was impatient to find out who this new guy was, what he was like. The girl was sure that he was new member and their family will like her, as Nakedness was fast asleep. And the baby did not want to wake him up, so she simply dressed as best she could and went out to wander through the labyrinths of their lair. After wandering around like that for about 5 minutes, she came across the door. Toby, after thinking a little, the girl still decided to knock and enter, and as soon as she was about to knock on the door, as in front of her from the ground began to appear. To get away from fright, the girl screamed. If the guy in the mask was sleeping now, then he would definitely wake up from such a scream. She was lucky that he was not sleeping and that no one else lived nearby, so to her scream, the reaction was quite calm. What happened here on the hand? Why are you yelling at such an early hour? Decided to wake everyone up. A little angry, asked the guy in the mask, opening the door. Here is a monster. He grew from the ground sobbing, answered on the hand. Saying this, she rushed to the report card. She hugged him and stopped sobbing because she felt safe. The guy also hugged the girl and looked at the one who scared the baby. Well, judge for yourself. Early in the morning, everyone is asleep. You are walking in a rather dark corridor. Silence, and then in front of you from the ground a scarlet-like creature begins to grow. You would not be afraid of such. I am sure you would be scared too, so let's go back to our heroes. Calm down, it's just Zetsu began to calm the girl. Toby. After these words the girl turned around and really saw the member of Akatsuki, and it's true, but he is still scary looking. Already at the guy in the mask began on the hand. And why is this? And scary and quite cute, began White Zetsu. Not true, you are not cute, the girl screamed, and in general I'm afraid more than anyone, already with tears in her eyes. Turning to Toby said, baby, you stop, interrupted the Black Network leader. He didn't want to listen to another quarrel of these two. Everyone already knows about their relationship and therefore tries not to allow their meeting, or as quickly as possible to interrupt their quarrel. After his words both warring parties fell silent and looked at the tab section. Come later, okay? And after these words he began to disappear. On hand, what happened? Why aren't you sleeping? Something happened. Began to bombard the little girl with questions. I can't sleep, and what kind of new one will we have today? AAAU. LL, find out about it soon. Let's go, I'll comb your hair or something. And with these words he took the girl to his room. There the guy combed the baby and made her too. Tails already loved by everyone. Practice while there is time. Remember, you must be one of the most powerful shinobi in the world. Understood? Yes, okay, I'll go then. I'll practice in controlling puppets. With these words the girl left the room and wandered into another one where he usually trains. Let me introduce you to the new member of our organization, Uchiha Itachi. From this day on he will be a member of Akatsuki. Orochimaru will be with him. Nice to meet you, the new guy answered politely. where is our little miracle, as if mockingly. He asked Orochimaru, definitely naked, where is the hand? The leader had already begun to be interested. The princess had left in the morning and I hadn't even seen her, most likely she was training. Sorry for being late. With these words a little girl with 2 ponytails entered the room. She looked a little tired, but despite everything she was still smiling. Where were you? The guy in the mask asked calmly, and she was training. That's why I didn't notice that everyone had already gathered, the girl answered calmly. Don't be late again, don't forget. You're a member of Akatsuki and you have to match our organization. Toby began to scold the girl. Okay, I'll try to be more attentive and not be late. She answered guiltily, hand for everyone. It was as usual, on hand. The lady was late, she was counting on it. And she promised not to do it again, and the rest either just stood and listened, or helped one of the parties, and Touch was already looking at this situation completely differently. When everyone started talking about on hand, he thought that they were talking about a strong girl and didn't expect to see a little 6-year-old girl. It seemed strange to him and he was very surprised how such a little girl could be a member of Akatsuki. Well, she was about the same age as Nipples, and she reminded him of someone, but he couldn't remember who. Oh, I'm on hand. What's your name? Chance, Zarna. I'm smiling, and the girl interrupted Itachi's thought. Her smile is so similar to his, her name is also very similar to his, they are so similar. Is it really that? Yes, but no. One should to know about it, especially to her interrupting this. What did Toby say he didn't want? The hand to know the whole truth about her birth. She should be here next to him. Because in the future she can become a key figure for this. He keeps her next to him. Having come to his senses, Itachi glanced at the girl, came a little closer, sat down, and looking into her blue eyes with a smile on his face said, and I am Uchiha Itachi. Very pleased seeing his smile and hearing his gentle voice. The girl was delighted. She smiled again with her attractive wide smile, seeing the smile of the little princess this for hours, involuntarily smiled in response to the hand. As a punishment you will show him the den, and if you have become so friendly, then this what will be your nanny now, interrupted the whole radiant atmosphere. The leader was surprised by the nanny. Itachi, yes, exactly, the nanny. Nudity, you are lucky now. This one will be watched by Uchiha, not on Gray, and you will be able to do your own thing. The Sannin sneered, but Nudity in response said nothing. You can do your own thing. After these words all went their separate ways. Only Itachi and on the hand remained. So now you will train me? Asked the error question on the hand. Okay, then we'll figure it out. Let's go, I'll show you our lair. Of course it looks more like a labyrinth, but with time you'll get used to it, although I still get confused in these corridors. And who are you? Within a pair with Orochimaru. With this snake you are very unlucky. He is terrible. Why is he terrible? The guy asked. He became interested to know the reason for such an opinion. In the end the guy will have to work with Orochimaru in a pair, so he should find out as much about him as possible. He is always putting on some terrible experiments he doesn't even want us to experience and conduct. Brrr, this is terrible. Be careful. Okay, they walked for a long time chatting about different things. More precisely on the hand she spoke, and this Chu listened to her attentively. He was not bored or unpleasant, he was interested in listening to her. Also the guys were amused to watch the girl's emotions every time she abruptly changed them, as well as the topic of conversation about each member of the team. She also spoke differently about someone with more tenderness, about someone with less, praised someone, scolded someone, but this clearly understood that she loves all the members of the team except Zetsu. About him she said a couple of bad words and that's all. Although the girl scolded Orochimaru but still did not hate him the most, she loves Konan and Nagato. She also loves the others. From all the conversations the guy thought and concluded that being a nanny for this little girl is not so bad, even on the contrary, it's very fun. He learned all his future responsibilities, namely to feed the girl, train, go for a walk with her, put to bed. Also it is necessary to make sure that she does not bother anyone. At first glance it seems like nothing difficult, but apparently it's not that easy. It will be a new day. Didn't foreshadow anything like that, but still it didn't start as usual. But someone's scream was heard. Naturally everyone went out to look at the one who was screaming, since everyone came out except the new guy and on the hand. Then everyone concluded that on the hand had snuck into the bed at night Tachi and was sleeping there, and he woke up and saw this. and screamed, so everyone went back to their room or to do their own thing. And Kanon went to Itachi's room. Knock knock. A timid knock was heard on the door, but in response to it there was silence. The silence scared the girl a little. She wondered what could have happened there, that the hand was sleeping, was she hungry, and so on, but she didn't think about it for long. After a couple of minutes the door opened slightly. From behind it a guy with black hair and the same cold eyes appeared. I apologize for waking you up so early. The guy politely apologized. The girl was a little stunned by such a greeting, but remembering why she came here, she started on. The hand you have, she's already woken up. Yes, and how are you found out that she was here? Itachi was perplexed. Well, since you are the only one of all who did not come out to the scream, and apparently it was your scream, then I can conclude that at night the hand came to you, seeing it you got scared, explained Konan. Itachi, of course the girl's conclusions were a little surprised, but she was right, and often she attacks other people's rooms every night. She can't sleep alone. Why does she constantly have nightmares? Could you hand her over to me, because she already needs to be fed? Oh, okay. And one more question, she always rides on the backs of others. In response the girl just she nodded affirmatively. After that the guy came into the room a little thoughtfully, and a minute later he brought out a sleepy little miracle girl. They had just woken up and she didn't quite understand where she was and what was going on here at all. Handing the girl over to the Kanon, guy went into his room and closed the door. The girl took the girl by the hand and led her into her room. There she changed her from pajamas into a white t-shirt with some small picture blue shorts, and on her feet department and white shinobi sandals, then sat the baby down on a chair and began to comb her hair and made as usual 2 ponytails. The girl thought that this hairstyle suited the baby best. During dressing she had already managed to wake up and found out that she had slept with the new guy that night. Having finished doing the baby's hair they went into the kitchen. But I had so much fun with him, he's so good. Yesterday all evening he rode me on his back, and I also feel sorry for him. Now he'll be on the same team. Shirt RUBRRR. I don't envy him. And also Toby said that now he will keep an eye on me, but you will still feed me, really, because yesterday I found out that he does not cook very well, and in general he cooked only a couple of us. I love your food so much, explained her behavior on the hand. It seemed to her that Kanon was a little angry with her, but the baby was wrong to us. She was not angry with her, but on the contrary she was glad that she was able to make friends with the new one, because on the hand it is so difficult to just talk to someone like that, and not everyone can just like her. On the whole way to the kitchen on the hand she praised Itachi, even told her some things about his life. Kanon was surprised when she managed to learn so much about him and how much time the excursion took her. And now they finally reached the kitchen, or rather it was the dining room. It was very spacious and quite light, which is very unusual for this room. There was a large table and chairs in the dining room, also a cabinet with dishes on the right wall. On the left side there was a large passage to the kitchen itself, where actually all the food was prepared. But for our baby the entrance there was forbidden. Knowing her, everyone was afraid that she can harm herself. For some time Kanon thought she teaches her to cook, and everyone even agreed with her, but this fidget took its toll, so it was decided not to let her into the kitchen to cook. She can be taught later when she grows up and becomes calmer, but everyone strongly doubted that she would ever become calmer. The main thing is that it does not become more energetic and not calmer, although we're already more restless, more energetic, but this is on hand. So everything is possible to everyone. Good morning to everyone. Surprised quietly and somehow calmly said on hand. Something happened on hand, asked Haydn, and this too surprised everyone. Hidden is interested in Naruko, her problems for the first time. Yes, a day of surprises. Some kind of first genius of the Uchiha clan yells early in the morning. Then Naruko is quiet and calm, and Haydn is worried about her. What will happen next? No, and what should have happened? The baby asked in surprise. She loved Haydn's stories. He is the only magician to tell her missions, but the girl also understood that some of his stories are just a fairy tale. I don't know, like nothing should happen, but apparently the apocalypse will soon be, as always, with a hint of humor, said Haydn. Everyone who was in the dining room at that moment immediately laughed. Haydn and Naruko easily made everyone laugh, but sometimes they quarreled, and very strongly. Naruko herself is a very emotional girl, and it is easy to make her laugh or make her cry, anger or calm her down. She is a rather emotional person, Perhaps for this he loves her all, although she has many advantages without this, but she also has enough disadvantages. There were few people in the dining room, namely Sasori Orochimaru. Hiden cannons on hand, the rest haven't reached yet. These 4 Hiden, Sasori Orochimaru and Nahand quickly took the most comfortable places for themselves. And what's the matter with being late? Cannon was slowly setting the table and Sasori was helping her. Well, how he helped? By controlling the puppets. He was setting out plates, forks and spoons on the same and other dishes for food, and so he himself was sitting on a chair and together with Orochimaru was listening to the conversation of the baby and Hiden. It's strange really what a Satanist can talk about with a child too. All sorts of little things, but about religion he hasn't said a word to her yet, and if he had started to draw her into his sect he would have simply gotten it from the others. His joke today everyone liked, and he liked it most of all as usual, but only this time the guy liked the idea and thousands of deaths, even more than 1,000, but Nahand didn't appreciate the joke and got very angry, firstly because she was the only one who didn't understand why everyone was laughing, secondly she thought that he was laughing at her, and thirdly she didn't have the courage to ask the meaning of the word apocalypse. For her she was new and therefore she didn't even know its approximate meaning. The girl was already prepared to say something but and sort out who had just come for breakfast. Breakfast is not ready yet. Kakuzu hadn't even had time to enter but was already indignant. What kind of person is he? But Sasori was quietly and peacefully waiting for breakfast. Suddenly brightened up Hiden. And who were you sitting here with? Immediately became indignant at Ruka. Let me think. After these words Hiden really began to remember who he was sitting here with. Ha. Voice was heard. Sammy. At that time Ki entered, and Sammy at first he scared at Ruka, but she got used to him. He seemed pretty funny to her. Good morning, quietly said the incoming Uchiha Itachi. Someone's shout was heard. Sit here, Itachi. Yes, it was On Hand. She pushed the still thinking Hiden off the chair. The shout On Hand made him think even more. The others were also a little taken aback. No one thought that she would love Itachi so much. It's usual, it doesn't matter who to sit with, and then she expressed a desire to sit with such an unusual person. What was that? It didn't matter what they thought about him. Well, that's the kind of person he is. So calmly walked up and sat down next to the little girl. All the time the guys were only concerned with one thought: why they needed this little girl. He thought and thought but couldn't find a worthy reason. For him to find out the reason for her being here was the most important question at the moment. It would be more logical to kidnap Naruto, who is the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tailed, although he was sealed in him after the kidnapping of his sister. I can't understand why they need this little girl to put pressure on the village. No, and they are not that stupid, and yes, and if so then it's useless. But why do they need her then? They couldn't kidnap her because of the great love for children. Why can't I find the reason? Itachi kept thinking. He kept thinking and thinking about it. He was so immersed in his thoughts that he didn't immediately notice how Itachi was calling him on the hand. And why are you so sad, and why aren't you eating? Something happened? Yes, what's wrong with you now? Are you just like Hiden? Asked Kisame. Nothing like that, just thought a little about one thing. With a sweet smile Itachi answered and began to eat. Seeing his smile on the hand itself, smiled and also began to eat. And what are you thinking about? Orochimaru supported the conversation. He wanted to know as much as possible about his partner, but such nonsense without looking up from the plate, answered Uchiha. When he thinks about nonsense they don't think so much, stated the fact. Sasori. None of them could say exactly what he washed his ass about, but everyone guessed because they were also interested in it. Only nudity. He was exactly sure what exactly Toby was thinking about here warned him, and therefore he was ready. It's not worth so much think about this nonsense, and highlighting the words nonsense said nakedness. Itachi understood what he meant and therefore simply nodded. And the rest of you just eat and do not think about anything extra, asked everyone in a commanding tone. The red-haired guy. Everyone obeyed and began to eat. If On Hand and wanted to think, then now she decided to forget about it and just eat. And why bother your head with all sorts of nonsense? It is better to properly enjoy the food after breakfast. On Hand accompanied this Chu to the training room. There Itachi learned about her skills, what she usually does with Nagato here. Having analyzed everything after lunch he began to train the girl, and he had to use Manjikyu Sharingan for training. The leader asked him about it, as he said it was only to teach her to resist Genjutsu and distinguish reality from illusion. Naturally several hours of such Training and without rest exhausted them both, and so they immediately went to one room to sleep well as they went and touched left and carried on his arm on his back as he found out at lunch the girl does not like to walk but only rides on the backs of others. Of course everyone does not really like it, but no one can refuse her. Well, how can you refuse such a cute little girl when she looks at you with her big blue eyes? Just looking into her eyes it seems you are ready to agree to anything. The next day the morning was calm. Itachi already understood that girl one does not like to sleep, and either you sleep with her or she will come to you at night. Breakfast was a little noisy. However, as always after breakfast again there was training of Uchiha and Princess, but after lunch Itachi found out that it turns out you have to walk on your arm and you have to be extremely careful so that the Anbu Kona I do not find them and choose a place where no one would find them. The task was not easy, but what to do, you have to please the girl, and so Uchiha and the baby sitting on his back from Navalosia to walk, because this Che did not know the area near their lair very well. He carried the baby to the place that he knew she was quiet and calm. It is unlikely that anyone will appear here, so he thought, wow, how great it is here, so beautiful here. Inspired, screamed the baby. She loved all sorts of meadows with flowers, also loved that there was a pond nearby, and here both flowers and water under. Well, isn't it lovely? Itachi was glad that the girls liked it here. He was glad that he was trusted to be her nanny, but he should have not looked at how the princess was playing and around. The guy did not immediately understand that they were surrounded by Anbu, and when he realized it was a little late, they were all surrounded, and only at that moment he felt someone's presence. He reproached himself for not being able to sense the danger in time to bring to hand. Why didn't he sense them earlier? How could he make such a mistake? Would he really have to fight in front of this small and defenseless girl? No, he won't let her see it. He will just quietly and imperceptibly disappear, leaving the baby alone, and just as quietly and imperceptibly kill them all. 10 minutes had already passed. Itachi dealt with everyone. It took much longer than the guy would have liked, but there were quite a lot of them, so he dealt with them quite quickly. During his absence the girl managed to notice the disappearance of her new nanny and began or give her. It seemed that the guy had abandoned her, but he appeared as suddenly as he disappeared. Why are you crying? Sitting down opposite the girl and with a sweet smile asked Uchiha. Seeing this smile the girl's heart suddenly felt so warm that she involuntarily calmed down and smiled at him in response. Nothing, just I thought you left me. Removing the smile from her face the girl said offendedly, and her words surprised the guy. Why did you think that I would leave you? The guy asked in surprise. I don't know, it just seemed that way to me. Lowering his head the girl said quietly. At her words the guy giggled and hugged her. At first he thought that it was longing for his brother that pushed him to such actions, but now he knows that it is not because of the pacifier. He hugs her because he wants it himself. Finding himself in the arms of the guy the girl finally calmed down. She still did not understand where this warmth in her heart came from. Very strange but very pleasant feelings. She liked it on her hand, did not want to leave his arms. She wanted to stay in them, but she always felt safe. It seems as if nothing will happen to her as long as he is near, as long as he hugs her, as long as he protects her. Uchiha thought a little differently. The guy now understood how much he liked this girl even at their first meeting, and although at first he thought that he had a warm feeling for her only because he had recently lost his brother and the girl was just his age, but now he thinks differently. He wants to protect her, he wants to hug her, he wants to be with her all the time, he wants to be her nanny. Stopping hugging the guy smiled sweetly and said, let's go back. Yeah, the girl answered him with a smile too, and climbing on his back they went home. Now that the couple had figured out a little about themselves, he decided to continue being the girl's nanny and looking after her. He knows that it won't be easy, but it's even more interesting this way. They returned home just in time. It was already dark outside and dinner was almost ready. Itachi thought it would be better to go for a walk in the morning so that his hand could play with it to its heart's content. Also, if they left early then it would be possible to take her to one place. Entering the cafeteria they sat down with everyone else, and together with them they began to eat. It so happened that Itachi sat down next to Nudity, so he had to answer all his questions. But as soon as Nudity heard that they came across Olga, one of the most powerful villages, then he asked Itachi to come to him after dinner and tell him in more detail about all this. The red-haired guy would not have reacted so sharply to this incident If it had not been the ANBU of Konoha, since the girl was from Konoha, and then perhaps they somehow found out about her and now they can try to get her back, but as he knew, in no case should she be given away. This girl of Konoha, for nothing she should with them. A week has passed since that incident. Don't forget, tomorrow we are going for a new one, informed everyone. Nakedness, and how surprised I was on the hand sitting on Itachi's back. She climbed out of there. Only in some cases you will be here together with Zetsu. Zetsu for nothing yelled, and the girl, but since she was sitting on Itachi's back, poor ears, and Tachi took on all the pain and disappointment of this. Baby, you will stay here since childhood, emphasizing each word Nagato said. And stupid nakedness, how dare he leave me with this monster? Okay, if someone else had stayed with us, but no, we had to be left alone. She was indignant at the hand. She had been walking around the room for an hour after the others had left and scolded Nakedness. She was a little sad and lonely because they had been gone for a long time, and what had happened to me in the country that they all had to go. 2 or 3 would have been enough, but it's good that Orochimaru left. At least something good, although no, I don't understand anything. AAA, I'm tired. And with these words she plopped down on the bed, looked at the ceiling, and stared. At one point she lay like that for 5 minutes, hard thinking about something, and then quietly and peacefully fell asleep. She also slept for a short time because she was used to training during the day, and therefore when she woke up she dragged herself into the training room, where she began to train another one from the tooth that Itachi showed her and improve her puppeteer skills. Orochimaru left before the leader announced a new task, actually leaving Orochimaru, and pushed the leader faster, send everyone on missions. But everyone had their own self-made. Ryu decided that he did not need any group in order to carry out his experiments. One assistant, Kabuto, will be enough for him, whom he took Sani with him. Well, he also wanted to take the girl with him and put a bunch of experiments on her, but no one allowed him to do this because everyone loved the baby very much and they needed her. And so without the girl, Orochimaru left the organization, but he decided not to give up, and one day he will take the girl and conduct a couple of experiments on her. He also convinced himself and his assistant that if they could not take the girl with them this time, it was even for the better, because they would have a chance to prepare the equipment well and clarify their goals of the experiments, so there is no need to regret. Itachi and Kisame and Sasori were now on the way for a new team member, and the rest were carrying out a top-secret mission. With all these things they should cope within 2 or 3 days, but due to some circumstances their mission was a little delayed, and on hand left without supervision. Well, that is together since childhood for a week. Natural did not like it at all, but what else to do? The Trinity was already on the territory of the country. The lands were already approaching the village of the Hidden Stone. They have to act very carefully so that no one notices them, because if at least someone notices them, then the Akatsuki may have some difficulties. But the guys were some of the best. Pain and Conan were now in the Rain Village. They will stay there for a long time because they want to change their village and protect, but for this they need to work hard and spend a little time on their efforts. Haiden and Kakuza get money, finds different ninja for whom they give a big reward, catches them, publish all the money they must take to one of the Akatsuki lairs and hide it there. Well, more precisely, put it in a certain storage. A few days later, hey, when will they already return? And suffered on hand for all these days that she spent. Zetsu, the girl, did nothing but train, complained from the floor because Zetsu did not really know how to cook. He gave the girls ramen all the time. Surprisingly, ramen became the girls' favorite dish soon. Just be patient a little, trying to stop another hysteria, the girls answered Zetsu. When? Soon. It's soon. I myself don't know exactly when they will already return from missions. For everyone they are very difficult and long, so that Endure already begins to get angry at the heart. He every day of the very first day of their absence proves to the girls that they will soon return, but she should give a little give. But the baby still won't calm down. I'm already tired of waiting for them. Who are you? Tired of waiting? An unfamiliar voice was heard. The girl looked in surprise towards the unfamiliar voice. Who are you, and what have you forgotten here? Began to be indignant. The girl calmed down on the hand. He is a new member of our team, so be more polite to him, explained the girls. Itachi, hearing a familiar voice and then seeing a familiar boy on the hand, rushed to his arms with screams. Itachi, as always, only Itachi. And you notice a little indignant Kisame, and with whom will he be in a pair? The girl asked since Orochimaru left, then he will be with me, explained everything to her Sasori. Clearly quietly stretched out the girl sitting on Itachi's shoulders. Did you train while I was gone? Asked Tachi. Yeah, by the way, what is your name? Turned to the newcomer on the hand. Yade. Dara from and lively answered Deidara. I on the hand, also animated, answered on the hand. They are very similar, just like brother and sister. Thought a little, said Kisame, and Itachi and Sasori were a little surprised, but then looking at them they nodded affirmatively. These two really were very similar, not only in appearance but also in their character. Sasori and the baby stretched out. What, and will you make me a new doll mill? And blinking her eyes asked the girl. Sasori, a little tired, looked at her and eventually stretched out. Okay, just let's do it tomorrow. Okay, yeah, I love your dolls so much, and happily answered she. Hand, it's already late, let's go to bed. Itachi started. Now it's really late, he himself is tired, besides you need to put him to bed on hand and it's not easy. Okay, just let's eat first. And you haven't eaten yet? Itachi was surprised. No, Forest hasn't cooked ramen yet. Ramen? You eat ramen? Kisame was surprised. Yes, all the time you were gone only him and ate. It's such a yummy, you should try it too. The baby was inspired. Okay, let's go, let's eat first and then sleep. Okay, Itachi. With these words the guy took the baby out of the room. A week later both Haiden and Kakuzu arrived. Haiden liked the new guy right away, which couldn't be said about Kakuzu. Deidara on hand hidden began to often spend some time together with them. Of course Itachi was also responsible for their princess in his free time. Deidara taught the baby explosions, she was pretty good at it. Hidden gave the girl a cross and almost dragged her into his religion, but then Itachi intervened in time and did not let this happen. Nogata icons were restoring order in their village and therefore appeared here very rarely and not for long. So several years flew by. Several years later in the leader's room. Naruko soon has a birthday. Yes, I will be 10 years old already. You know what you will have to do. Well, what did the guy not have time to finish speaking when he was interrupted too? You will all go on this mission, you will have to destroy the entire village. Everything is fine. When to leave and where should you go? Tomorrow we are all going on a mission, notified everyone. Nakedness, everything. And what about Naruko? Asked. What is this? What is she also coming with us? This will be her first mission. The red-haired answered. My first mission? Honestly perplexed the girl sitting as usual on Itachi's back. She almost never gets off the guy since he appeared on the team. Yes, you too. This is your first mission on her. We will test all your abilities and what you have learned over all these years of training. It will even rather be something like a test for you on which we will check if you are worthy of the rank shinobi, and if so, how strong is Tashina? Being cool. Now I will also become a real shinobi. The girl's eyes sparkled with joy. Finally it can become a full-fledged shinobi like all the other. Itachi is Terra, said the little ones, about how a shinobi becomes in the village and how they determine how strong he is. So the girl tried even harder because she is not like everyone else and she has her own more difficult path to becoming a shinobi, and a very strong shinobi. The princess was initially prepared for the fact that when she turns 10 years old she could be a strong shinobi from Itachi's class and the rest. They also prepared the girl well, so they weren't too worried about something happening to him or the right kind of mission. Everyone knows how the girl is trying to become a worthy shinobi, and therefore they help her in every possible way, since she will soon have her first mission in which she must give it her all. The girl began to train even more on her hand. The feeling did not leave her that something could go wrong. She was afraid of something but didn't know what, and in order to get rid of this feeling, she decided to train even more. But would training help her get rid of this anxious feeling? Would everything be okay on her first mission? And what is this anxious feeling? 5 days later, the day of the first mission on her hand came. The girl was very nervous and could not cope with this feeling. Everyone was already gathered and dressed in an Akatsuki cloak. Even the little one was in a cloak, but because she was not used to wearing it, it was unbuttoned, and it was clear that she was wearing blue shorts and another white t-shirt, and on her feet, as always, were white sandals. These sandals, he especially looked for the girl and the raincoat and this morning handed Kakuzu. It seemed to him that since the girl is with them in this organization, then she should not be much different from the other members of the team. Are you ready? Asked Nakedness. To course, everyone answered. Wait, shouted someone. This someone turned out to be this. Then on the hand quickly climbed onto the backs of the guy and he said, "Now everyone is ready, okay, let's go." Having said this, the leader went forward. Everyone followed his example and also set off on a small cannon in the forest. They were waiting for Didar, and with their birds they will have to attack the village from the air. Everyone knows what they will have to do down to every second of their actions, millimeter where they should be sitting on the bird. Itachi noticed that the baby is a little nervous. "Are you okay?" quietly asked the guy. "Not quite," quietly answered the girl. The guy looked at the girl a little questioningly, as if asking why I am a little nervous. "Something is bothering me and I cannot understand what," explained the girl to the guy. He said nothing, but as soon as the birds soared up and they were almost alone, then Itachi tried to calm the little girl down. "Don't worry, maybe you nervous because you've only trained before in life, you've never encountered this. Maybe everything will be fine. I won't let anyone hurt you." With a slight smile on his face, said Itachi. No matter how strange it was, but from these words the girl felt much better and calmer. They were divided into groups. "We were flying up to our zones. We were descending and starting the mission," the leader commanded. Everyone started to carry out his order. On the hand had to transfer to another bird since it was supposed to be in another zone. The team began to carefully descend and land in the village. "Run faster, we must," shouted the man to the red-haired boy who was about 15 years old, but seeing the golden-haired girl he fell silent. "What are you doing here?" the same man asked, but noticing the pattern on her cloak, horror appeared in his eyes. Taking the kunai, and he rushed at the girl, but the hand did not get confused and also took out her kunai. They began to run at each other for a moment, and blood drips, the blood of the man who wanted to kill the little girl. She hit right in the heart and killed the man with the first blow. The red-haired boy watched as the little girl killed his father. At first he wanted to stop his father because he never expected that such a little girl could be such a strong enemy. He was overcome with anger and hatred. The guy already knew that it was useless to run at such a little girl with a kunai, so he began to fold some seals on the hand. Noticed his actions and understood what kind of seals he folds. She knew them, so quickly rushed to him and hit him with a kunai, but missed. A little blood flowed down her hand, and from this warm stream the girl was seized with horror. She realized that she had done something wrong. She was shaking, her body did not obey, and the baby could not move from the place. Her legs gave way and she fell to the ground in vain. The guy swung and wanted to kill her, but what time did he manage and saved the girl. Looking at this little miracle, he noticed how she was trembling and looking with horror at her bloody hands. He understood what was the matter. The baby was too kind, and her heart was too heavy to kill someone. Only the guy was going to take the girl to a safe place, so the local Jainin and blocked their path. Itachi had no choice but to engage in battle with them, and the baby just stood and watched their battle. She looked like that until the Uchiha, one of two more, had not tried to attack from behind. The girl was scared for the guy and therefore quickly folded some seals and touched with the palms of the earth, which is why spikes grew in it that pierced and killed those two. As if she didn't want to kill anyone, she couldn't do otherwise, because if she hadn't stopped them, they could have harmed Itachi. "Hey, but why are you stuck here?" Deidara asked. According to the plan, they should have been in the center of the village a long time ago, but for some reason they're still at the starting point. "Now we're going," Itachi answered, and putting the baby on his back, he moved forward. "And Tatiana, hand, you're the only ones who were late." He began to scold. Pain, some complications arose, but I've already sorted them out, Itachi reported. "Okay, let's move on while we're taking everything the necessary scrolls. The rest must set fire to the village and kill everyone else," the leader commanded. "Okay." The team answered in chorus and everyone dispersed in their own direction. "Everything is okay?" quietly asked the canon of the issue, taking him a little to the side. "She can't just kill people like that," briefly explained the situation. The guy, "Clearly it's a little difficult. I don't think she should perform in similar missions and others." "Yes, but not in such." "Yeah," the girl agreed with Itachi's conclusions. The baby didn't say anything. She silently rode on Itachi's back with her nose buried in his shoulder. She didn't hear their conversation but simply withdrew into herself. Having reached the necessary room, the teams dispersed around the room. Everyone was looking for some papers even on hand. She was looking, of course. The baby was still worried, but she had to complete the mission. The baby was so carried away by the search that she didn't even notice how she wandered into a secret room. In that room there was one wounded shinobi who was barely holding on in this world. In his hands was exactly the scroll they came here for. On hand she had almost reached him but noticed a trap. And during the girl jumped back, was a little exhausted from everything that happened, but she was not going to give up. She knew for sure that she had to get this scroll by any means, but she didn't know yet which ones. After thinking a little, the girl realized that she could get the scroll and the trap was not an obstacle for her. She realized that she had such a gift. A second, and in the girl's hands there were chains from her chakra on her hand. This shinobi were very surprised by this, but remembering her mission, the little girl lowered the king entrance a moment and the chain reached its goal. The flower another moment and the girl had it in her hands, at least on her hand. She still didn't fully understand what it was and didn't know at all how to control it, but she coped with the chain as if it wasn't the first time it was used. It was a reflex, but where did she get these reflexes? These thoughts were interrupted by the same wounded shinobi who had already begun to advance on the girl. But it wasn't there. The little girl gathered her thoughts, rushed forward to the door, and literally a moment later she was already there again. She didn't understand how she did it and where she knew how to do it, but there was no time, there was no reflection, and therefore she quickly ran into the room where everyone else was. Of course, everyone present was surprised by the sudden appearance and disappearance of the girl. Where were you? Just asked Pain. Wait, where did you get this scroll? Noticed and I don't know how, but I ended up in some strange room. There was some wounded shinobi. He was holding this scroll, but there were traps around him and I couldn't approach him. The girl began to explain. But how did you get the scroll? Then Itachi asked. I don't really know what they meant. They were both surprised. A chain of chakra suddenly appeared in my hands. Then she took the scroll from him, and when I wanted to run to the door I somehow teleported to her with surprise. The girl told her story, surprised everyone. The chakra chains can still be understood. She apparently inherited them from Kushina, but such control of the chains is possible. It is because Sasori taught her to control puppets and teleport. Maybe she did not notice how she put seals at the door. She used the jutsu of the fourth Hokage. It is quite possible even during training she studies them all very quickly. Itachi and Nagato thought had similar thoughts about what was happening, although everyone thought about her story, but normally they did not have time to think. The mission is accomplished and he needs to leave. Deidara Haiden had already completed their mission, set fire to the village, and therefore the others also hurried to the exit. Everyone came to the edge of the forest not far from the village where the birds on which they flew here were waiting for them. Everyone here asked nudity to chorus. The others answered. Everyone completed their missions successfully. Asked again. Nudity. Yes, okay, let's go back. Having finished ours, a short speech. Stump noticed that something was wrong with the baby on the arm. With you everything is fine, decided to clarify the leader, but she did not say anything, and then the guy decided to clarify everything on the spot. When everyone took their places, Creation and Deidara took off. Everyone flew silently. When everyone returned, the girl went to bed. Itachi told everyone this story. After listening to her, the team decided not to touch the girl, but on the contrary to help her recover. They liked her smile much more, these sad eyes. But while the girl was worried after her first mission, despite the fact that she still passed it and became the same shinobi as the rest, her brother at that time studied at the academy. Hooligan all over the village. Naruto lived carefree, not even suspecting the existence of a twin sister. However, the girl also did not know about the existence of her twin brother, but and the carefree life ended with the first mission, and since she is now the same shinobi as the rest, she must also carry out missions like the other members of the team. Putty, Naruto and on the arm will not intersect soon, but when they intersect their lives cool will change. But before meeting her brother, the girl has to meet another guy. But should these two meet at all, or is it better for them to avoid meeting? The bot voiced by Freak. How did the mission go? The mission was successfully completed despite some incidents. What kind of incident is it on hand? What happened to her? It seems she is not yet ready to carry out missions of this kind. In the sense, she did not cope with her mission. No, she did well with everything and was even able to get the scroll, which was key to our mission. And what then? She can't kill people. That's of course it's a bit problematic, but I think it's not that bad. The main thing is that she managed to complete her mission. That's all. That is, you want to say that this will not become a problem for us in the future? I think yes, in the end we need it for other purposes. Besides, we can assign missions that do not require killing people, although in This guy's voice, some discontent and disappointment was heard, but he was absolutely calm and serious at the moment. He understood that not everything would be as he planned and therefore provided for. This option calmed down well too. He was always worried about this little girl, and this situation was no exception. The guy was afraid that the result of the girl's missions and skills could disappoint his one interlocutor, and then the girl could have problems, but fortunately this did not happen. Nothing else happened. The chakra chains. Thought a little, said two chakra chains. Surprised one before the chakra chains are the same as her mother's were, only what's strange, she can control them no worse than puppeteers control their chakra threads. Plus to all this she used the technique of the fourth Hokage. What did you say? Surprised asked again. When I said that she has such from the chakra chains, same as no, and I knew that she had the same special chakra as her mother, but what did you say after that? I said that she also used the fourth Hokage's movement technique H&M. I wonder how she could use this technique. She could of course see it, but only on her birthday, but it's impossible that she could use it now. Maybe she inherited the knowledge of this technique from no, you know that it's simply impossible. Abruptly interrupted 2-1. But she seems to be a genius. Yes, she is a genius in the shinobi world, so what, she couldn't understand the essence of the technique at that age. Besides, she has never used it yet. That's also a good point too. Then how could she know this technique? I'm also very interested to know she's not just a genius if she could use such a technique despite the fact that she's never even heard of it and she couldn't even see its use. Maybe it's a peck to tell her about the existence of this technique and she just managed to use it. Do you think, what was it he told her? Yes. He often tells something about Konoha on his hands. That's what needs to be mentioned. That's how it should be talked to Itachi. Well, and that was the end of their conversation. The second guy left the room. After their conversation they both thought about what was happening and neither of them could find a logical explanation or solution in this situation. They were both surprised by the genius of such a little girl. Naturally they knew about her outstanding abilities, but neither one of them could not even imagine that they would be so outstanding. But in the end she is the daughter of her brilliant father and mother, who was also no slouch. Most likely the baby was simply able to adopt from them all the best, all their genius, what she needed most, and it was this that separated her from her brother but gave her such an original family. Yes, the girl considered them her family, but not criminals or murderers, which they all were. Still, she has been with them for quite a long time. Well, like quite a long time, all her life, but since she was born she has not known anyone except them. Therefore the girl will always love these people despite all their sins and shortcomings. These people were also glad that the girl lives with them. For them she was a little miracle angel whom they all strive to protect from the outside world and protect from all sorrows. What happened sitting in a chair and smoking a pipe? Asked the old man. In a red hat with a distinctive sign, Fire Village X was destroyed and all their secret scrolls were stolen. What did you say? How they could be destroyed? I don't know. There is no one left. The only thing we could find is this, a note in the storage room which says that their village was attacked by a strange organization and renegade shinobi. All of them are criminals from the class. They were able to steal even this scroll. Did they really kill everyone? All the important scrolls were taken. Still not believing the words of their subordinates, asked the old man. Absolutely everyone was killed and the village was completely burned down. What we have this piece of records is just a miracle. You are right, this organization is very cruel. How many people were there? Judging by the records this is the full composition, and what of them there were 9 of them was a little girl. One of the speakers said in surprise. 9 did not believe his ears. The old man: yes, and what kind of girl? I don't know. Here is not indicated. It's a pity. The old man was upset. Found here it is written that judging by the description it is Naruto, the guy in the bear mask. Said in surprise that the old man was at first surprised by the words of one of his subordinates, but later he understood who the scroll was talking about and what kind of organization it was. Asked the grandfather. At this point his story ends. There is no more word here about the attack on them. H&M. The old man went into his thoughts. He was upset that they had so little information. He would really like to return the girl to her native village so that she could live with her brother, but at the moment it was impossible, and therefore the old man hoped to correct this situation in the near future. Years go by. The baby trains, learns new jutsu and grows. Accidentally, the first mission is gradually forgotten, but the skills that she discovered in herself there began more. Itachi helped her develop this by training with each other. They both improved in this way. The girls were given missions that did not require killing and sent her with one of the Akatsuki teams. So 2.5 years flew by. What happened? What did you do to her? Deidara? I don't know, we were training with her and suddenly I myself don't understand what happened. The blonde was panicking, holding a little girl in his arms. Give her here and call Kanani pain, Itachi commanded Deidara, and immediately gave him the baby who had blood flowing from her mouth. They were both scared to death by such a state of the baby because nothing like this had ever happened to her before. As soon as the blonde handed the girl to the brunette, he immediately ran off after the other two. And what is this? At this time put her on the bed. Literally 5 minutes later, Pain and Deidara appeared to us together with them. What happened? Asked Pain. We were training with her, nervously began to explain Deidara. The guy was very worried and even felt guilty for what happened to the girl. What did you do to her? I didn't do anything. She did it using the flying thunder god technique. Moved and fell, and then blood started coming out of her mouth. And I understand this. How often did she use this technique? Training with you, clarified Pain. We didn't use it with her, I taught her other techniques, calmly answered Itachi, although he remained calm, but in fact he was very worried about the hand. He loved this little miracle very much and cared about it more than all the windows. At that time he was sitting next to the girl and trying to understand what happened to her. The girl was also worried about the baby because for her she was like a daughter. Pain. What do you think is wrong with her, and what do you think canon? But the girl didn't answer this question because she hadn't used this technique for a long time. I think she had an organ rupture. I concluded that you're right. This is the first time in a long time she used this technique, and the hand doesn't know how to use this technique. It's not surprising, canon. You can handle it yourself or call Kakuzu. Better call him if he is here. And after these words the girl began to use medical ninjutsu. I'll run away and call Sasori, he said. Itachi disappeared. I'll help him with these words. And Deidara 5 minutes later, where on the hand in chorus asked Sasori, whom Deidara brought, and Kakuzu, whom Itachi brought here. Kakuzu help me, said Konan, and the guy started there to the girl sucked, did not lag behind. His comrades loaded Deidara Itachi with searches for the components he needed to prepare medicine for on the hand. In 2 hours everyone finished treating the girl. Sasori gave her medicine to drink, and on the hand it became easier after the 2 experiences. Hours everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They were able to save the girl, and now they need to make sure that she doesn't strain herself too much. After half an hour everyone dispersed from Naruko. Only Deidara and Itachi remained. Will you keep an eye on her for a week? Asked Tachi. Okay, I'll keep an eye on her quietly, agreed Deidara. I would have sat with her myself, but Kisame and I have a mission that will take a week or 2. Okay, don't forget not to walk in different places. Okay. After their dialogue Itachi went on his mission. Deidara stayed by the bed where the baby was sleeping. The next morning Naruko woke up and was cheerful as always. All these days Deidara was next to her, but since the girl had no training she missed it. The next day he decided to take her for a walk in the morning for the whole day, but the guy couldn't think of anything better than to take her for a walk not far from Konoha. It is unknown how Deidara managed to find a place where no one would find them, but he still managed. The first half of the day Naruko just walked, and during the day when Deidara the girl fell asleep, went for a walk around the neighborhood. After some time the girl reached some mountains where a black-haired boy was training Chidori. He was alone. Wow, you know how to use this technique? Coming out from behind the rocks asked on the hand. The girl was interested in the boy because he looked so much like this. What are you, and what are you doing here? Rudely asked him. He was looking at the hand. She had 2 long ponytails in white, a little wide, and her t-shirts in blue, shorts and white sandals. Hey, I asked the first question. If you answer mine then I will answer yours. The girl was offended. PF. I'm still training now. Answer my question. I'm in my arms and I'm walking here. And what's your name? And you're just training. Why was the girl happy? But the guy was only irritated by it. Also he was irritated by her resemblance to Naruto and Sasuke. You're just walking. The guy was surprised. Not very long ago I didn't use one technique very successfully and almost died, as I was later told, and that's why today I'm walking resting, just walking resting. And what kind of technique was that? The guy himself, I don't know, a little Over 2 years ago I was able to use it somehow, but a few days ago I tried to use it again but it didn't work out. I was a little upset about the hand. It's clear, just find out what kind of technique it is good. As soon as I find out I'll find you and let you know. Why are you staring at me like that with my face? Something's wrong. Yes, it's just that you look like one of my friends, Sasuke answered after a little thought. It's clear, and you've been training for a long time. She couldn't stop about the hand for the third day. And what? Yes, it's nothing, it's just that it seems to me that you've been training for a little too long. And where is your teacher? I couldn't you yourself to learn this technique? It's difficult. He has a mission now and nothing, and I haven't been training it for long. And you can. The guy got angry. He was always the first. And then an incomprehensible girl appeared and said that he takes a long time to master one technique. I can do it in a day. And from voila. The truth. Then slept all day, so tired. During this the girl began to fold seals, and at the end of her conversation she got a ball of lightning in her hand. The girl rushed to the nearest large stone, and the blow, the stone split in half. Nipples in shock from what she saw. Yes, who is she? Flew through his head. Yes, who are you at all? The guy asked. I am on hand, proudly answered the girl from some village. The guy's question made the girl think a little. What to answer this question? I am not from which. I do not have a village. And you are from which? Wait, I don't say. Judging by the sign on the protector, you are from Konoha, right? That means we are not far from Konoha. The girl was inspired again. On hand, amused to talk. Nipples, how is this possible? The guy was surprised. I don't know, but that's how the edges of. What other interesting techniques do you know? A lot of different ones, snapped the guy. Why are you so angry? The girl was offended. I'm angry. The guy was surprised. After these words no one said another word. They both stood and looked somewhere in the direction of the nipple. Let's be friends, interrupted the silence on the hand. During their silence the girl decided that she should have at least one friend and an age. What's wrong with you? Dates? Well, come on, insisted the girl. I just really want to have a friend. My age? Okay. The guy waved it off. Nipples thought that it was unlikely that he would ever see her again, and even if they met each other they would hardly recognize each other. Great, the girl was happy, and but she was interrupted by the sound of an explosion. Hearing it, she realized that Deidara woke up and it's better to quickly return to him. Sorry, but I need to run until the meeting. Smiling sweetly on the hand disappeared. She again used the technique of the flying god of thunder, but this time successfully moved where Dory in turn was surprised by this and terribly angry, but shaking a little at the girl. He still calmed down and they went back to the lair, and Sasuke kept looking there where a second ago and stood on the hand. He thought that the sun baked on his head and the girl was just a fantasy, but when he came to the porridge and saw the broken stone the guy realized that all this was real. Like H&M. What? Sasuke, do you think are there people who look exactly like someone you know? The guy asked thoughtfully. I don't know, I haven't met such people if you don't count twins. And as for just, the guy was ready to tell his teacher about his new friend, but then decided to refrain. He thought that it's better not to tell anyone about this, not even Naruto. After all, he saw her for the first and last time in his life. It's unlikely that he will ever see her again, but if he only knew that they were wrong, he would have told at least someone about it. On hand, Deidara, but they returned late, so they immediately wandered into the kitchen where something was waiting for them. But nothing was waiting for them. They had to cook everything themselves, which is what Deidara began to do. Deidara, what? But he doesn't know how to do anything. He doesn't know how to do anything except blow up, and this case is no exception. Instead of just heating up the water for the ramen that the baby loves, he accidentally blew it up. Well, how accidentally? He just thought that an explosion would boil the water faster. A couple more attempts where Daras were cooking and men failed, or rather ended in an explosion, and after another explosion, they decided to go to bed hungry, but it wasn't there. Sasori came out into the kitchen. What kind of explosions were those? The puppeteer asked seriously, standing in the doorway. We were cooking dinner, she honestly admitted. On hand, sitting on a bench and looking at Sasori with big blue eyes, the guy was surprised. And what did you cook? Yes, nothing was prepared, everything exploded for me. It was wonderful, but everything started as soon as the conversation turned to explosions. Deidara could not be stopped, but everything would have been fine if Sasori had not started arguing with him. What is The real art of explosion or puppetry, this is exactly what could drive everyone crazy, because the guys are ready to argue all day about their favorite explosions and puppets. You decided to starve them to death. Sasori asked coldly what Deidara did not understand. The guy did not expect such a reaction from his partner, because they always argued. If one of them stuttered on this topic, and then why are you making her wait? She should already be sleeping, but she still hasn't eaten. The puppeteer was angry. Who am I? The guy did not understand. You're very hungry. Ignoring Deidara, he turned to the baby. Yeah, he nodded. That's good, I'll make you ramen now. And Deidara was surprised. The girl. Of course, Deidara, and for her, like an older brother, yes, everything is here for her, the family she loves and wants to protect, and he, too, a little reluctantly. The guy agreed and began to cook food for them. Deidara and sat down next to him the girls, and they both fixed their blue eyes on Sasori who was cooking and the cook himself. It was not very distracting, as he did not like when he was made to wait or when he made someone wait, so having resigned himself to their looks he continued to cook calmly. After some time the delicious ramen was cooked as the actor's gifts and hands shone. It is simply impossible to describe, and as soon as Sasori put a bowl with a portion in front of them they immediately began to absorb the food. They had a smile from ear to ear from enjoying the meal that their dear Sasori prepared for them. They see happy faces. The corners of the guy's lips slightly raised up. He stood and watched as these two raced to gobble up his food. Literally a minute later Deidara and on the hands at the same time finished eating like such a little girl, and eats like Deidara, thought Sasori. Everything. Thank you, Sasori. Happily said the girl. You're welcome, and now run to bed. Go. Okay. Stretched out the baby and ran away until Deidara remembered, and the escapes did not start this topic with Sasori, and she was more afraid of him than Deidara. Flashed tank. Hearing the explosion on the hands understood. Deidara woke up and did not find her nearby. The girl understood that he was very angry if the explosion started. Sorry, but I need to run to the meeting. Smiling sweetly said on the hands and use the technique of movement appeared near Deidara to arrive at the place. The girl stared with her big eyes at I'm angry, his boyfriend. He, seeing the sudden appearance of the girl, almost fainted, but that just now there was no one here, but a moment later here there is the one he was looking for. But isn't it strange? On the hand growled Deidara. Usually he was never angry at the baby, but here the situation is different. They are near a village that has been looking for a girl for a long time. She is carelessly wandering around here, and suddenly someone will notice her. But what struck him most of all was that she used the technique from which she recently almost died. But isn't she a fool? Exactly such thoughts were spinning in the guy's head, but what to say to the girl he didn't know only and was able to growl her name to Deidara. Was sincerely surprised by the reaction of her interlocutor. Baby, don't you know that you shouldn't leave without my knowledge, and especially use this technique? The fair-haired was indignant, but slept. The girl stretched out. And why can't I use this technique? I realized the mistake. Joyfully notified him on the hand that yes, I almost died of fear, was afraid that something would happen to you again. The guy flared up. The girl's eyes widened. She didn't think that he was so worried about her. They both stood and looked at each other. Founded they would have for a long time looked at each other, but the silence was suddenly interrupted by a rumbling stomach. Do you want to eat? Asked Deidara, stunned. Yeah, then climb on my back. And he sat down with his back to the baby, then quickly climbed. Not the first time to do this before. This was her favorite transport, only usually it was Itachi's back, and they went home and flash tank as soon as the girl's figure disappeared, or rather dissolved in the doorway. Deidara suddenly remembered that he wanted to talk to her. Managed to run away. Swore out loud. Lover of explosions. What happened? Calmly asked Sasori. However, as always, you can you imagine this little one ran away from me today and then used the fourth Hokage technique? And how did she manage to run away from you in the forest? Conversation. Key and Sammy, who just Hitachi returned mixtures, but I dozed off a little. You fell asleep. Ghoul clearly hand was surprised, although rather angry. Sasori, well, that's how it happened. The guy started making excuses. What did you hear? Mockingly asked his partner Kisame, but turning around he had already evaporated lidar and hurried to follow Itachi's example. The dark-haired guy quickly ran away on the floor, heading to his room. Entering the room he saw peacefully sleeping on his Bet on hand this didn't surprise him at all. The baby very often slept with him, of course she sometimes came to others, but with Itachi almost always smiling he went to the bed and put the girl to bed normally, and the sleeping face was so cute that this Che could not take his eyes off her. He loved this little miracle very much and always took care of him. He would like to take care of them all his life, but he couldn't. He already had a plan which he was forced to follow because she wasn't the only dear person for him. Good morning, Sleeping Beauty. You know that you should sleep in your room, but you still came here. A male voice was feigning indignation on hand. Hadn't woken up yet, just opening her eyes. When she opened them completely, she saw that she had spent the night. She was in Itachi's room again today. She also noticed that the guy had returned mixtures. When you returned, she asked in fear. Baby, yesterday evening, if I understood correctly. Then right after you went to bed you. The girl pouted her lips. And now tell me, with a serious face the guy said, and sat down on the bed next to the girl, that he was surprised by what happened yesterday. And what happened yesterday? Nothing happened, said the girl, running her eyes. But you can't lie, so come on. Tell me everything, absolutely everything. Seriously, the guy said. When Hand saw and heard his serious intentions, she realized that she couldn't get out of it and would have to tell her everything, absolutely everything that happened to her yesterday. And so, taking a deep breath, the girl began her story. An hour later she finished it so quietly. She said, but also Tacha thought about Hand met Sasuke. Judging by her story, he has changed a lot, but nothing soon. I will go on a mission to Konoha and I will see for myself, but I don't know whether to tell her or not that he is my brother. Thought the guy. Itachi brought him out of his thoughts about Hand and what I asked, what does this sign mean, and showed and the drawn coat of arms of the Uchiha clan. What was she honest with him now? He should be honest. This is the coat of arms of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke, my brother, quietly said Itachi this news. The baby was amazed. And can I be friends with him? She asked hesitantly. On the arm. Itachi did not expect this. Well, on the arm is generally unpredictable, of course, and why not? Itachi also answered in surprise. Great, now I will have a friend. She was happy. Itachi smiled in response to her smile. Let's go have breakfast, said Itachi. Yes, let's go, with a smile said on the arm, and getting out of bed she climbed key to China with her back, and they went to the kitchen together. But Itachi for some reason did not take into account that the girl had now completely mastered the technique of the fourth Hokage, although perhaps he missed it since he was more interested in the brothers. They did not have time to use this technique. They reached the kitchen when they heard an explosion. There was no doubt whether it was Dara or on the arm, but the girl was now with Itachi, and so they hurried to the kitchen. To everyone's surprise, Dara was not involved in the explosion since he rushed here screaming, "Who is such a good guy on the arm, sunshine, or what have you really learned to make normal explosions?" But to his great regret the girl was on Itachi's back, so the new bomber was never discovered at the moment. Who could it be? Reasoned on Hand. Now we'll see, said Itachi, handing the girl to Deidara, but it was unnecessary since Haydn came out of the kitchen coughing from smoke and all in soot. Head handsome guy, so cool, was made, couldn't calm his admiration. Reader, yeah, cool. Explosion happened, but how supported the guy on Hand decided to cook something tasty, but I didn't even understand what happened, but it exploded no less. Deidara was happy about the explosion, the culprit, but it was only fun for the three of them, and the rest were not happy about it. Realizing it, on Hand quickly returned to Itachi's back. Deidara and Sasori hidden remained standing in the center. Well, what else can you think? Deidara explodes something every day and nothing. The guy was indignant. Since everyone knew that he did her on Hand slackers, then no one was surprised that this happened. Clean up, come on, commanded Kakuzu. He was clearly not happy with this state of affairs. Haydn, to everyone's surprise, did not object and started cleaning. Breakfast was postponed for an indefinite time. On Hand and Itachi went to train. The rest also went about their business. Life went on as usual, but after a couple of years this idyll rapidly collapsed. Flew by 2 more years. All these days in Akatsuki were spent with training or messy army, but very soon the biggest and most difficult mission of this organization will begin. Each member of Akatsuki diligently prepared for this mission, but only On Hand did not take part in them. But this did not upset the girl much. The main thing for her is to eat more ramen and have fun with Deidara and Haydn, and also walk. This is what over the years the girl perfectly mastered. her chakra and now using it for her was easy peasy. These chakra chains became for her additional arms and legs. Also, she perfectly mastered her father's technique and now it was not difficult for her to move to Itachi, who was somewhere far away on a mission. But the truth is, after several such antics she got a scolding from the guy, and after that she stopped indulging in this technique so often. Also now she can not only move herself but also other objects or even people. The girl also began to wear a cloak like the rest of the team members. The truth is she had it unbuttoned all the time because it does not restrict movement. The girl loved everyone, but during this time her feelings for Itachi more and more roses. Was it no longer a simple childish sympathy? It was a slight crush, if not even the baby's first love. But despite all her merits, she remained a baby and a princess for everyone, and everyone protected on the hand as a magician. From that very day Naruto and Sasuke never met again. Of course the girl came to that place more than once but did not find the guy there anymore. She looked for him and around the area, but all her attempts were in vain. Even if she had gone to the village itself to look for him, the result would have been right there because the guy succumbed to temptation and left. In short, Maru, but she did not have such information on hand, and therefore every time she was near Konoha she looked for Sasuke. Sasuke was consumed by revenge. His desire to kill his brother was so strong that besides him he saw nothing. He heard the desire for revenge shrouded in impenetrable darkness completely absorbed him. But at the same time Nipples often saw a dream in which he, a little boy, meets a girl of the same age. He feels good next to her but he does not show her this. But in the morning the guy cannot remember either the girl's name or her appearance, anything about her. He remembers only her angelic smile and nothing else. The guy does not even remember that once he already met her in life, and the dream that he dreams is that very meeting. This dream was a ray of light in this darkness. It was this memory of meeting the girl that did not allow him to completely sink into the abyss, and every time he thought she forgot her hand pacifier's place, but when he remembered he tried to throw her out of his head as quickly as possible, and that is why he cannot remember her. But and it is this memory, the image of that girl is his small ray of light in all this darkness that does not allow him to completely drown in the desire for revenge. But as soon as he forgets her, the darkness will completely absorb him and he will turn into a monster who for now will not take revenge, will not calm down. But later this may not be enough for him. For each of them life goes on as usual, and the inevitability of events that will eventually bring them together has already begun, and it is too late to change anything because what must happen will definitely happen no matter what, and this cannot be changed in any way. Why does it always rain here? Upset asked the blue-eyed girl. Because this is a village of rain. Did the red-haired guy calmly answer. H&M pain, I'm bored. Stop please, the rain begged the girl. I can't, these are villages of rain and it must rain here, the guy calmly explained. But the girl did not calm down. She still wanted to walk, but here it was impossible to do. She was bored. Books began to cry. The girl stopped sternly, said Pain, well, drink. Everyone went on some stupid mission and I was exiled here. I thought if I was with you there would be no fun, but here it is very boring and you scan. He is always busy, and what should I do? The hall and the girl was lying on her hand. Menace said Pei, demonstratively offended. The girl went inside. There she sat on the floor in the lotus position and crossed her arms. They have a mission on their chest. And what should I do? Now I don't have a single mission, and on top of that until they catch the first beast I'll have to hang around here. Out loud she was indignant. On her arm lay on her back, took out of her bag a small doll that Sasori had given her and began to remember recent days. The girl remembered how they had fun and good. They didn't have to worry about anything and sit here doing nothing, and now she's hanging around in the rain village and waiting until Sasori and Deidara catch the first beast that they will all seal together, and the rest except for pain cannons on arm helps or look for their little animals. But on arm didn't know that these animals are Biju. She generally knew little about this mission, only that she had to help seal the animals in a statue. It was a warm day in the cave room. There was a hum on arm and enraged Deidara was shouting what the girl asked. Let's blow up. Intriguing, began Deidara. On arm listened attentively to the guy. I already really liked the guy's offer. Who are you going to blow up? Calmly asked Tachi. Both jumped in surprise. No, but imagine you are sitting on a bench calmly and talking and planning a prank when suddenly someone Says something from behind and you understand you have been exposed and so have they and nobody Itachi. Why did you think we would blow someone up? Deidara asked in a trembling voice. I heard everything, don't even think that you can do it calmly. Uchiha warned them. Both are upset. They lowered their heads, but what should they do now without Messi? She is so bored to go for a walk. It is raining. I will soon go crazy upset. Said Naruko. I agree with you. Approached them hidden and I thought you were on a mission. Was happy Deidara. Naruko was also glad to see him and again the deadly trinity gathered together. Yes, they were the deadly trinity with which only Itachi and Pei could cope. No one else could. They were called that because if they started something, the consequences were very large scale. All this began when Naruko turned 13. So Pin tried to distribute missions so that these three gathered together as rarely as possible. Well, and this did not stop them from doing all sorts of things, and here is a new meeting and therefore a new trouble. To everyone's surprise, the deadly trinity only sat and talked but also laughed very loudly, and therefore everyone relaxed and went to do their own thing. But after a while Naruko left them and went to her beloved Itachi. No, I heard Naruko scream hidden when I passed by the so-called living room. Not true, I shouted back. Deidara about Naruko. Hiden noticed the girl exactly on the arm. The son, you are ours. Tell me who is beautiful, me or he? Seriously asked Deidara. Hiden with the same look stared at the blonde, then just blinked her eyes in surprise and then answered, of course I did. The guys clearly did not expect such an answer, and what was the truth? On the arm was really very beautiful. Her long golden hair was gathered in a high ponytail and was still lower, and Italy big blue eyes and an oval face of short stature. She dressed in a black t-shirt and short shorts. Over this she wore an Akatsuki cloak like the others, and on her feet she had white sandals like this. Grew on the arm. Yes, we know that you are our princesses, but if you choose only between guys, then who specified hidden? This made the girl think, but then Cannon passed by. I need you. Ran up. Cannons grabbed her by the sleeve and dragged her to the guys. What happened was surprised. Then I decided to arrange a beauty contest and you and I will be the judges, happily declared golden-haired. Cannon was amazed by this but did not have time to say anything yet, as the girl disappeared. Apparently went to look for other participants, but at the end she managed to say, wait for me and the others in the kitchen, there is more space. Everyone was amazed by this, but it could help resolve the dispute of the guys, so they dragged us with them to the kitchen. After a minute on hand gathered everyone in the kitchen, Cannon decided not to argue. She even got into the swing of things a little. Helped the girls. Are you sure that you have not forgotten anyone else? She asked in a whisper. On hand. Do you think? Then I will go bring 2 more. And the girl disappeared. What is happening here, and where did this harm disappear on? Asked Sasori. He did not like it at all. All this is not only that he was dragged here by force, but also forced to wait, and he really doesn't like it. But on the hand, it didn't take long to wait. Already in a minute she moved here. Itachi, and another minute later Pain. Well, and now? Asked Cannon's opinion on the hand. Now great. We won't take anyone else. I think no, according to them they are the cutest, although I would also take Kisame. Okay, and another minute later Kisame was here. Everything now, everyone happily announced she. Hand, and now explain, why did you gather us all? And asked Pain. We will choose which of you is the most beautiful. Cannon calmly answered, yes, so stand in line please. The baby asked the guys except Deidara. Hiden and this idea didn't really like, but they decided to stay anyway. And since we will choose, Cannon asked how is by the method of elimination set on the hand, as if it was obvious, but Cannon only looked questioningly at the girl. That look, who we will throw out first, maybe him, and asked on the hand pointing to Kisame. According, and the girls asked that guy to sit like birds. He was not very upset and sat down on the bench wanting to see the winner. Next was Hiden. The guy did not expect this at all and was for Deidara and laughed at him as if showing that he was cooler, but he was also next. Now Hiden was laughing at Deidara, but the result was the same for them both. Lost. Now the girls had a difficult choice. Beloved on the arm Itachi, beloved Cannon. Pain is sore. Who to choose for them next? But the girls decided to do without quarrels and unnecessary disputes. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone, namely the girls decided to award second place to Itachi and Pet, and in this way they decided to get rid of all the problems, but at the same time they were left with the winner Sasori and Deidara. Hayden were sure that the girls would take a very long time to choose and would throw out Sasori first, but the guys did not even suspect that. The girls would act so wisely for them. The victory of the puppeteer was a real shock. Sasori, I congratulate you, joyfully shouted at the arm and hung on his neck. I did not ask to make me the winner, and I was not eager to participate in this nonsense, monotonously indignant Sasori. But Sasori, if you didn't like it, then you would have left, and you knew that if you left then the girl would win. The eyes of the girl gleamed suspiciously. Okay, you're right, decided to agree the puppeteer, because it's useless to argue any further. So who would win then? Didn't understand. Deidara on hand. Hold decided to ignore his partner Sasori and took out a small doll from his pocket. Wow, it's an exact copy of you. The girl supported the puppeteer and looked at the doll still sitting on Sasori's back. Hey, are you ignoring me or something? Deidara was angry at hand, and Sasori just looked at him and giggled suspiciously, or rather giggled on the hand, and Sasori just smiled. Hidden also heard this conversation, and unlike his opponent, he understood the accumulator was talking before the day of the gift. Now I understand why you lost, said Hayden, putting his hand on the guy's shoulder. What made him and Hayden indignant? Sleep. Hand laughed loudly. If it weren't for Sasori then you would have won. Laughing explained Hidden. Deidara on the hand. Already the password, announced Pain, tearing the girl away from memories. Quickly splits the doll back. The girl headed to Pain on the street. She didn't believe or what Darius Sasori managed to catch the first beast so quickly and bring them to that cave. Now all they had to do was seal it. Standing next to Pain, the girl found herself on the statue making 6 seals. Akatsuki got down to business, and so the sealing began. The girl exhaled tiredly, asked Pain. Yeah, to be honest I thought it would be a little easier, confessed on the hand. I told you the easy missions are over now. One big and difficult mission for Akatsuki has begun. Yes, and when will they return? Already having come to their usual mood, asked the girl. Very soon. Clear, then I will wait for them inside, the girl said, upset entering the room. She went to the training room. The girl decided to spend time usefully since there was nothing else to do. As soon as On Hand closed the door behind her, then immediately began to train. On Hand had been training for several hours when suddenly she felt something. She felt someone's death, the death of Satoru. She was able to feel it because of the seal that she put on the guy so that it would be easy to move to him. The girl's heart was filled with emptiness. Pain from loss. For the first time she lost someone. Her big blue eyes filled with tears at that moment. Pain entered the room and saw the sobbing girl in her arms. What happened? The guy got scared and she could only say, swallowing tears, Sasori, my dear puppeteer. On Hand, are you sleeping? Excitedly asked Itachi. No, but sadly, the girl answered and changed her position from lying to sitting still, worried. Yeah, the guy only hugged the girl sitting in bed and wrapped in a blanket for several days. On the arm was sad because of Sasori, and although for everyone it was very unexpected, but only she was worried so much for the girl. They were all members of one big family. Always quarreled with everyone, laughed, worried about different moments, but this is the first time when someone died. Everyone was busy with business, but only On the arm sat in the den, and if she wanted to go out to get some air, then no one let her out from this. The girl was even sadder, but no one knew that after this they would have even more losses, having received their mission. Hayden and Kakuzu went on a journey to fulfill it, and therefore Naruko was not worried that someone could kill them. Because Hayden is immortal, and what is not so easy to kill because everyone is busy with their own affairs, and the girl felt superfluous and unnecessary. Then Naruko went for a walk alone. She had not been outside for a long time, already managed to get out of the habit of sunlight, but still and Nahi gave her strength. At the moment all the members of Akatsuki were in a lair not far from the next victims. They often changed one lair for another, but due to the fact that everywhere the same internal structure, Naruko almost never felt the difference. Walking, the girl began to remember the past and immediately remembered her brother Itachi Sasuke. She suddenly really wanted to meet him, but she did not know where he was and how to find him. This upset the girl and she trudged to the waterfall. Naruko was already allowed to walk alone, but no one approved of this, and therefore everyone tried not to let her go alone, and she did not like walking and was not used to it. For her it was more familiar to ride on someone's back. Finding herself at a waterfall above the river into which the water of the waterfall flows, but below the one that falls she stared at the water. The girl was so fascinated by the falling water that all her thoughts disappeared somewhere and she no longer Remembered where she was and what she was doing here. All her thoughts were collected but at the same time very vague, so that it was difficult to understand them, and who knows how long she would have stood there if one guy had not interrupted her. "Hey, who are you and what are you doing here?" rudely returned the male voice on the hand to reality, and finally tearing her gaze away from the water and shaking her head from side to side, trying to find the one who did it. And then her gaze stopped on the black-haired guy standing behind her. He seemed very familiar to the girl but at the same time so alien and distant. "I asked, who are you and what are you doing here?" With slight irritation the guy repeated, seeing the girl's face. The irritation only increased. This face reminded him of another belonging to one very annoying guy. "I asked her," with slight surprise. Hand she still had not fully returned to reality, and all her thoughts did not want to gather together, but this phrase angered her interlocutor even more. But the guy decided to remain calm until the end. He slowly closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and exhaled, opened his eyes, and asked again the question, "Who are you?" Minting each word the guy asked, he decided to ask her one question at a time, since in her mind she was exactly the same as this no less annoying type. "I on hand." Quickly coming to my senses from such rudeness on hand, the guy quietly asked again so that the girl would not hear him. This name was familiar to him, not because she reminded him of the name of one idiot, but because he already had it heard that. She asked again on the hand without understanding what the guy muttered. Nothing. Snapped that girl began to peer into the guy's face. "Who does he remind her of?" And the guy at that time was thinking what to do, continue asking questions, or is it better to quickly go before she recognized him. But the decision came by itself. "You nipples?" to happily asked on the hand, and although the guy did not want to answer her anything, but his facial expression said everything for itself. The girl's happy face made the nipples even more angry, and therefore he did not wait for what else she would say. "You what are you doing here? You are still so rude," offendedly said on the hand, and faintly puffed out her cheeks and folded her arms over her chest. "You will answer." The guy was furious at such behavior of the girl. He had already managed to regret 100 times that he tore her away from the waterfall, and walking coldly from resentment answered on the hand again, "Just walking." The guy did not believe, but the girl only nodded her head affirmatively. Now the guy took a closer look at her. On her feet still flaunted white sandals. She was in a white t-shirt and blue shorts. On her head, like last time, there were two tails, only a long cloak, the same as other members of Akatsuki, complemented it all, only she wore it on her hand, not like the others. She liked to wear it unbuttoned more, only now her nipples noticed this cloak. He couldn't believe that she was also a member of Akatsuki. The guy didn't understand how she could be there. "And what are you doing here?" the nipples interrupted the guy's thoughts again. He clearly didn't expect such a question, but he didn't lie. He came to train, clearly. "Good luck." The girl wished her with a warm smile and was about to leave, but Sasuke asked her an unexpected question. "Are you a member of Akatsuki?" "Yes, and what?" Didn't she understand? Sasuke didn't want to explain himself to her. He wanted to follow the girl, so he would find out where Itachi was, but it was as if it had read his thoughts. Itachi wasn't there now, looking with a piercing gaze of his blue eyes straight into Sasuke's surprised eyes. He rarely saw such a look in Naruto. What was it? Just a momentary thought he had. Besides, as Orochimaru says, he's not ready yet. Maybe it's even for the better. And then the nipples remembered how on the sleeve last time disappeared. "Last time you used a clone unexpectedly for yourself?" the guy asked, but on the other hand it's a good way to change the topic of discussion from him to her. "No," calmly answered on the hand, sitting down on the ground. Sasuke decided to follow her example and also sat down. The answer surprised the guy very much. So the next question arose quite naturally. "And how then did you disappear?" Now both looked piercingly into each other's eyes. "With the help of one technique, though I thought that I wouldn't be able to do it again." "And what kind of technique?" Curiosity nipples everything grew. "Maybe Itachi too owns this technique. He needs to know it for sure." "I don't know, but they say this is the technique of the Flying Thunder God, and I also once heard Itachi say that the fourth Hokage used this technique and he created it like two, trying to remember exactly what other members of Akatsuki said about it several years ago." "And where do you know it from?" "I don't know." The girl shrugged her shoulders. "How can you not know where you learned to use it?" The guy got angry. I don't know myself, I just used it once and that's it, but that doesn't happen. The guy got angry, got up, turned around. Why doesn't that happen? The girl was also offended. And stood up, but that's just impossible. Maybe the girl got angry still. Speaking to the guy's back, and Sasuke suddenly felt that he even liked arguing with her. It surprised him so much. Good. Then when you first used it, why did you use it? Turned to face the girl, trying to stay calm, continued his questioning. Nipples on my first mission. It seemed like he was telling me about this technique, and I still think that's why I was able to use that technique. Thoughtfully told him on his hand from the mention of Sasuke's brother turned over. You could use the technique only after hearing about it. Didn't believe the guy. Yeah, sorry, but I have to go, otherwise I'll get it. And besides, I told too much to the student of this snake you prophesied. Maru to terribly disgusting guy. I hate his stupid experiments. Turning over, said on hand, I don't like them either. Nipples more and more surprised himself. On hand was already going into the forest when suddenly stopped and turned around. Please don't tell this snake about our meeting. Good. And without waiting for an answer disappeared. Like last time, and Sasuke, not understanding anything, was left with a bunch of questions in his head. This girl, although she was very similar to Naruto not only in appearance but also in her character, still interested him, and although at first he did not want to ask Orochimaru about on hand, but after their conversation decided that it was better not to tell about this meeting. Itachi was lying on the bed and thinking about how best to act, and when as he was interrupted by the unexpected appearance of on hand in the room, or rather what she unexpectedly fell on him. Oh, moaned the girl. Getting up, Hitachi, and sitting down next to him, ran away again. Got angry. What, am I bored? And she stretched out. Don't go anymore. One calmly said Itachi, and left the room. At first on the hand just sat on the bed, discouraged, looking at the door through which Itachi left, but a couple of minutes later she got angry and said to him after him, but go, and then I won't tell you about Sasuke. And left the room, going to the kitchen in search of something edible. Brr, I don't want to. I won't object. The girl shaking her head in different directions. But why on the hand? You yourself understand that it will be better not only for everyone but also for you first of all, so don't be stubborn, please, begged the girl Deidara, but she only shook her head harder. My head started spinning because of you, complained about the hand. These two were sitting in the dining room eating porridge cooked by cases, but they started arguing before they even entered the dining room, and no matter how hard Deidara tried to persuade the girl on his own, it was all useless. She as always didn't listen to anyone, so the guy almost gave up. I'll tell you all this. Very much switched to threats. Deidara still not losing hope to persuade the girl on his own. And what, Deidara, will you tell me? Asked Itachi, who entering the dining room accidentally heard a snippet of an argument about the hand, and Deidara and Itachi instantly appeared near. Itachi was happy about the hand now. Itachi was her savior from the boring Deidara, and although usually everything was always the other way around, the idea eat I what is porridge in vain. The whole morning cooked expressed his dissatisfaction with the play's very tasty porridge. Kisame, really, with a smile said the girl, and returned to her place to finish eating the porridge. Kisame, in fact, cooked very tasty porridge. But you did not know how to cook anything else, so what happened? Deidara, and what did you want to complain to me about? Asked Itachi, sitting down on the opposite side of the table with Kisame. But before Deidara could answer, Tobi immediately flew into the room. Well, what, senpai convinced on hand to go on this mission? Excited asked the newcomer to his partner, not noticing the presence of others. What, to go with you on the mission? Surprised by the play's pain, said that she can help a lot. Got nervous. Deidara, and how can you help on the arm? You know you can't let them see it, it can become a serious problem. Kisame threateningly objected. Tobi got angry. Hips to senpai hiding behind on the arm, who was dreamily eating porridge, asked, to be, I told you that I came to convince her otherwise. Getting up from the table was Dara, angry that Tobi was scared. I'll kill you, the parasite threatened Deidara, and immediately chased towards his opponent, but this one was no slouch. He knew how everyone loved on the arm and therefore decided that if he hid behind her back all the time, then senpai wouldn't touch him. Hey, what are you doing? I haven't finished eating yet, screamed on the arm when Tobi pulled it out of her mouth and put it like a wall between himself and Deidara. Do you think you can hide behind on the arm? What a naive explosion, shouted Deidara, and after his words an explosion was heard behind the backs of those two. Are you crazy? And if you had touched me? Got angry on the arm, and throwing her hands off her shoulders, Tobi hit Deidara, but he Was able to dodge, and so the girl flew past and fell near the wall, angrily looking at the blonde. Phew, if would have missed it would have hurt, would have breathed out with relief. Guy, well that's it, you made me angry. With these words she rose on her hand and began to release her chakra, the culprit of all this. Toby, while the two blondes started their fight, quickly ran out of the room, which turned into a battlefield, and began to watch their fight from around the corner. Kisame and Itachi, as if they did not notice all their blows, were sitting quietly and eating porridge on the hand. What are you doing? And Deidara was indignant, once again exploding a spider near the hand, but this did not cause any harm since she surrounded herself with chakra chains like a shield from. And what are you doing? And she screamed on her hands and threw kunai at me. Daru, almost all the tables, chairs, plates and other things were destroyed. The whole room was almost completely destroyed by Deidara's explosions and misses on the hand. They probably would have fought so senselessly for a long time if someone had not accidentally missed and hit Itachi's plate. All the porridge that he did not have time to eat ended up on him. Oops, the guy and the girl said at the same time, realizing that now they could not hide from Itachi's anger. If he had not eaten, then everything would have ended before it even began. But anger, calmly said Itachi, getting up from the table and shaking off the porridge on his hand pressed against where Dori and Touch were. In anger, it's scary, it's a checkup. Calm down, just think, the kids were naughty. Kisame tried to calm the guy down a little, but it was too late. Itachi activated the Sharingan. Deidara collapsed on the floor, but no matter how much Itachi trained, it was difficult to resist his Sharingan. Well, as always, of course, she lasted longer than Deidara, but in the end, like him, she collapsed next to him, taking the girl in her arms. Itachi left the room, and after them and Kisame, Senpai came out with terrible screams there and rushed to Deidara. Blood, everything is in blood. Why dia all these questions? Many others are spinning in my head, but I can't find the answer. They are to one of them. Suddenly everything spun sharply, and I found myself in a completely different place again. I am already for the second time here. Such a dark corridor, and here again water. This corridor somehow reminds me of our lair, but it is something else. Okay, this time I will still take a risk and go further. I am walking along a dark corridor that resembles a basement, and here I am at a fork. Now I either go straight or turn left. H&M, and where should I go? There on the left there seemed to be weak reflections of light and something else. Okay, I will go there. It would be better if I had not gone there. It would be better if I woke up like last time. Then saw this, turning there and saw a huge cage, not understanding what it was. I come closer and look, there is definitely something. There is something very scary, strong. I was about to leave, but she woke up. What a huge fox with 9 tails. It can't be really. This is the 9th Biju. Who are you? A rough deep voice rang out in my head, and I looked at the analysis with horror. And this is what I would like to ask you, someone like that. My voice is shaking. It's really scary, but he's in a cage. But I'm still scared. But I'm not scared for myself. But why am I scared then? For whom am I worried? Okay, was not you were right, Kuba Gia. This time the voice didn't shake. It's good. You need to be calm and reasonable like Itachi. Yes, but you still haven't answered my question. Who are you? Also threatening, a voice rang out in my head. I'm on hand H&M. I wonder what's so special about my name and my appearance. Tell me, where am I and why are you in a cage? I realized he's inside his Jinchuriki. But why am I here? Then you already understood yourself, a mocking voice thundered. He's laughing at me. How could I end up here? I feel that my scared expression changed to angry and offended. But how did I end up here? And it's impossible, I asked, irritated. I don't know myself, but I can only guess. Maybe you'll tell me then. Coming closer to his cage, asked, I'm so interested and this to know. In time you'll find out everything yourself, but now it's better for you to leave everything around. Started spinning, and I woke up. But what? Woke up finally. Today you slept too long after the fight for the Sharingan, and calmly said Itachi. He was sitting on the edge of the bed in which she was lying on her hand. Yes, quietly answered, on her hand, and turned on her side, staring at the wall. Are you all right? Itachi asked, noticing her apathy. The blonde shook her head negatively. You know, I had a very strange dream. After this dream I have such a feeling that I don't know something very important, and it scares me. Turning to the car sitting on the bed, quietly told about her experiences. Baby, you saw this dream for the first time. Sitting closer to the girl, asked the black-haired man, not quite. How to Explain it to you well, tell me everything in order and I'll try to understand, soothingly stroked. Itachi girl, well, once when I was sleeping I had a dream and then I found myself in some dark corridor which looked very much like a basement and there was water everywhere. It was up to my ankles. It was several years ago and I was scared to go further because I felt that there would be something very scary looking somewhere into the void with a piercing look. She told the hand and then turned her head and looked straight into Itachi's eyes and continued, and that time I immediately woke up, and today after your Sharingan when I fell asleep at first. It turned out together which was completely in blood, and then again I found myself in that corridor, but this time I went further and I came across a cage in which there was a ninth bijou, but it is impossible since it is sealed inside the Jinchuriki, so why did I end up there? Still looked piercingly into Itachi's eyes, and he listened to her on the hand. Don't tell anyone else about this, okay? But this is what you will understand everything later, believe me. The time will come and you will understand everything, but now don't tell anyone about this. Anyone, minting every letter of this word, threatened this. What you just said, just like that leaf. The time will come and you yourself will understand everything. Of the Kremlin, I am the words of the forest, the girl muttered on the hand. The guy said menacingly, yes, I understood, but when will this time come? Lowering her head quietly asked on the hand. I don't know exactly when, but not soon. Be patient. This is what got out of bed and patted on the hand on the head, headed to the door, and when he opened the door he turned around and said, get up. Today we are all training together. Paying for this. The rain stopped and left, closing the door behind him and on the hand for another 2 minutes. Sat on the bed thinking about that dream, how strange all this is and why it is impossible for someone. I also found out about this, but I wouldn't have said that if it weren't important to me, and yet why was I able to see the forests? I'm sure that it wasn't by chance that I saw it, and what was it at all? In the end he just brazenly kicked me out. That I don't care, don't tell anyone about it. Yes please, as if someone other than you listens to me and takes me seriously. Okay, I need to go to training. I'm not sure if we'll be able to train together again soon. And with a terrifying smile on her face, Naruko got out of bed, pulled on her Akatsuki cloak and moved to the training ground where everyone was already waiting for her. Itachi and Kisame, Pain, Deidara, Kanon to be hidden, Kakuzu and Zetsu finally came. Asked Pei, do let's split into 2 teams, Pain commanded, and everyone quickly split into 2 teams of 5 people. Naruko climbed on the back of the cars and the koala up the tree. Naruko would never oppose her beloved Itachi, just like he himself would not go to such training against Naruko. Kisame joined them, well, and how otherwise, they are partners. Also Deidara Haiden and on hand, an inseparable trinity that if they get together then everyone better hide, including members of their team, because usually their teamwork turned into a war over there, but if they work harmoniously then they became almost invincible, and since with them it is someone else's, they will probably be more careful today. And in the second team there were Pain to us, Zetsu, Kakuzu and Tobi. Deidara senpai, so unfair, I wanted to be on the same team with you. Started me to be sorry, but because of you we with on hand already fought today and got from Itachi, so that we now have a common goal, truth on hand, and it is visible. Asked Deidara, of course you think about the same thing that I also, sarcastically sitting on Itachi's back asked the girl, and together somehow suspiciously not very good on the body to smile about. I feel it will be fun, I'm with you, joyfully shouted Haiden. Well, since we split up, the rule everyone knows, and not hearing the answer shouted forward and the training began. Thanks to this training everyone was able to distract themselves from the problems of reality. She had forgot about her experiences with her, but she did not think that this was their last training, not only in such a composition but also in general. The last general training of the team, called Akatsuki OAO. A deafening scream was heard, deafening absolutely everything in its path, but since the source of this scream was locked at the top of a high tower at the moment, there was no one there except the source and the object provoking Shiva. This scream, everyone was lucky not to hear this terrible scream. Well, almost everyone, the owner of the tower, and this is Nagato Uzumaki, and his girlfriend Kanon, still heard it, exchanging glances and taking a deep breath. The two decided to do nothing because they knew very well that Zetsu loved to scare the girl on the arm, and the girl in turn did not like him. As a result, they had such a wonderful relationship. Zetsu always scares the girl and then first yells and then starts hitting him. It would be more correct to say tries to hit A few days ago, after a lot of training, Haiden and Kakuzu went to search and catch the next Jinchuriki. However, some Chesky themselves ideas before one to be a pain, and Konan returned to their village without taking with them under supervision Naruka and along with her Zetsu, so that he would look after the girl while Pain and Konan would deal with the problems of their village and Akatsuki affairs. Raindrops slowly fell to the ground, interrupting the usual silence. They were comfortable that it was raining. The two stood on top of the tallest tower in the village and watched the others. The rain did not bother them at all. They were comfortable with the help of the rain. They do not control other people and know who came and who left. They know who breaks the rules and who does not. Quietly staring forward, they enjoy the rain, but this idyll was broken by a clap, notifying them that now next to them in the arms of Cannon, the blonde screamed and rushed to hang on the neck with an inclination to the hand. "Why are you here?" the girl asked, hugging the blonde. In response, she loved the girl very much and cared about not from that very moment. Somehow she appeared in Akatsuki. "I cannot be alone with this Scarlet," the baby howled, moving away from the girl. She looked around the room and with a scream jumped on Pain, who approached them to make sure that on the hand didn't have time to do anything. From the far corner of the room appeared Zitzer with a sly grin, looked at the girl. "Take him away from me, he's disgusting," squealed on the sleeves and on the red-haired hand. "Calm down," the guy said in a calm tone, taking off the blonde, but they're not knowing what to answer, only angrily looked into his eyes and then realized that the guy and will not regret decided to act in a different way to us. Almost crying, hugged the blue-haired girl, could not resist the girl's tears and quickly gave up. "Okay," the girl exhaled. "Pain, we'll take a little walk around the neighborhood," turning to the red-haired. After that she took her hand in her hand like a small child and led her forward. After the girls left the room, the red-haired looked at Zetsu. "Zetsu, I asked you to behave more carefully with her," the guy exhaled heavily. "I tried as best I could," with a sly grin said to the face and disappeared, leaving Pins one, but he didn't care, so he returned to his place and continued watching. Now that Cannon went for a walk with on hand, Pain's anxiety only increased. He knew how explosive this blonde baby's character was and knew perfectly well what terrible consequences there could be, but this time, however, not for the first time, the fears turned out to be empty and unnecessary. But the unshakable feeling of anxiety did not leave his head. The red-haired man understood perfectly well that here under his supervision on hand safety, but something was troubling. But what exactly, he could not understand this, and the next 2 days passed calmly, even somehow too calmly. On hand did not squeal as usual and spent most of the time training, although usually without Itachi she would never go to train unless there was an urgent need for it. This happened after lunch, went to us, and on hand finished eating and went to the very top of the tower to Pain. They were already a step away from the guy when the blonde suddenly stopped. "On hand, what happened?" worriedly asked Cannon, turning to the girl, but the blonde did not say anything. Only her tears said everything instead of her. As it turned out, Stump also saw this and reacted before the girl. On hand, what the seals disappeared cold as usual. The guy asked Kakuzu. "Wine disappeared," and Haiden answered with a sniffling nose. "The baby disappeared from him too," almost claimed Pei. On hand raised her eyes and looked at the red-haired man in the face. She seemed to have disappeared, but the shadow of the seal was still felt, the girl said in a thoughtful voice. The guy took no more than a minute to think. Then he expressed his conclusions. "Haiden is immortal. It is simply impossible to kill him, but it can be done so that it will be equivalent to death." Apparently this happened to them all with the same stone face, the guy said, although it made him angry. "Baby," but she did not dare to express her dissatisfaction and therefore quietly and calmly turned around and went into the depths of the room where she spent the rest of the day. And although this time two died, but no one except for the Naruko was sad about the former things that really angered the girl. Of course she had impulses to declare a boycott to everyone, but she understood perfectly well that this would not help her in any way. But one thing definitely made her happy about this whole situation. They returned to the main lair, and this Che all the time indulges almost every whim of hers, so that soon her suffering went from real you feigned. But this Che did not notice it right away, but noticed and was terribly angry, and so against the background of all this on the sleeve nevertheless was distracted from the deaths of her comrades and forgot that their murderous, in the literal and figurative sense of the word, not only for others but also for themselves, the Trinity is no longer a trinity, and so during the flight and thoughts on the arm began to think about what could be done to them we are building and remembered that Haydn is no longer there. Terribly upset, the girl decided to go to the kitchen and eat ramen. On the hand had already poured boiling water over her noodles and now she was just sitting at the table, propping her head up with her hands and waiting for those eternal 3 minutes to pass. Her gaze was thoughtful and sad. However, as after Sasuke's death while waiting for the noodles to cook, the little girl began to remember all the moments spent with the puppeteer and Haydn. She remembered how they were naughty with Haydn and how he taught her some teeth and how they trained together and how Sasori taught her to control the threads of chakra, but instead of threads she got chains so that he had to teach on the hand to control the chains, and how the doll did and how he got angry. More than the angry Sasori, she was only afraid of the enraged Itachi, and now she is afraid, well, and much more on the hand about quietly called Deidara, but the girl did not notice this. But the guy did not even think of giving up on the hands already louder called the blonde, but the reaction was the same. That is zero guy I wanted to call louder but noticed ramen on the table, opened it and realized that the hand needed to be saved urgently. She had been sitting in her astral of memories for too long, so shook her a little and the blonde was surprised. Deidara, what are you doing? What are you doing? Your noodles, I have been ready for a long time, even cooled down from my feet. We were indignant. The guy said that she was surprised at the hand. Her surprise was so sincere, innocent, that Deidara himself did not understand anything, but shaking his head continued, stop being bored, let's go for a walk. And without waiting for the girl's answer, the guy grabbed her and threw her over his shoulder and went outside. When leaving the kitchen they ran into Itachi, but Deidara only threw a short phrase, give them over, I'll return her, and dragged the baby further. After 15 minutes of walking they found themselves on the street near the waterfall. The sun poured mercilessly, creating unbearable heat, but near the waterfall, thanks to the cold waters, it was cool, and if you add green grass where small multicolored flowers grow, green trees, then this place seemed simply fabulous. She really turned out to be some kind of magic, because as soon as Deidara sat on her hand on the clearing, tears appeared in her eyes, and Deidara and stood nearby and looked sullenly at the girl. Don't hold back. Cry and you will feel better, in a quiet and even voice the blonde said, and the girl without embarrassment burst into tears, sobbed on her hand for about an hour if not more, and Deidara and sat nearby and looked. He did not risk interrupting her because he saw how hard it was for her. At sunset the baby finally stopped crying and the guy calmly said, easier, yeah. The girl mumbled and nodded her head affirmatively. She wiped her tears with the sleeve of her cloak and hugged Deidara. Thank you very much, she quietly whispered in her ear. The guy blushed, and when it little miracle moved away from him a little, the guy abruptly looked away, then stopped and looked at the same scarlet sky as his cheeks. Let's go, it'll get dark soon, blurted out the demolition men. Took a chance to look at the hand was sitting and with big blue eyes swollen after so much time of crying, and looked at Deidara. From this he became even more embarrassed, and throwing a abrupt let's go went away. The baby was not confused, quickly got up and moved to the guy's back. They returned before it got dark, but still at the entrance they ran into Itachi, who was supposedly going about his business. As soon as the Uchiha saw a small smile on the girl's face, he immediately calmed down. He went on about his business, and these two immediately headed to the kitchen since the hand still hadn't eaten, and now Deidara also wants to eat, so they decided to make themselves ramen and then train a little. As a result they trained until dawn and then fell asleep in the room they chose for training, and like that peacefully sleeping, not thinking about anything. Itachi found them suspecting, and since Uchiha was not alone but with his partner, no one let these two sleep. Kisame kicked them lightly with his foot and said, enough sleep, get up already, leave them alone, said his partner, but Kisame didn't even think about stopping. Get up, otherwise you'll miss the most interesting part, with the SMS of Shinka in his voice, said Blue, and after these words, Deidara and Ruka finally opened their eyes, slightly rose and stared at you. Will be his shinobi, so what's so interesting, could we have overslept? Deidara asked evilly. Shiruka only yawned, rubbing her eyes after sleeping. Nipples, Itachi's younger brother killed Orochimaru, confessed Kisame after 2 minutes of silence. The bombers. The baby looked in surprise at the shinobi who said this, although Itachi pretended that he didn't care, but in fact he was happy for his brother because he became much stronger than he was. But also the black-haired one noticed surprise on the hand. You didn't put the fast travel seal on him because he left, so he didn't feel it, explained Uchiha. Looking at the hand, trying to understand what was wrong with the death of the snake. AAA. The baby stretched out, then yawned again and went back to sleep. Unlike the girl, Deidara had already woken up, seeing how he was sleeping, a little angry and that he was woken up, and she was sleeping quietly, peacefully. No, he won't let her sleep, thinking of something that would help wake up the baby. The guy grinned sarcastically on his face, but it didn't go unnoticed. Noticing this smile, Uchiha first decided to save Naruto and then decided that she would deal with Deidara herself, and sighing heavily he left the room, and after him in cases who also understood Deidara's plans and how his partner decided not to interfere with the blonde. And 10 minutes later, everyone who was nearby within a radius of 1 kilometer could hear a terrifying screech on the hand. Then Raigaru rushed out of the room, and after him the baby, screaming, "I will kill you." But literally an hour later she got tired and fell on the bed in the Uchiha's room. Fortunately the guy was in the room and was sitting on the bed, so the girl, with a satisfied saliva on her face, plopped down on his lap. She lay motionless for about 15 minutes, then looked up and asked what village shinobi killed Sasori. Haiden and Kakuzu. Itachi only looked questioningly at the baby, clearly not expecting such a question, but then immediately pulled on a mask of indifference and, closing his eyes, said, "And why do you need to know this?" She sat on the bed and near the guy, tucking her knees under herself. "I won't say." Evenly Itachi answered, "Not 3, so others will tell," she muttered on the hand. Beautiful. Realizing that this would not help her in any way and therefore pouting, turned away from the guy. But after a minute she gave in. "Itachi, tell me please," begged on hand. Thinking for a minute, the guy exhaled heavily. "If I say, you will want to kill them sooner," asserted Uchiha. Baby but involuntarily nodded. "That's why no one told you who killed them." "And if I promise not to touch anyone?" With hope in her voice asked the blonde, but her interlocutor shook his head negatively and frowned on hand. "Asked these shinobi from your village." "Leaf Village at random," the girl said, and realized that she hit the mark. Now no one will stop her by any means, and it will be necessary the names of those shinobi. Itachi understood this perfectly well, and hand knew it, so immediately she began to drill her interlocutor with her gaze. The guy knew her too well, so for about 5 minutes he was silent under the girl's persistent gaze, and then he finally gave an "Okay, but I still won't tell you names." "Okay." At least she was happy like that, Ruka, but despite this she tried to keep a serious expression on her face. She understood perfectly well that no one would tell her more than Itachi. "Sasori was killed by a shinobi girl. She is a newbie girl. You are lying." The blonde didn't believe, but seeing the stern look of the brunette she said, "Okay. Continue." "Kakuzu, a guy from her squad whom you will never be able to kill." At these words the baby snorted something discontentedly but did not interrupt Uchiha and hit on a shinobi from a very dangerous clan. "You are not ready to fight them." Uchiha was lying, but Ruka understood perfectly well that she could defeat any of them except the one who killed Kakuzu, and one her target would be that girl. Since Itachi did not comment on her abilities, this means that she is the weakest of them, and in general, how could she be a killer? "Sorry if she is a newbie, Itachi, and can you tell me more about that bitch who killed my Sasori?" With a hint of anger and resentment asked the blonde. Guy was surprised by such harshness. Usually she does not express herself like that, but he is already used to the fact that all the members of Akatsuki belong to Ryu. "I will not say. I have already told you too much." After these words the Uchiha left the room. H&M disappeared after the guy. Deidara purred, and the blonde, from such a surprise the guy jumped up and knocked over all his weapons that he was cleaning. "What did you do?" the guy snorted offendedly. "But when you won Jinchuriki stole who fought with Sasori?" With an absolutely innocent look asked the girl after the dialogue with Itachi. Ryu knew what Itachi was going to do and decided to get ahead of him, but her speed was unmatched, so having moved she immediately began to torture the blonde. "Why do you ask?" the guy, but seeing her look he understood she would not lag behind so easily. And having abandoned his occupation he stared at the baby. She was resolutely and wanted to know the truth, and no one will stop her. Heavily sighing, Deidara began against us. There were 2 shinobi guys, 1 girl, and it seems Granny Sasori with the puppeteer. Remain to fight Granny that is from the village of Alista and what is her name special signs. Interrupted on hand but seeing the offended look of the guy quickly apologized but. Her name is strange like the sakura tree it seems she also has pink hair the blonde answered. But did not have time to finish as he felt a chill from behind turning around Deidara. Looked at this with horror he immediately understood why Uchiha came but on hand was. Absolutely pleased with himself she came before Itachi managed to get the necessary information and now a satisfied smile is not. Went from her face to her hand go have dinner Deidara has to get ready for a mission and you. Bothering him even though he spoke calmly both blondes understood Uchiha got angry and. In order not to anger him even more the baby quickly ran to the kitchen and the demolition man continued getting ready 2 days ago. Deidara left for her hand Itachi was practicing on the street near the waterfall honing. They are trying namely the signature technique of the Uchiha clan she was doing just fine and therefore the baby did not understand why she should her shin to form her fire dragon but she did not risk objecting because this is what was still angry at her for that incident again. To form a dragon the blonde asked tiredly and saw an affirmative nod from Uchiha quickly folding the seals on her hand. She was going to release her fire dragon but did not release she only fell to her knees and tears flowed down her cheeks. Which she could not stop the brunette did not notice this because he was looking somewhere into the distance well where is your dragon asked Tachi and turned to her hand. Seeing the crying baby he didn't know what to do why are you crying is it really that hard he was surprised but Uchiha already guessed what happened and without waiting for an answer Deidara asked again. On hand she nodded affirmatively gathering her last strength into a fist she stood up went to Itachi and burying her face in his shoulder. She began to sob he didn't say words of comfort because he already knew it wouldn't help her. He could only lightly hug and stroke her back the red sun was about to hide behind the horizon and the earth would be covered by the darkness of the night and the brunette was standing by the waterfall and stroking the back of the blonde who didn't stop crying but. As soon as the night veil touched the earth the tears disappeared from the eyes of the baby she only hugged the guy she realized now she didn't need anyone except Itachi she felt so good in his arms strange feelings arose in the heart of the blonde but she still didn't understand what it was on hand she lay in Itachi's bed and drank in the ceiling the gifts of death and it didn't bother her anymore yes. He was certainly dear to her, but all the girl's thoughts were occupied by one black-haired guy. And this parasite did not want to leave her head, and this angered the blonde even more. Everything seemed to be as usual, she was crying, and the Uchiha was calming her down. But her stupid heart did not stop beating like crazy, and now her hand is trying to come to her senses and calm her heart, but as soon as she starts remembering, her heart is jumping at a crazy speed, after 2 hours of useless attempts to come to her senses. The girl still decided to get up and go to the kitchen. Today she did not move, but decided to walk, and while she was walking to the final destination, she noticed that everything was not so scary, everything seemed normal, but as soon as she entered the kitchen and saw this, everything repeated itself and her cheeks flushed and said good morning. She threw it on her hand and sat down at the table if this was how I greeted and surprised Uchiha, he didn't show it. She had been so strange for a whole week, so he was rather used to this. On her hand it hadn't been morning for a long time, eat and run to training, as always. Itachi said calmly, didn't you get enough sleep or something, asked Kisame, who was also in the kitchen. On her hand she only shook her head negatively and then looked around. The dean was surprised, the baby had arrived, she would tell fortunes. Both had been in the villages of Rain for a week. As Kisame answered, she hand only widened her eyes, she was so busy with her own problems that she didn't even notice where the others had gone, or rather, she hadn't noticed anyone around except Itachi in recent days and didn't even remember that while listening to our conversation. This happened right after Deidara went on his last mission. On her hand, as usual, she was walking around the lair and this time she wandered into an unknown place. She never went there before. She was forbidden to go to the far part of the lair as a child. She tried to get there more than once, but she was always caught and returned. Even Daidro and Haydn did not help her, although they themselves dreamed of getting there, but did not even try, so at the age of 14 she abandoned this hopeless business. deciding later that she would try again somehow. And forgot, but this time she was lucky, no one got in the way, and she thought about it and, even unexpectedly for herself, she wandered there and, rejoicing at such a surprise, was already searching everything around, but as luck would have it, all the doors were closed. After wandering a little in the forbidden part of the lair, she had already decided to leave, but came across an open door. Curiosity, contrary to intuition, which screamed to leave, took over, and looking through the door, she saw a pale Itachi who was sitting on the bed and Kisame. At first the girl decided to leave. You never know what kind of conversation they might have, but the not entirely healthy Uchiha was disturbing and she wanted to know why he was like that. After thinking a little, she decided to leave anyway, because if she at least someone here will notice, and now she has already turned to leave as she heard Kisame's voice. Are you sure that it is not worth talking about this on hand? Yes, you know her, and calmly answered Itachi. This is what made him stay and eavesdrop on their conversation, and despite what was heard she did not regret her decision at all until maybe tell her, and Kisame did not calm down. Do you hope that she will help you convince me not to do this? No, I'm just worried how will she survive this. Uchiha did not answer anything. Then he lay down on the bed and stared at the ceiling, thinking what on is Kisame. Although he was cheerful and spontaneous, but he was not a fool and understood perfectly well that what's going on. He knew that he couldn't convince Itachi, so he left the door ajar so that Ruka could accidentally overhear their conversation and got ready, although it was peculiar, but still caring for the baby. But after a minute of silence Itachi exhaled heavily. She shouldn't find out ahead of time. Nipples, he himself should kill me and she can only interfere. The girl's heart pity. She was angry. Did Itachi really think that she would interfere with him? Yes, she tried to stop him, but interfere? No. Ruka knew perfectly well that he would not back down. Also in her lovely head the thought that Itachi should be killed by the hands of his brother did not fit. She didn't want to believe it. Tears were already flowing from her eyes and the baby was barely holding back a sob. Hastily making a few seals she moved away from them. Ruka regretted that under the eavesdropping conversation it would be better if she didn't go there. Ruka, in what clouds are you swimming? Asked Kisame. And yes, no, nothing like that, she muttered indistinctly under her breath and buried her face in her plate. The blonde had no appetite, but she had to eat, otherwise they would suspect something. After breakfast the three of them went to the training ground. All day on hand was absent-minded and mentally returned to what she had overheard. Stupid thoughts did not want to leave her head, and no matter how she tried to convince herself that here he was, her beloved Uchiha, alive and well, but a nasty feeling of the inevitable scratched deep in her heart. But in the end, if he really was going to die soon, there was no need to spend as much time with him as possible, and if possible save him. Thought on hand and smiled at her thoughts, but then almost caught plunging my head in time, tripping with one foot over the other. Enough, this is unbearable. On hand, you have been somewhere in your head all day. We'll finish today. Having said this Itachi left the ground, and how can he be so emotionless? Apparently he had already decided everything for himself. With sadness thought on hand, and went to the shower and then to the kitchen. Dinner was taking place in silence, which was very unusual. Usually on hand she was arguing with someone or just chatting. She was very active and rarely silent, but like today, and if she was silent then someone else filled the silence. But today everything was not like that. Tomorrow will come to offend you. I will look after Ruka while Kisame and Itachi will go on business. Stupid premonition of something bad very tightly conceived in the girl's heart during dinner, and did not want to leave. Itachi finished eating, went to his room. On Ruka, already finished too, got up from the table and wanted to move after him, but Kisame stopped her. What are you so worried about all day? On Ruka just shrugged. The baby did not know what to tell him. All day she thought about that conversation, then about her feelings for Uchiha, and for some reason she didn't want to share with Kisame. She didn't want to tell anyone about her feelings except Itachi. That's why she didn't answer anything and moved to Itachi so that Kisame wouldn't ask her about anything else. Finding herself in the room and not finding Itachi there on her arm, she exhaled sadly. She wanted to see him, hug him, but Uchiha wasn't here, and she suddenly felt so sad, and there wasn't a single thought in her head, only the desire for him to be here next to her. Now on her arm she sat down tiredly on the bed, and a whole multitude of thoughts settled in her head again. She Knew for sure that tomorrow Itachi would go to meet his brother and die, and it's not even that Sasuke is such a great ninja who managed to kill the snake, but because he wants it for hours and she can't stop him from making a decision. She didn't come to her arm. How long can you sleep? In my room, she asked discontentedly. What is this, Chisona? The girl answered, rising. On her elbow, she looked sadly into Uchiha's dark eyes and looked hard, exhaled and sat down on the bed and lowered his legs down. His gaze on the hand was riveted to her legs and touch, and sat down next to the girl and patted her on the top of her head. Itachi began quietly, baby, you have finally decided everything. She raised her piercing blue eyes full of tears to him. This surprised the guy very much, but he quickly pulled himself together and as always calmly answered, yes, I have already decided everything a long time ago. Pain pierced the girl's heart, and this is what made the concept of real feelings that she has long been experiencing Hitachi love in her head. 1,001 thoughts flew through the hand, and all of them were connected with only one person, Hitachi. But despite all this, the hand succumbed to impulses and began to rapidly approach the guy. When the distance between them became minimal, she touched his lips. This kiss shocked not only Itachi but also the hand itself. However, just as quickly as she kissed him, also quickly shocked the girl, broke it between them. An awkward silence arose. Itachi looked straight, she hand on her legs. This could not continue for long. So the blonde one interrupted this awkward pause. Itachi, maybe no need. I love you. With tears in her eyes, asked the girl with bated breath. Waited, and the answer of Uchiha, forgive only this, and I can tell her. The guy from his words, babies, and it only got worse. Tears flowed down the girl's sweet face. The guy tried to hug her to at least console her a little, but did not have time on hand. Lightning fast moved to her room, where eventually she fell asleep. This kiss left an unforgettable mark in the memory of both. Waking up in the morning, on hand discovered that no one was there. For the first time in a long time, she slept alone, and waking up she was left completely alone. The baby immediately realized where Itachi left. She understood that she could not stop him, and she could not say goodbye either. And yesterday she did not have time, and yesterday she did not hear the answer of the Uchiha from despair and wanted to howl, but the decision came by itself. On hand just to go after him. To Itachi is very far from the first time. She will not move to him, but she can have time to get there. You just need to try a little. In half an hour, On hand ran forward, focusing only on the seal of Itachi. Despite the fact that the Uchiha managed to distort the seal, it still contained the remnants of the girl's chakra. All the time that she got there, she thought only about at least one last time to hear his voice and see his rare smile. Behind these thoughts, On hand did not notice the person in front crashed into him. Naruto ran ahead. I hope to have time to find nipples. He managed to break away a little from his squad, but a sharp push made the guy slow down a little. Despite this, Naruto was ready to fight with one of the members of Akatsuki. The guy was already ready to attack the enemy, but seeing the face of his enemy, the blonde was confused. Crashing into someone on the hand did not stand and fell. Tears burned, and the eyes did not allow to clearly see who she crashed into, and this was not necessary now. The most important thing is to see Itachi, and in spite of everything, to say again that she loves him and hear his answer. Getting to her feet, on the hand through a short sorry disappeared, and Naruto remained standing and looking at the point where a moment ago the girl stood. Exactly, and his copy of the boy was surprised by such a similarity, and he almost forgot where and why he ran. But when they caught up with him, the shinobi decided to think about it later, and now he needs to save, returned Sasuke. But before that, in his head one question managed to gnaw small. I wonder why she was crying. On the hand ran forward, not paying attention to fatigue and pain. She felt that Itachi was nearby but could not move to him. Too little chakra remained, but this could not stop the girl, and only her innate stubbornness helped her to move, and that's when she was already so close to Itachi. On her way there themselves, on the hand, I'm sorry, but I can't miss you with the usual playfulness you warned the guy. Kisame, quietly said the girl, trying to catch her breath. I should at least say goodbye to him. Colliding with Kisame, she used almost all her last strength to get behind him and continued on her way. Kisame did not really resist wanting to give the baby a chance to see Itachi at least one last time. Finding herself behind the blue friend, on the hand saw the black flame that surrounded the flight of the battle of the Uchiha brothers and was an obstacle to the last meeting with Itachi. The baby needs a little time to restore the spent TNA chakra and move straight to Itachi so that she It only remained to watch what was happening inside the circle. Itachi slowly approached his younger brother. The elder Uchiha had almost no strength left, but he had to pass on his strength to his brother. He knew that he would die soon anyway, and now he was already approaching Sasuke, who closed his eyes out of fear and touched his forehead with a smile in his eyes. The younger Uchiha at first did not understand what was happening, but then he noticed his dead brother falling from fatigue and he passed out on the hand, could not calmly watch her lover die. The girl's heart was squeezed with pain and tears like a waterfall of lilies and beautiful blue eyes, and a scream bursting out stuck in her throat like a bitter lump. And when the flame went out and her strength had already recovered a little, the blonde immediately moved to Itachi. Finding herself next to her beloved on the hand, sat down next to Itachi and hugged his dead body. The baby was sobbing out loud, unable to stop. She was desperate. She pressed Itachi's head to her chest, regretting many things. She reproached herself for being able to realize her feelings so late, and so Toby lost a lot of time appearing behind her back on the arm. With the help of his chakra, put both her and the other shinobi bodies to sleep to transfer them to another dimension before the arrival of uninvited guests. It was too early for them to meet. The guy in the mask decided it was the same, disappeared. Finally reaching the place of the duel between Sasuke and Itachi, Naruto found only emptiness. The guy was upset that he never managed to see his friend, but he managed to notice how the guy in the mask Toby took him. Now the blue-eyed boy knew exactly where to find his friend and was going to immediately go looking for him. Toby was sitting next to the pacifier and waiting for it to start. The guy knew that he should soon wake up, and at that moment he should be nearby. On the arm was sleeping in the next room. Itachi's death had a strong effect on her. Now the girl was lying unconscious. Kisame was looking after the baby. He felt that he was partly to blame for the fact that she was now in such a state, because if you hadn't told about the plans, this was someone's. And the poor thing on the arm wouldn't have been so worried and wouldn't have tried to see him for the last time and wouldn't have spent so much energy in vain. It was a sunny day. Little on the hand just returned from a walk, and in the lair it immediately became noisy. This noise did not irritate anyone, on the contrary, it made everyone in the lair happy. Deidara exclaimed on the hand, running into the room where all the members of the academic were sitting. What happened? On the hand taking the baby in his arms and twirling her around the room. Deidara answered. The girl immediately laughed happily, and only when the guy put her on the ground asked what was so interesting to her. And this Che already returned mixtures. Why do you need this? Uchiha coming up from behind taking the baby in his arms asked Haiden. That's exactly why you supported him, Deidara, but Ruka did not answer and only puffed out her little cheeks. Wow. The blonde was surprised. Did you really love Itachi more than pain? No, I love nudity, he objected. And Ruka, to such a cute answer. The guys laughed and put the baby on the ground. Then the killer trinity began to be a little naughty. They did not have time to do anything yet, as Pain called Ruka to have dinner, and together with her they went go dairy. With Haiden having gone into the dining room, they all sat down together and began to gobble up the cooking of the leader. And that's when they had almost finished eating. The dining room entered the shinobi who had returned from the mission. Itachi, exclaimed Ruka, and threw herself on Itachi's neck. He caught her and slightly hugged. The elder Uchiha had tender feelings for the girl and always indulged and in desire she became for him a younger sister about whom he always took care. She was a younger sister for everyone, and everyone tried to take care of her, and on the hand knew that everyone loved her. Sometimes used this on the hand. You should. Yes, there began to be smart. Tachi good, a little offended, answered the girl and returned to her place. After lunch Uchiha took the girl to training, and they trained until late in the evening, and after training on the hand fell asleep in Itachi's room. However, as always, and Uchiha had already come to terms with it, the next day the baby threw a tantrum that she wanted to go swimming, but this Che did not give in to the girl's tantrums, and therefore she was quiet and sad until the end of the day. On the flying day her condition did not improve, and it scared everyone. Akatsuki. On the third day Itachi gave in and decided to take the baby to a small pond. As soon as on the hand heard about it, then immediately perked up. Energy overflowed her as if all the days were compensated silently. They are blondes. It was a wonderful quiet place, a warm sunny day around green grass, and nearby a transparent stream babbles from the heat. You could hide under the shade of the trees. That, however, Uchiha did. She hand continued to run around the clearing and lower her feet into the stream. The baby was truly happy, and when The heat even for on hand became unbearable. She went into the shade in a heap and sat down near him. Itachi a little while later quietly spoke. On hand, why can't I walk often? Because you can't leave the lair too often. The brunette answered calmly, it's because we are all considered criminals from class. Before, with a hint of sadness, the baby asked such a question could not help but shock Uchiha. But he didn't show it and calmly answered partly yes, but it's still better for you to be in the lair there, it's safer, and patted on the top of the head. On hand then looked at him with her clear blue eyes and smiled. Are you worried about me? You are one of my tasks, so before I'm worried. Well, if you're with me then I can sit in the lair forever. Smiling broadly said the baby and laid her head on Itachi's chest. A little miracle, smiled the shinobi and stroked the baby. That day in her arms still laughed a lot and had fun, and this Che watched her smiling occasionally. It was one of the happiest days in the life of On the Arm and Itachi. The girl could not wake up from sleep. She wanted to relive that day over and over again, however, like others like it, but reality in the form of Kisame did not want to let her go. In the end, the baby had to open her blue eyes, which at that very moment filled with tears. That day On the Arm decided for herself to keep in her heart all the brightest memories of Itachi, and after thinking over his recent words decided to think about escaping from Akatsuki. While Tabi told Sasuke the sad fate of his older brother, On the Arm sat and thought about why everything was not going according to their plan. She was haunted by thoughts of what could have been if all this had not happened, but the baby flatly refused to accept Itachi's death. She tried to convince herself, and had almost convinced herself, that Itachi was alive. He was alive and well. He had just gone far away for a long time on a difficult mission for their organization, but the blue partner of her beloved Kisame did not allow the girl to think like that for long. As he heard the blonde's fantasy, he understood the baby needed to be saved. An hour of persuasion, 2 arguments, and another hour of uncontrollable sobbing helped to accept reality as it is, but this did not bring much benefit, as the girl was sitting on the bed pulling her knees to her and looking only at one point, analyzing everything that had happened. But this did not help much, as there were many questions and no one would give her the answers. She had to find them herself. At the end of the conversation between Tobi and Sasuke, the latter decided to seriously think about the offer of the guy in the mask, so he left the lair of the criminal organization and together with his associates went to think about Tobi's offer. The sun was setting lower and lower and the ocean waves were rising higher and higher. They seemed to be reaching for the llama sky, but still could not get it. On the edge of the cliff stood a sad Uchiha, the only survivor of the clan. Behind him stood his loyal comrade. Seeing an eagle in the distance, Nipples made a decision. From now on their squad will be called Eagles. They will become part of Akatsuki for some time. It will be beneficial to both sides. Returning to the lair of Akatsuki, Nipples and his team met Tobin wearing a cloak and with red clouds. A guy in a mask told them their mission. You must bring 8-tailed ago and 9-tailed, we summed up guy, but besides this, you Nipples will have another mission, and your brother performed, but now you will replace him. After these words, Tobi Pavel Nipples behind him, the latter only chuckled but obediently followed the guy. They walked for a short time, stopped near a massive door. Well, and what is this? Asked Uchiha. Now you will find out. And after these words, Tobi pushed the door, opening the following view. In a spacious room there were 3 shinobi from Akatsuki Zetsu watching in the corner, and on the hand attacking Anapa, and on the baby tried to injure one of the pains, and he in turn defended himself from her, and so their training was really spectacular. Considering that the blonde appeared here and there, it was impossible to keep track of her movements, but the enemy did a good job with this task. Zetsu almost immediately noticed the appearance of Tobi team Nipples and therefore quickly moved to them. You came, Tobi herself greeted the white Zetsu. And how are you doing? The guy in the mask asked. As you can see, not very, answered the black Zetsu. It was a big blow for her and she has not recovered yet. The sound of an explosion interrupted their dialogue, thereby attracting the attention of everyone in the center of the room. Pain stood and next to him on the hand. They looked into each other's eyes and each held the ears and the opponent's kunai. This time a draw, summed up the white Zetsu. After his words, both opponents lowered the kunai. And here is your additional mission. Turning to Sasuke, said to be no hand. Come here already. Louder, the guy called. The blonde looked at their company in surprise and in a moment was already standing next to them on the hand. These are our new members. Began to introduce Tobi. Nipples, Karen, Suigetsu and Juga finished the Uchiha girl. silently looked first at Tab then at the nipples, then her gaze returned to Toby. You won't change your decision, disappointed, clarified the blonde, and having received an affirmative nod is doomed. Exhaled, but why exactly him? Sasuke stood and did not understand what was happening here. No, he guessed but hoped that he was wrong, but Karen did not like this situation and was a little irritated. Suigetsu, noticing a slight confusion, nipples and anger of a friend cheered up, and only Jugo without unnecessary emotions watched after all this. The little girl exhaled sadly and approached Sasuke. Hi, I'm on your hand, let's be friends, the girl said with a slight smile, and offered her palm as a sign of greeting. H&M, Sasuke answered briefly, the smile quickly slid off the girl's face and, closing her eyes, she touched her cheek with her palm. No, and not expecting this, the guy briefly fell into a stupor. Akron was ready to kill the blonde. Suigetsu, noticing the reactions of these two, laughed. I'm Suigetsu, let's be friends. Still chuckling, the guy introduced himself and extended his palm to his hand, shook his hand. He felt a slight warmth and a barely noticeable indication from touching but said nothing. Juga did the same as Suigetsu, replacing greetings with a slight nod of the head, but the red-haired girl refused to touch the blonde. What are you doing? Suspicious asked Karen. What do you mean? Uchiha became wary. You did not notice when touching she used chakra very little but still used chakra. Did not believe Gr, you know. To this Karen only nodded affirmatively, preventing all subsequent questions in their dialogue. Intervened on hand. She did not want to listen to other people's squabbles and she was tired after training. So they decided to quickly finish everything. For this, on hand grabbed Karen with her chakra chains and quickly touched her hand. I finished loosening her grip, said on hand disappeared. And what was that? Asked Uchiha. Have you heard about the technique of moving? The fourth Hokage, clarified to be a brunette, nodded affirmatively to him. In order to move to a certain point it was necessary that there was a part of his chakra. And what do you want to say by this? The guy still doubted. On hand owns this technique, and after these words Toby left, throwing at the end, as you understood, your additional mission is on hand. You should look after her. And why? Nipples look after her, not small. Already indignant Karen, and judging by what we managed to see she will be able to stand up for herself, added Suigetsu. Nipples did not say anything. He closed his eyes and tried to concentrate, but all attempts were futile, and memory impudently emerged the moment when the blonde touched his cheek. Angrily bending, he went away, and after him and the others they followed. Not long after, a couple of minutes having come out into a room resembling a kitchen, there they also found other members of Akatsuki. Conan Pain sat aside and watched the girls on hand smeared noodles on a plate. Windows, he was cooking something, and here in the kitchen, joyfully exclaimed Suigetsu, attracting the attention of the others, but he did not care, so he came up and sat down next to the blonde. She sadly looked at him and asked, pushing his plate towards him, do you want? The guy happily accepted such a gift and began to gobble up. Karen was angry because of such behavior of her partner, but even more poured out. Blonde, she herself did not understand why, but saw outside rival on hand. Voice of Toby was heard from behind. Nipples, you should eat. I don't want, answered the girl, and the guy only shook his head as a sign of disapproval. And we should also take her on a mission? Asked Uchiha. Guy in a mask. No, for this here is Canon and Pain. Having received the desired answer, Nipples left. Poor Suigetsu still does not give noodles, ran after the others shouting, wait for me. Nipples with the team quickly coped with the task and was already returning back. He didn't care about Akatsuki's plans. He wanted only one thing, to destroy Konoha, and at the same time the guy's thoughts constantly returned to the girl, terribly similar to his friend. At the same time, in the lair of the criminal organization, NARUKO spent almost all her free time with Canon and Pain. She knew that nudity would never be able to lose, and they would definitely return, but some feeling deep down inside screamed that this was the last chance to be with them. When NARUKO told Kon about this, the girl smiled, promising to return, and when it was time for Pain and Conan to go on a mission, the blonde hugged the guy tightly. Promise that you will definitely return? Quietly asked NARUKO. I promise, stroking the baby's head. Nagato said, and when the girl moved away from him they went on a mission, and the baby moved to Sasuke sitting in a spacious room. Uchiha was thinking about something of his own. Karen and Suigetsu as always argued Ajiga tried to stop them, but this familiar to everyone the atmosphere was interrupted by a hand that appeared near the nipple. It seemed the girl don't forget that everyone was staring at her. She just sat down on one of the chairs and stared at the nipples. Heard you successfully completed the mission. Not quite successfully, the girl started H&M. The answer of the nipples is laconic, like Itachi sadly summed up the results on the hand after these words. She stood up and began to walk around the room. You changed, tried to start a conversation. Brunette, have you already met? Blurted out Karen. Is amazed and heard yes a couple of times, satisfied the curiosity of the red-haired girl. Blonde, no, I'm still the same as I was, firmly insisted on the hand, but after thinking a little she still changed her mind. Perhaps recent events have changed my worldview a little. H&M and what happened. Uchiha became curious. Well, the girl thought about the death of many people whom I loved so, word for word, and a long conversation dragged on between them. And if at first the members of the Sasuke team listened attentively to their conversation, then later they got bored with it and they continued to do their own thing during this conversation. Nipples couldn't really figure out anything. She hand and her life, however, as well as the girl herself, not she, and did not try. She had no time for this. The baby tried to distract herself from thoughts about what could happen to Nagato and Konan. The only thing that Sasuke was still able to understand from their conversation was that she was Uzumaki, since Nagato was from the Uzumaki clan, and he was not like a father, so she was also from that clan. But sooner or later everything comes to an end, so after some time, the baby was on the street and looked at the blue sky, and Sasuke was again thinking about his plan for revenge on Konoha and what Tobi had planned. Nagato was already naked. Exhausted, he spent too much chakra but still did not catch the nine-tailed. He turned out to be much stronger than expected. The head of the criminal organization Naruto had almost completely become a tube, but nakedness did not want to retreat. He could not retreat. He had to catch him. After Naruto saw Hinata's death, he gave up in him. There was only a thirst to destroy the one who hurt all the inhabitants of the village, the one who destroyed his beloved village. And when he had already completely surrendered to the power of Cuba, his father came to the guy. Although the fourth Hokage had little time, but he managed to restore the seal, talk a little with his son and tell him something. And when he was already supposed to leave, Minato became very serious and, looking straight into his son's eyes, asked Naruto to save his sister when you were just born. One of the Akatsuki kidnapped her. Save her please. With these words, Minato, you disappeared, leaving your son perplexed. The news that he has a sister shocked Naruto, to put it mildly, but he quickly came to his senses since he had to save the village. Pain had already there was no strength, but he held on during the conversation with Naruto. He remembered about I quietly about on the hand. They really are very similar to her, and so he made a decision. You are a very interesting person, and I was the same as you once. Nudity, whispered Konan. She understood what he was leading to and was even more worried, but he had already made a decision. I couldn't believe in Jira, and no could I believe in myself, but I have a feeling that unlike me you will go a different way, and I think I should believe in you. Uzumaki Naruto. Divine rebirth technique. Nudity, you have no strength left, worried, exclaimed Konan. Don't interfere, Kanon, I know what I'm doing. Nudity answered calmly, spending the last drops of his chakra. But you promised on the hand, the girl began but stopped short. I remember, tell her that I'm sorry. Pain answered quietly. Naruto didn't understand. They were talking about his sister. She is really Akatsuki, but this is madness. All this madness. Sitting under the warm rays of the sun on the hand, decided to pull off one adventure close communication with Didar, and gave birth to a passion for adventure and a slight recklessness. So after thinking a little, the blonde decided that since she left a piece of chakra on Nudity, she would be able to feel it for moving too far, but this should work out by concentrating. She was still able to feel Nudity. Adding a little effort, the baby felt that the guy's strength was already running out, and not only his. For this, he had to use too much chakra on his hand. Tired, his hand fell to the ground and stared at the sky, but some time later she felt that Nudity had left her. Liar, you promised me that you would come back, whispered the baby through tears. All this was wrong. In the girl's opinion, no one should have died, but this is all for two twins. Everything that is happening now is sheer madness, and it will only get worse, and they will not get out of this web of madness that enveloped them on the hand. It was not easy. The baby did not have time to recover from the death of her lover as nakedness died, and after him Kanon passed away too. Another world it seemed to the girl that she was left all alone in this cold and cruel world. After Kanon's death the baby stopped blindly believing Toby. Now she questioned all his plans, all his actions. She no longer trusted anyone, but despite all this on the hand wanted to know what was really happening in Akatsuki. She tried to overcome her will to move on, but it was hard for the blonde. She was left without the support which she needed now more than ever, but all her efforts were meaningless. There was no one nearby, no one would help, and no one would answer her questions. Nipples still decided to leave their organization and go revenge, and who knows what would have happened next if Ruka hadn't had that dream. And so that night Ruka couldn't sleep normally because of the nightmares that tormented her, and only in the morning she was able to forget the pine tree for the baby. It was not just a dream, it was a magical dream that gave her the strength to move on. She stood in a sunlit clearing somewhere. In the distance birds were singing, and it was so calm and peaceful here that she didn't want to go anywhere. Ruka felt that there was someone behind her and turned around abruptly. It was Itachi. He was standing and looking straight at her. The girl's heart was filled with pity and began to beat several times faster, and tears welled up in her eyes. She wanted to hug him and hit him, but never decided what exactly she wanted to do with this nasty Uchiha. The baby stood and looked at him. Itachi was the only one who could whisper Ruka, and unable to bear it she hugged him. Ruka exhaled, but it only made her angry. Like you are a magician, you should was to tell me, nasty Uchiha girl could no longer hold back and sobbed. Itachi only hugged her harder and stroked her head, trying to calm the baby. Forgive me, but I couldn't otherwise. After some time Uchiha began on hand. I know you are strong, you can handle it. Really? The girl was slightly taken aback by such a statement and raised her eyes full of tears to the brunette on hand. Meanwhile Itachi continued, I had to protect my little stupid brother, please understand me. On hand tightly closed her eyes. She didn't want to hear what else he would say. This what she knew for a long time already, knew that he was trying to protect his younger brother, but knowing and hearing this from him are different things. This what you mean? Do you love? Sadly asked the blonde, looking straight into the black eyes of her interlocutor. She so wanted to hear yes, even if it will be a lie. Forgive, quietly said Itachi, you are like a little sister to me. She knew this for a long time, but the girl did not expect that it would be so painful to hear the truth from him. Lowering her head and smiling bitterly, on hand moved away from Itachi 2 steps, then took a deep breath and wiped away her tears. She had already decided everything for herself, and no matter how difficult it was she would move on no matter what. Itachi called the blonde, raising her head, I decided I will protect your little stupid brother because I sincerely love you, and smiled widely and sincerely as only she can. On hand Itachi also smiled, looking at this blue-eyed miracle. I also decided I will tell you one little secret. The blonde looked at him slightly surprised and intrigued. She was wondering what kind of secret he would tell her. Listening carefully, and don't tell anyone that you know about this. You still have living relatives, you are not alone. On hand was amazed by such a confession. She always thought that she was an orphan and considered Akatsuki her only family, and now Itachi tells her that somewhere there is a relative. Strange, yes, not the right word, but strong in hand, and she will figure everything out. Goodbye. In hand quietly said Itachi disappeared. When the baby woke up she discovered that she was crying all the time in her sleep, but she clearly remembered her dream conversation. You exactly your promise to him, this is what he said, and at parting she had no reason not to believe him. He was always right and always only protected her, but she will figure this out later, and now she needs to find a tata little brother Itachi. For this she quickly got dressed and went to Toby, from whom she learned that this stupid little brother Itachi ran away upset. In hand did not immediately notice that the guy in the mask was going somewhere. Toby, where are you going? And I have to return it. Keeping calm the guy answered without thinking twice. On the hand gave the following, excellent, I'm with you, and without asking permission moved forward of Toby, and was surprised by such a turn of events. He did not show it and overtook the girl. Moved forward. He was sure that if the baby would move on her own, then soon she would give up and come back, but she stubbornly walked forward. Moreover, it was all near him, but alas, Toby did not pay due attention to this fact. Soon they caught up with Sasuke and his team, and while the leader of Akatsuki was talking with the younger Uchiha on the hand leaning against a tree, listened to Their conversation she could not understand what the. He was thinking only about the place of this idiot it is necessary to urgently save, but here. As the appearance of Zetsu, the girl did not react in any way despite her dislike for him, and that's when two teachers came to. Consent entered into the conversation on hand. I will go for that, and this what the girl said. Moving on the back's nipples from what she called his nipples crossed st and so. Only Itachi could call him and no one else on the hands evil Cancer Zero and Sasuke and Tobi, but the girl was not scared, she just shrugged and said, Tobi, I have already decided everything besides I promised and this what to. Protect his brother on hand, but you understand that you cannot, the guy in the mask began. His speech. Tobi also answered seriously, baby, I know what I will have to do, I am ready for it. Honestly, she looked with a direct and confident look at the leader, and although Tobin was already beginning to doubt but still did not want to let her out of the shelter, too dangerous for her to appear at the meeting of the 5 Kage, he cannot do such a stupid thing and give the baby from Akatsuki on a platter to these stupid shinobi. The guy is sure that if they do not want to return her back to the sheet, then they will start interrogating, but he does not want and cannot expose her to such danger. Believe in me. Finally pitifully extended on hand, seeing that Tobi does not want to let her go. Probably the leader of Akatsuki still would not let her go on hand, but he knew her too well and was sure that she would run away, but he himself intervened. Nipples, he said that he would protect her, and they both did not believe but still decided to allow it, so on hand at least under supervision will be, and in a few minutes a team of 5 people. Nipples on hand, Karen, Suigetsu, Juga, and Zetsu who accompanies them went to the meeting of the 5 Kage. Tobi was angry at nudity for the fact that here without asking he used the resurrection technique and died. He was still needed by Akatsuki. He was angry at himself for the fact that he still allowed Ruku to go. He was also angry at his weakness in front of the girl. For so many years all the members of Akatsuki became attached to her and each in his own way protected her from various dangers, and the leader of the dangerous group understood that if something happened he would rush to protect this blue-eyed miracle, and he could no longer change anything. Nipples was angry not only that she called him from and then decided to protect him, he stupidly decided to take her with him, so now he also has to carry her on himself. He needs Ruku. Told him that Itachi constantly carried her on his back, but he is not Itachi. This whole situation terribly angered him, but despite this he continued to carry the burden and did not say anything to her about how she called him. The guy himself could not understand why he was doing this, and this angered him even more. Karen was angry because the blonde was sitting on Sasuke's back. The girl was terribly jealous of the younger Uchiha and of any other girls. Legs on hand, most of all the others were extremely calm. She hand was thinking about her next steps. Yes, she was able to achieve that. She will be constantly near Sasuke, but how can she at least find out something about her family, and will they accept her? Do they need her? All these fears ate the girl from the inside. She did not come up with anything sensible, so the girl decided that since nudity was like a father to her, then she was not just on the arm but Uzumaki on the arm, and since everyone in the Uzumaki clan according to the same nudity have red hair, then she also needs to repaint her blonde braid red. And now the baby was thinking about how I changed the color of my hair maybe, and already you yourself will go. Could not stand it. Karen, no to me, and here it is convenient, not at all offended. Answered on the arm. She knew that Karen was angry, but she did not care. XX Noru, head of Grashu, as always, chuckled. Zetsu rrr. Zetsu, shut up. Better on the arm was angry at him. Face always irritated and frightened her when he was nearby. She would never get off her back. Nipples, here she felt comfortable and she felt in more security. The girl's anger did not go unnoticed, and the brunette could not help but ask Ruka, why are you so angry at Zetsu? She doesn't like me. Everyone also laughed, and Zetsu answered. Ruka said nothing, only squeezed her nipples tighter. He felt that she didn't like Zetsu. He could also feel her fear when she buried her forehead in his shoulder, but the guy still didn't say anything. After a while they were already in the country of iron, and so they decided to make a stop. They all needed to eat and think of a plan how to get to the council of the 5 Kage. Ruka decided not to waste time and start changing the color of her hair right now while the others were setting up their small stop and preparing food. After a while, when Sasuke and the other guys were discussing the plan of penetration, Karen's laughter was heard, and then a dull sound Of a blow and a growl. Ruka, turning around, the guys saw an interesting picture. Ruka was no longer a blonde, but she had not completely changed her color, only in parts, and it all looked pretty. Funny, such a look of a girl could not help but amuse guys, but the comment made by Zetsu at the end upset the girl on the hand. Chan, don't worry, so if you want I can even out. The red color a little began to calm the girl Suigetsu. He immediately understood that she used the element of water for painting, decided to help her nipples, didn't really like. That help came from Suigetsu, but happily, and the baby's face unblocked all the indignation. After a couple of minutes the hair on the hand became normal, partly blonde, partly red, and it looked pretty good. They are ridiculous as it was. Suigetsu really helped the girl, even nipples admitted it. Thank you, sincerely thanked the baby. Now nothing was holding them back, and they went further. Akaran covered their chakra, watching everyone who arrived in the building from above. They waited for Zetsu to point to Danza, and that's when the next 3 Kage and 2 accompanying Zetsu entered. He perked up. Here he is. An old man in the middle. You know, Zetsu started quietly. On hand, it turns out besides you and Orochimaru there is another more nasty shinobi, and this is Don Zie, but thank you, Noru. Kachin a little mockingly thanked the guy. Anger nipples were so strong that he did not even notice that little squabble between the old members of Akatsuki. After some time, on hand felt that Tobi was nearby, and therefore the second half of Zetsu was with him. The girls did not like it, and when Tsu disappeared she firmly decided to stay near Nipple so she could protect him, including from Tobi. She wanted to believe in it, but she understood that not everything is so simple. Tobi is too smart and has been preparing a plan of action for a long time. And everything will not be so simple, but since Nipples are Itachi's younger brother, she will protect him with all her might. She firmly decided this, and would not do anything back down from his decision. When the samurai started running back and forth in search of someone, it was not difficult for them to determine who exactly they were looking for and who helped with this. Now the Nipples partially understood not love on hand to them, and therefore it was decided more precisely. The Nipples independently decided to kill the samurai who were interfering with them, but then the Raikage appeared with his defenders on hand. Did not like the opponent Todo. Besides seeing how fast the Raikage was moving, on hand could not stay away, and after Sasuke was indignant at the help of Suigetsu and Juga, the girl without hesitation moved to Sasuke and gave the younger Uchiha a slap on the back of the head with the words, "Be glad that you remained intact." And although the brunette did not like it, but for some reason he did not want to be indignant out loud, the Raikage immediately noticed the similarity between the girl who appeared out of nowhere and the guy who persuaded him to forgive the Nipples, but he did not have time to think. Normally Yugo, having gone into berserker mode, decided to fight the Raikage himself, and did not refuse to fight on the arm. Having decided not to get underfoot, she moved up and sat on the railing, cheerfully swinging her legs and at the same time watching everything that was happening below. She knew if something went wrong, she would have time to move in order to protect her Nipples. Watching everything that was happening below, on the arm, she suddenly felt uneasy. She suddenly felt a slight pain in her chest. It was not pain, rather an echo of it, and from this she felt uneasy. She could not understand why this was so and why she wanted to be in another place, but the girl did not give in to this impulse and remained to watch further what was happening below. After each word of Tobi Naruto, it became worse and worse. Kakashi and Yamato noticed the condition of the blonde and tried to help him, which, however, did not turn out so terrible for them. While her hand was briefly distracted by her pain, she did not have time to notice how close the Nipples got to the Raikage. She only managed to see top as this crazy old man throws the younger Uchiha. The girl got angry and strongly but soberly assessed her strength, and a couple of moments of confusion were worth it because the younger Uchiha used Susanoo and was able to avoid unnecessary injuries. Now the hand was more or less calm, but now he is under good protection. Seeing how fast the Raikage moves, the hand was slightly surprised. At first she decided that he was using the same technique as she, but after watching a little, she realized that he was simply accelerating due to lightning and realized that he was not so dangerous. And when the Raikage flew straight to the Nipples of the protected Amaterasu, sand appeared from somewhere protecting this Raikage. The hand did not like this arrangement. Following with the movement of the sand, she saw the young shinobi, the girl swore angrily and more out of inertia than out of malice threw a kunai at him naturally. The sand protected the guy while cool protector of your Kazekage smiled at the hand when the guy looked at her deserted Gaara quietly said Sasuke and then turning to the girl above on the hand he is the Kazekage so young. Slightly surprised extended to the hand and then smiling said what? No one expected from her. Gaara and at the same time also waved her hand nipples at this only. Sadly sighed Agara and his relatives were surprised all of them rather surprised not that she looked so much like Naruto but that the girl was in an Akatsuki cloak but then. The indignant Raikage intervened and Harry had to be distracted from the girl and pay his attention to another what the youngest of the Uchiha clan what Gaara and Nipples were saying on the hand did not really like but in some moments the girl agreed with the Kazekage she did not like that younger brother Itachi goes the way of the place she considered it wrong but could not convince him she knew that he especially would not listen to her and when a new fight began. The girl was no longer having fun she saw how Sasuke was exhausted from the battle with one Kage and although she decided not to interfere but seeing the Sasori doll she could not remain indifferent no she will not fight with them she will only disable the puppeteer on the hand was too angry at the puppeteer. She will not deprive the nipples of the joy of fighting with all the shinobi but she will only disable one by imitating another kunai she quickly moved to Gaara's relative she did not want to kill him so she first asked him nicely to leave Sasori alone and even better to return it to her but he only grinned and he said that these were his trophies he would not give it to her anger raged inside. Demanded an exit having carried out a series of chaotic and so the little ones managed to leave a small trace of their chakra on the doll water without wasting time moved behind his back and in one blow turned it off but they did not allow her to take the Sasori doll and on the hand had to go back up and although she could not take revenge to the end but now Sasori will not fight against Sasuke a small but consolation but on the hand was glad that she quickly retreated from the scene of the battle Sasuke decided to quickly and radically end this battle and when everything around began to collapse on the hand quickly moved to Sasuke on his back after the escape of the nipples Gaara thought about the girl named on the hand he was struck by her resemblance to Naruto and he did not know if Naruto knew about her and that's when they found themselves in the hall where the rest of the Kage were Sasuke immediately noticed on the hand even amused by a small squabble about a kiss nipples between Mizukage and Karen but then noticed the dead body of Zetsu and was glad wow and who should I kiss for the dead Zetsu? Are glad asked on the hand no one even paid due attention to the girl's Akaran shouted at her and said something about the fact that the chakra of the nipple quickly melts but the girl did not have time to attach importance to the words of Karen since Zaitsev began to recover yes so that you evil exclaimed on the hands even to die. Normally you cannot do not be offended on the hand Chan disgustingly stretched out that and when he got into the hall again nipples on the hand could not think of anything better than to say here you see Karen everything is fine with this stupid little brother Itachi and you were worried at such Akagi wanted to solve the problem radically at all piff body nipples on atoms but on the hand literally for a moment felt the seal of Toby and calmed down. She knew that Sasuke was needed to be that will not let brother Itachi die so early and when in or Toby appeared who presented herself Darui Uzumaki happily threw herself on that neck even if she does not trust him completely she still loves this guy in a mask who since childhood like nakedness canon Sasori and others was next to her and when Raikage Toby appeared without hesitation took Karina's nipples in his hand and although the latter was against this but did not complain after talking with Gaara Naruto felt very bad it seemed all the air was knocked out of him with one blow after the news and Sasuke Gaara forgot to say about that girl he saw of course he was impressed but not sure about what exactly he saw so he only said at the end you know with Sasuke there was one very strange girl and left and Naruto just stood there staring at the floor and remembered everything that was told to him about nipples everything that was and so on it was so painful for him and air. It became catastrophically short of air he could not cope with it and the words Kakashi sensei and say I'm a then he simply did not hear as a result from an acute lack of air and strong emotions he lost consciousness it was a saving darkness for him but on the hand which was sitting not far from Karina the younger Uchiha felt bad again but the pain only intensified and when Toby took Sasuke and Karen leaving Her alone she did not even notice. Almost immediately after that she began to sharply lack air. The guy in the mask immediately felt that something had happened to the baby and discovered that he both consciousness. It did not take him very much time to bring himself to the sleeve. At the same time he did not forget to follow the fight nipples and dawn. Somewhere in the middle of the fight the girl came to her senses and Toby allowed her to watch the fight at the Uchiha and the new Hokage of Konoha watching the fight on the hand wanted to join in and protect nipples. Nota bene allowed her saying that this fight is only Tai and danza, she should not interfere there. On the hand had to agree and nervously crumpled the sleeve of Toby's cloak and continuing to watch the progress of the battle on the hand and the head flew by. He spends too much chakra and experiences but that only intensified and it felt hands from by on the hand. It hurts me calmly, said the leader of Akatsuki. Oh, forgive letting go of the hand of the leader, nervously said the girl. Also Toby commented out loud on everything that was happening, thereby helping on the hand to better understand what was happening. Thanks to his explanation it was both easier and harder for her. Sometimes the experiences only intensified and sometimes she understood everything was going as it should. And now Danzo was defeated and Karen sacrificed his nipples for this. From this on the hand it became unpleasant, but she still had to protect him no matter what. On the hand continued to think about what had happened recently. Especially she was worried about that strange feeling that she had already experienced twice today. No, earlier sometimes there were strange feelings of loneliness, but all this was a long time ago and today she was experiencing exactly mental pain. And why she still did not understand. The girl went into herself so much, analyzing everything that was happening, that she missed the appearance of new persons. Withdrawn into herself on the hand suddenly felt someone's presence and then saw how someone was attacking the nipples. Without thinking twice she moved to Sasuke's back and here three shinobi of Konoha saw a girl who looked so much like Naruto. Little stupid brother Itachi, where did you get involved again? A little angry asked a female copy of Naruto on the hand. Don't interfere, these are my problems and I have to solve them. Uchiha snapped. Naruto immediately understood who she was. He immediately remembered and glory to his father about his sister and their first meeting when she was rushing somewhere all in tears. As that time she was dressed in an Akatsuki cloak, so father was right when he said that the analog of the dump, thought Naruto, but the tone in which he answered her nipples angered. Slaps, not a mixture, not to talk like that. Nipples, menace commanded Naruto. And who are you? The girl was surprised. And why do you look like that? Without thinking twice Naruto smiled broadly and said something that shocked everyone present. I am Uzumaki. Naruto, your twin brother can't be. The girl whispered quietly. You're lying. Already angrily she shouted, you can't be Uzumaki. Why were you taken aback by such a Jinchuriki? Because all Uzumaki have red hair from, and the blonde menacingly objected to the hand. And that's why you tried to change your color? Chuckling asked Sasuke. For this he got a slap on the back of the head from the hand and a menacing look from her brother, but the hand could not so easily accept that that guy was her brother. No, Itachi of course spoke about a relative, but they could not meet so quickly. They could not, because despite the fact that they are brother and sister. Naruto smiled widely and said something that shocked everyone present. I am Uzumaki. Naruto, your twin brother can't be. Quietly whispered the girl. Are lying. You're already angrily shouted she. You can't be Uzumaki. Why were you taken aback by such a statement? Jinchuriki, because all Uzumaki have red hair from, and blonde menacingly objected to hand, and that's why you tried to change your hair color. Chuckling asked Sasuke. For this he got a slap on the back of the head, one hand, and a menacing look from her brother. And although he didn't care about the reaction to then the girl's reaction to his words made him a little angry, but hand couldn't just accept that the guy was her brother. No, Itachi of course he was talking about a relative, but they couldn't meet so quickly. They couldn't, because despite the fact that they are brother and sister, I still don't believe it. Quietly said hand, even slightly plaintively. Kakashi stood and couldn't believe his eyes. The girl standing near the nipples were copies of Naruto. The only difference between them was the color of Naruto's hair. They were completely blonde, and his sister's there were strands of scarlet shade, and despite everything it looked very harmonious, and her gloomy face so resembled her father. All the girl's attention was riveted to the guy who was her copy of other members of Team Number 7, and she did not notice yet, but the more she looked at him the more she began To understand, so you are the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tailed, exclaimed in surprise, in her arms, bravo on. The hand began to mock the nipples and coming closer to the girl began to speak soulfully in her ear. Now remember when and why your precious died nudity, but. The last phrase was heard not only by the baby from Akatsuki but also by the whole team. Number 7 nipples, what are you hinting at? The girl started to get angry. And you ask yourself, grinned younger brother Itachi, and on hand looked questioningly at her brother. So is it true that you killed nakedness? She asked pitifully. No, I didn't kill him, seriously answered Naruto, remembering the events of that day and closing his eyes continued. He made his own choice. The resurrection technique took away his last strength. Edo Tensei, the Jinchuriki sister, spoke quietly and already louder with notes not understanding, continued, but he had to use it for other purposes. He destroyed our village and killed almost all the inhabitants. He himself decided to resurrect them. Sakura was indignant. On hand didn't think that someone would interfere in their dialogue. She needed him to be the one. Naruto answered her question, and not this girl with her behavior. Sakura only angered the girl. And who are you? Turned to the girl from Team 7. Baby, I'm a friend of Naruto, and no, rather rudely she interrupted Roka, and already sure did not continue. Say your name, Sakura answered confusedly, and the pink-haired and in her hand it was as if something clicked in her head. Sakura, you say? Her whisper was heard by everyone, and her gaze became more tenacious. She carefully examined the girl from Konoha, trying to find in her something with which she could defeat Sasori, but in her eyes Sakura's hand was ordinary and could not defeat Sasori. And how could you defeat Sasori? In the girl's voice contemptuous notes were heard, and her statement insulted the pink-haired. Sakura could not understand such a change in mood. But in her hand they are so similar to Naruto, and the girl for a moment forgot herself and got angry as if she was saying this. Naruto began to answer, yes, it was just the only way out in that situation, and actually his grandmother helped him. Someone had to stop. Sakura spoke and said something else about the day when the great puppeteer was killed. Her hand became gloomier and gloomier. Now she could not just accept this truth. The baby remembered Sasori as quiet and caring. He always made her a beautiful doll, and the longer on the hand listened to her brother's partner, the closer to the pink-haired one got. Through the water, the chakra chains on the hand. He was a criminal like all the Akatsuki, so no need. Sakura did not have time to finish speaking as the chakra chains wrapped around her leg and tightly holding the kunoichi's leg was pulled under the water without letting go of its tenacious embrace. She hand with a detached look looked at how her brother's partner went under the water, lower and lower, screaming in fear. The clone of Naruto and Kakashi dived under the water trying to save the one to whom he had felt a warm feeling of a nipple since childhood. On the one hand he wanted to kill Sakura himself, who only got in the way, but now, watching how the tonic Uchiha remembered childhood, he remembered their teamwork and everything. What happened before he left the village? He himself had to kill her because it was his past. And only he had to put all the dots. Let her go, Naruto growled, watching his sister and his friend Uzumaki. He felt that Sakura and his clones were starting to run out of air. Naruto decisively takes small steps, trying to get closer. He notices both nipples, and although they have the same goals now, stop on the arm, they are still enemies, so it is he, Uchiha, who should stop on the arm. On the arm, why do you need this? As always calmly asks nipples. Let her go, but on the arm doesn't even look at him. Does she see what like Akira's dance a little more? And she would have let her go herself. She would never have killed on the arm so easily. Probably on the arm is a bad shinobi because it is so difficult for her to kill and always suffers from it, but Sasuke didn't know this. For some reason he didn't want her to be a killer. Did the guy know that he needed to distract her, and if he willingly distracted her for a moment, otherwise he would immediately lose control, and then Kakashi-sensei and Naruto would save them. Mutual friend Sasuke had little time to create a perfect plan, and so he could not think of anything better than to just do exactly that. Uchiha stood on his hand even closer, turned to face him. The girl looked at him with her blue eyes but still held Sakura underwater, and then nipples did what he would never have done under other circumstances. He kissed her, and this helped to distract on hand. Taken aback by such an act of Uchiha, on hand dispelled the chain. However, she wanted to do this but came out a moment earlier and got angry at his younger brother Itachi. Yes, how dare he kiss her? And pushing away the carrier of the Sharingan, the girl hit him. She got an excellent right hook. Naruto, seeing what this Uchiha was doing with his younger sister. Seriously got angry, nipples growled Uzumaki and moved forward. He himself was ready to kill his friend, but on hand got ahead of him, and then Kakashi-sensei and Sakura appeared on the surface. The last one coughed up water. She was scary. They still couldn't break the chains of chakra on the arm. Sakura understood that Naruto's sister was really very strong, stronger than her. Naruto was still rapidly advancing on the nipples with Rasengan M in his hand. And he in turn, having created Chidori, moved on the blonde on the arm. Meanwhile, began to advance on Sakura, but Hatake Kakashi appeared on her way. The copy ninja had to stop his student's sister and not give the opportunity to harm Sakura, who was trying to move away from what had just happened, and thus the battle between Sasuke and Naruto between on the arm, and Kakashi between Akatsuki icon. During the fight on the arm, noticed how the enemy does Chidori and chuckled, said, so that's who taught the nipples of this technique. Kakashi was a strong opponent and tried to catch Naruto's sister in the Genzu of the Sharingan, but the girl was able to easily avoid this. Do you really think that they will really catch me with their weak Genjutsu? Grinned at Itachi's hand. Taught me a lot, including how to avoid the Sharingan trap, of course. The girl could not always resist Genjutsu, but this was much stronger than her current one. Pro and out K, which was exhausted and tired, and taught her so much so that she could always win, so that she would have the advantage with any opponent. And yet Kakashi was very exhausted from previous fights. She still managed to leave a small trace of her chakra on Sakura's body and created a small Chidori in her hand. Lightning, and it was always difficult for her to do Chidori, so she had a small and weak girl pretended that she was trying to attack her opponent. Kakashi also created a Chidori, but a normal size, and moved towards the girl, and a couple of moments before the collision on the hand moved and ended up behind Sakura. She touched her weak Chidori to the pink-haired girl's back, a light push in the back, and Sakura almost lost consciousness, but turning around for protection, the girl did not find anyone there and in confusion began to look around. Soon the fight between Naruto and Sasuke was interrupted by the appearance of Zetsu, who saved Uchiha from meeting with a rock, and a moment later on the hand stood near them. Nipples, he is not Uchiha, but why then does he have a Sharingan? Asked on the hand, looking straight at Kakashi, but they did not answer her, or rather did not have time. Toby appeared and took them from the battlefield, moved to the lair. Now there was only team number 7 and Karen. Kakashi was surprised to meet his teacher's daughter. She looked like Naruto, and at the same time she was completely different, but in one thing the copy ninja was sure the girl was attached to Akatsuki, and seeing what she was capable of on the hand for no reason that he would not let go before their attack. Did not know if she would want to leave. Sakura was thinking about how much I am a sister to the people. The girl saw her fight with her sensei and understood that her hand was no weaker than others from Akatsuki. Naruto, it was hard and easy at the same time. The guy was glad that he was able to find his sister so quickly. He was happy to know that everything was fine with her and she had grown very strong by night, but at the same time he was sad that she did not consider him her brother. He felt bad because she was part of Akatsuki and loved them. Naruto, it was hard now, but he knew for sure no matter what happened he had to return his sister back to the village. Having discovered Karen, team number 7 decided to take her to Wedge in order to find out about the plans of the Akatsuki to extract any other useful information from her. Once in the lair on the arm again asked her question Nipples, but as before he did not answer anything, only through the most ask him. They went further and further into the depths of their lair on the arm, walked between two carriers of the Sharingan and listened to their conversation, but and was interested in one single question: does Toby know at least something about the guy who called himself her brother? Judging by what Itachi told her, it is true, but here's what to say. To be interrupted the guys on the arm and at the same time stopped to look straight into the eyes of her interlocutor, or rather the eyes. Who is that guy? He looks so much like me. Don't think about it. The guy in the mask started. If he was surprised by him such a question, then did not show it. You just look alike, have nothing in common. His tone was deceptively calm, but on the arm immediately understood he was lying to her, and from this the girl felt hurt and offended, and in order to hide her emotions she simply hugged Toby and quietly said, I believe you. But questions were spinning in her head. Why is he lying? Does he really not believe me? I would have stayed with him anyway. Why did he lie? But no one could answer her. The guy in the mask hugged her arm in response and hoped that she really believed him and would not seek a meeting with her. Brother and ask about him nipples ahead of them, there is a war and arm should be on his side. He needs her to carry out his plan, but no matter how much he wanted to be with this Sunny girl all the time, their little miracle Toby still has a lot to do, and it would be best if she was with Sasuke, but if he knew how all this would turn out, then he would never have left her with this guy. If he knew what this war would lead to, then he would never have declared it, but nothing can be changed, and this is only the beginning of his fight with the whole world. All the time that arm spent nipples, and she became more and more attached to him. It seemed she should hate him before at first the name was so, but over time the girl's hatred was supplanted by completely different feelings. Brighter, it seemed that the blonde found the strength to let go of that childhood jealousy, find the strength to let go of the resentment and love Hitachi de nipples. Exactly this saw once by moved them to the lair. However, the guy in the mask had similar thoughts, but not one of them saw the whole truth. After Sasuke had an eye transplant, he became blind for a while. He needed time after the operation for the body to either accept the new eyes or reject it, which was unlikely, and therefore on hand had to look after him. Yes, she helped him, did not deliver in his conversations that could not but please the guy, but sometimes strange feelings slipped into her gaze. No, it was not hatred, but some kind of anger, sadness. Doom, she herself understood that Itachi his eyes would no longer be needed, and that he himself wanted to give them to his younger brother, but it still terribly angered the girl. Sometimes the girl herself seemed that she completely forgave the nipples and was no longer angry at him for Itachi's death. It seemed that she no longer felt that dull pain in her chest and looking at him, but now looking at his bandaged and face from somewhere inside rose either anger or resentment at the nipples on the tab and at the situation as a whole. Still on hand, it is difficult to completely let go of your love. Hitachi, get used to the fact that he is no longer there. Sometimes it begins to seem to her that all this is just a bad dream, that she is sleeping and will soon wake up, but alas, it was reality. And now, being left alone on hand, Sasuke felt the girl's gaze on himself, and only he could not see the whole range of emotions that she looked at. Those bandages that were on his face, he couldn't know what kind of discord was going on in the girl's soul. Anaru tried to pull herself together and calm down. The girl stared at her nipples and tried to understand her feelings, but it was too difficult. Stop staring at me, with slight irritation he threw the nipples, even though at the moment he didn't see, but he felt the girl's heavy gaze perfectly. And I'm not even looking at you, the blonde answered calmly, but the Uchiha didn't believe her, and then the girl added the same, but the guy still heard her. I have nothing better to do than look at him. Uchiha only chuckled at this. He didn't believe her. The guy clearly felt when she burned him with her blue eyes, but the strangest thing was he couldn't understand the reason for such close attention. The guy knew perfectly well about the girl's feelings for his older brother. It was hard not to notice, and therefore he was at a loss. They were sitting in the kitchen eating, or rather hand-feeding nipples. Was it ramen? He felt a familiar aroma. Uchiha asked suspiciously. Yes, you don't like something only a deaf person wouldn't hear, in the girl's voice of indignation. Yes, no, everything is fine, smiling, said Uchiha, and then he laughed outright. You are definitely his sister. What are you talking about? Nipples absorbing her favorite dish, asked on the hand. Naruto also loves ramen. Sometimes it seemed to me that he eats nothing else except him. With a hint of nostalgia, Uchiha stretched out on the hand and choked on his statement. She was ready to hear anything but not this. All her conscious life the blonde considered the Akatsuki her family, and now knowing that somewhere there is a truly dear person to her, it was strange, and even more strange to hear that they are similar. It was strange, embarrassing, very interesting for her. Well, so I can also only eat ramen, dreamily extended to the hand. Everyone who knew the girl would confirm this, and Nipples, having heard this phrase, only confirmed his conclusions, despite the fact that Naruto and Naruko spent their whole lives far from each other. They were very similar. Then their lunch took place in absolute silence until it was interrupted by Naruko asking a little from Uchiha. Sasuke, can you tell me a little more about him? Are you about Naruto? The brunette thought he noticed that Toby did not like the girl's interest in his brother. On the one hand, he wanted to tell her everything, and on the other hand, she needs him. Please, the girl quietly asked, and Nipples and I myself do not understand the reasons. Gave up. He decided if this is Chara told her the truth, then he will tell too. Okay. A little tiredly extended the brunette. Just let's agree you will not say a word about this conversation. Toby good, the girl exclaimed joyfully. She knew that somewhere here he is watching them for everything, and here he will definitely report on their conversations. And Toby Shihan did not want the leader of Akatsuki to know about it. Only let's go to another place. Well, Nipples and he himself understood why she wanted to leave, therefore without objections allowed the girl to behave. After a couple of minutes the blonde led them into the former room of Itachi, or Strange. She felt completely safe in her time. Itachi perfectly protected this room, and except for the warrior hand no one else will enter here without their permission. Came quietly, informed the blonde. Where we are confused, asked Uchiha. In this lair for the first time. He does not yet know the location of all the rooms and had no idea where exactly they will not be able to listen, but some guess flashed on the periphery of his consciousness. This is Itachi's room. A couple of years ago he made it so that except me, his, but also without our permission, no one could enter. Calmly answered him on the hand, helping to sit down Nipples. And why did he do this, sitting down more comfortably? Asked parent. Well, let's say so I did not get along with everyone, and there were times when they had to leave me alone, so it's something like a shelter. Smiling at the hand sat down next to the guy. And now tell me, demanded the blonde. Curiosity eclipsed all other emotions. She felt that it was important to know something about that guy. Well, but what exactly are you interested in? Thinking a little, the brunette clarified it. The hand was in no hurry to give her answer, also thinking about what exactly she wants to know about Naruto. Thinking a little, she nodded to her thoughts and voiced the answer. Perhaps everything, how he lived, what he is like, what his character is, how many friends, but also all sorts of little things. H&M, you say everything, how he lived. Thoughtfully stretched out his nipples. Well, listen, I promised. And Sasuke began to speak. He decided to tell on hand almost everything, almost the whole truth. The guy told her that Naruto lived in the village as an orphan, that he is the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, that it was because of this that he was hated in the village. Told what a fool he was, how he tried to prove to everyone that he was worth something, that he could do something, how he tried to become the best shinobi despite the fact that he failed at a lot. Told how he trained to become better and this gave its results. Told about his dream of becoming a Hokage and how many laughed at his dream. He stubbornly said that he would achieve his goal no matter what. Did not forget to mention that he was always ready to make friends with everyone. Told how he tried to become a friend even to him, Nipples, and that he almost succeeded. Told about how he was able to change the current Kazekage with his friendship. Described his departure from the village, their last battle, said a few words, and their subsequent meetings. Shihan sat quietly and listened to him and was very carried away by the guy's story. Her brothers, yes, now she perceived Naruto exactly as his brother before. Out of melancholy turned out to be right, saying that they are very similar, especially when Uchiha described Uzumaki's character, that is, it turns out that he is a terribly stubborn blockhead. Somewhere in the middle of the story, interrupted on hands, exactly, without a shadow of a doubt, confirmed Nipples. Don't even dare call him a blockhead, the girl said, a little offended, but it's true. Tried to be indignant. Uchiha, you just didn't see what he was like at the academy, terribly noisy, always laughing, and he also slept during classes. He didn't have a single technique normally. And that the blonde snorted. He just looks at everything positively, and the fact that he is loud is that you are too quiet. Not finding anything better to object to the girl at this, Uchiha only demonstratively snorted and continued his story. Nipples for a long time he told on hand her brothers, and when he finished speaking it was already deep night, but neither he nor the girl did not want to sleep. Then he also decided to clarify something. Why, you then offered me to become your friend. The topic I told you then, I just wanted to have at least one friend of my own age. Why did you need this? The guy didn't calm down. Why mimicked and is on the hand. Yes, everything is simple. Akatsuki have always been family for me, and I wanted to have a friend. H&M unconvincingly folded his arms on his chest. Nipples but the girl just rolled her eyes. Forget, consider that you were already my friend. Saying this, she put an end to their conversation, and Uchiha did not argue with her. In the end, he already knew that it was useless to argue with these Uzumaki anyway. Everything will be their way, so it is easier to agree with them, which is what the younger brother Itachi did. Okay, let's talk about something else, and raised his hands up as if showing that he was giving up. Come on, but what about you now? Tell me about yourself, asked for Nipples. He wanted to know more about this girl and understand how similar they were from Naruto. Without thinking twice about Hand started the story, but unlike Nipples, Hand spoke about herself quite a bit. Her whole life had passed in the Akatsuki lair and brother Itachi already partially knew her. Hand only supplemented his knowledge with some moments and even mentioned several missions, but then remembering his childhood Hand and began to talk more about everything, and more diverse emotions appeared in her voice listening to her story. Nipples noticed with what warmth in her voice she spoke about some members of Akatsuki, and as if he saw how she grimaces, telling some moments about Orochimaru and Zetsu, but most of all the guy was impressed by how dreamily the blonde described her walk. She walked little, so all her walks in the Akatsuki lair were described with such trepidation and love. Also on the Hand mentioned a couple of missions, but the truth without a detailed description. But soon the girl finished her story and their dialogue continued, moving to completely different topics, so they spent a lot of time talking about different topics and telling funny situations that happened to them. Nipples even forgot about his anger and for a while again became a little boy with a naive soul and a kind heart. This conversation for a short period of time took Uchiha out of the darkness. BK Thor, and he was she. Hand became for him that ray of light that he needed so much. You could not continue for so long, and soon Toby arrived and removed the blindfold from his eyes. Nipples, now everything returned to normal and the guy again plunged into darkness. Thawed was Uchiha again became cold and calculating. He again became the one who thirsts for revenge and seeks strength to fulfill it. On the Hand again became a quiet and calm girl who was always thinking about something important, but that conversation still changed something in them. Their relationship became warmer. Now they have become friends for real. At us there were no more negative emotions left for this guy that were hiding somewhere inside her after Itachi's death. Now the girl sincerely cared for Sasuke, not because Itachi asked her or for some other reason, but because she herself wanted it. On Hand decided to pull out this idiot and stand in which the guy drove himself, but it was too early for him to know about it yet. Sasuke himself decided that looking after On Hand was not such a bad mission, and no matter how similar she was to her brother Naruto, she still there was another more calm and reasonable, and he liked it much in the girl. But even to himself the guy did not dare to admit it, but it did not cancel the fact that the brunette wanted to be near this girl and to protect her from danger as much as possible. After that frank conversation, each of them made their own conclusions, and each of them made the right decision in their opinion, from which none of them would back down until the very end, and this became their point of no return. Sasuke had to watch training on the Hand more than once, but this time the guy decided to practice with her. Uchiha already knew that the blonde was very strong. He was lucky to watch her in action several times. He noted to himself that he would not want to become an enemy of this girl. He had already seen her strength now and her nipples. He understood perfectly well that she was not giving her best before Itachi had prepared her very well. With a hint of irony, the brunette noted to himself the training was quite calm. Blow, dodge, attack, evasion from the opponent's retaliatory actions, and so on in a circle. But after another dodge on the Hand, it seemed to freeze. Now Kisame was killed, and the most it's offensive that she didn't even know where he was supposed to be at that moment. No one could have done this, but the girl felt only slight sadness and regret from his death. Was he really not dear to her, or was it because the echo of his death was too weak? At the same time, Sasuke didn't stop, and making another lunge put a kunai to the blonde's thin neck. You lost, said Uchiha, not even trying to hide the notes of satisfaction from his victory. Hearing this, On Hand as if it woke up. Looking straight into the guy's eyes, she sighed sadly and walked away, not forgetting to throw in the end, "I'm tired. We'll continue next time." Uchiha didn't like this answer, but he had nothing left to do except watch the blondes retreating back. Naruto should have been glad that they were able to identify the spy and kill him, but he wasn't happy. The guy remembered the conversation with his mother. Now he had no doubt that the Akatsuki kidnapped his sister. Yes, he remembered their 2 meetings and understood that this criminal organization had become his sister's family, but the guy did not lose hope to change this, and therefore he must deal with Madara, and then he will definitely return the nipples and sister to the village. Yes, that is exactly what he will do, but for this he needs to become even stronger. He will train even more for a fairly long period of time. On The nipples were left alone, and if she had not accidentally noticed to be the perhaps for a long time the girl would not have been able to see him. She understood this perfectly well. Look after the nipples, this is your new mission. Toby left without looking at the girl. What was standing behind his back? Why behind him? Look after, he is already a big boy. Was surprised on hand. She knew perfectly well that these are nipples are looking after her. Don't worry, you will be under the supervision of Zetsu, but if something happens you are stronger. And you have more chances to stop the enemy, and what can threaten our Uchiha didn't believe the girl. He is already as if a student of Orochimaru shouldn't take him away ahead of time trying to find something answered. Toby, these questions have already started to irritate him a little before. The blonde's talkativeness was not so annoying, but now she began to ask too many unnecessary questions, and endless curiosity irritated the guy in the mask. TC, and here this snake got burned. The blonde began to grumble. He also needs him for experiments, and in general, how do you know about this? From what does it mean ahead of time? He is our ally. Abandoned Toby, and how will he help us? Asked. On hand, she even folded her arms on her chest and skeptically raised an eyebrow. The girl did not understand how some psycho could help. He improved the technique of reviving Orochimaru, and in addition to the army of white Zetsu, we will also have an army of the dead. Among the new will be both former members of the Akatsuki and simply some of the strongest shinobi of this world. Toby did not react to the blonde's negativity and continued searching for the scroll he needed. That the girl did not believe her ears. Toby, considering that the conversation was over, decided to leave. The guy turned around and hurried to leave the room, and that's when the blonde's stomach was ready to break out. Thousands of new questions on various topics. She noticed the changes that had occurred with the head of the Akatsuki. Rinnegan Nagata asked in surprise. On the hand following the leader of the Akatsuki, this was the only question that she could formulate in the girl's head each time. More and more new questions appeared, but no one could and did not want to give answers to them. The blonde could not believe what she saw a moment ago. Toby, after all, always wore a mask with a slit for only one eye, and the girl did not have any other thoughts except that this is the Rinnegan Nagata, otherwise it simply could not be so. It is necessary. On the hands, later you yourself will find out and understand everything without looking at the girl. The guy left in the mask keep walking, but this only angered the girl more and gave birth to even more questions and doubts. Why do you need all this running out after him into the corridor? She threw it in the back of the guy leaving, but he ignored her question. Leaving in Den Q1 in the corridor without thinking twice. On hand quickly went into the room and began to review everything that Toby took in his hands. Thus she hoped to understand at least something, but all her attempts were in vain. She did not have enough information. She was never told anything important, and only now she was able to clearly understand this, but alas, it was too much. It's late. H&M, don't trust him. With a hint of mockery asked the one who came up from behind. Nipples, he heard part of their conversation. Even if so, what difference does it make to you? Still looking at the empty corridor where Toby had been recently, the blonde asked, and Uchiha didn't answer anything but just looked straight into the girl's face. He wasn't going to answer this question. In the end, the guy heard only and the last question. He didn't know that he had guessed with this statement he just asked, and the answer shocked both the guy himself and in general. Uchiha, eavesdropping is not good. Having said this, On hand hurried to retire to her room to calm down a little. She didn't like this war. She didn't like what was happening around her, but she also understood that she couldn't just quit. To be no hand had to figure out how to stop him, and although she understood that it was too late to stop the guy, the girl wanted to believe in the best. After Toby left, not much time had passed, but on hand she trained again. She had to be strong, not only for herself but for those she loves to train, and one was not only boring but also unproductive. Some time later, On hand felt a light breath of wind, as if something very small but warm appeared. Internal, such familiar distant feelings, but so weak. She reminded the girls of the time when everyone was still alive and everyone was nearby, but it was already so long ago that time can no longer be returned. But in order to prevent even more loss, she needs to stop Obito, and for this she needs to become even stronger. And she will. Yes, she has little time, but she will cope. She is Uzumaki. She will fight to the very end, and in the end she will win. But now in her arms and train her to remember everything she was taught. She will become stronger and save both the whole shinobi world. was preparing for war. Each of the sides tried to gather the strongest shinobi and create from them an army that could lead to victory. Thus the 5 great shinobi nations united into one, creating an alliance. 5 nations for victory. It is necessary Akatsuki from both in turn together with Kabuto decided who it would be beneficial for them to revive, when and where to send. Both thought that only he uses the other, not suspecting even both of them are used by Madara. Everyone in the alliance tried to help as much as he could, but at the same time, adults tried to hide their children so that they wouldn't interfere. And children who had just finished the Shinobi Academy were eager to help their elders and wanted to fight with them equally, but to their great regret, adults couldn't allow this because they understood perfectly well how weak those children were. They simply wouldn't be able to stand up to more experienced and strong shinobi. Some simply being distracted by their protection thereby would expose their other comrades. Therefore, by a unanimous decision, all the children were decided to be hidden in one place with old people, women and children, and in order for the children to feel important, they were ordered to help and protect those people at all costs. And while the army of the alliance was gathering, Naruto did not stop trying to make friends with the fox that lived inside him. The guy understood that only in this way he could protect not only Hugh but also people dear to his heart. Sometimes during training or being alone with his thoughts, he began to think about her. His sister Naruto remembered each of their meetings, and after some time the blonde remembered his very first meeting. 40. He remembered how he tried to catch up with the nipples, and on his way he first met Itachi, and some time later a girl very similar to him ran into him. This was their first meeting. At first he was perplexed who she was, but now he understood. But despite all this, Naruto could not understand why. On hand remains in Akatsuki know that she got there not of her own free will. He was 100% sure and knew from the story of his parents, but the blonde still could not understand what was holding her there. And when he again remembered their first meeting, he remembered another detail that he had not paid attention to before. She was crying. That day she was crying, and it was because of the tears that she did not notice him, but in whom she was in a hurry. Then Naruto thought his sister could not cry because of a pacifier after all when he met before that. And then something here spoke as if he was going to die. Does it really mean that Itachi was dear to her and she knew that he would die? This knowledge amazed Naruto, but after all this he died that day, so why does she still not want to or cannot leave Akatsuki? This question did not give Naruto peace. Are all the members of Akatsuki so dear to her? The guy did not believe, and for some reason he did not like this thought. Naruto thought a lot about his sister, and the more he thought, the more clearly he understood one thing: he would never allow anyone offend. On hand Naruto was always alone, but after the death of Jiraiya he was actually left alone, and then he finds out that he has a sister, his own sister. After the death of his godfather he did not hope for such a gift from fate, and therefore the guy will make every effort to be closer to his sister. Do not protect. And during one of the trainings trying to create a bomb, Biju Naruto felt the chakra of the nine-tailed outside the room. He managed to catch some fragments from the war but could not understand what it was. But in one thing the blonde was sure: if his friends were fighting, he should help them no matter what. By deception from the hall in which he trained together with SBE and Eight-Tailed them, Biju Naruto purposefully tried to leave the island, and no one could stop him. Both together with the octopus decided to help Naruto. With joint efforts, two Jinchuriki managed to escape from the island and head to the place of military action. Naruto did not doubt for a second that his friends would need his help, and also Uzumaki was afraid. He knew that the village had united and were fighting Akatsuki, more precisely Stabby from Akatsuki and Naruto by all, and that his sister would fight on Tobi's side. He was worried about his sister, who could suffer, and at the same time for the friends she could backpack, so he would have to stop her if necessary and help his friends. The army of White Zetsu went to the front to start the attack, and only the original White Zeus and Tobi remained in the shelter. But as soon as Zetsu told the guy in the mask that the Jinchuriki had appeared, he immediately went to the front, leaving Zetsu to guard the nipples, and on his hand he had to keep an eye on them so that those two don't go anywhere and don't do anything. But as it usually happens, Tobi underestimated the nipples and overestimated the capabilities of the White Zetsu, so as soon as Sasuke had the opportunity, he immediately took advantage of it. As soon as Sasuke realized that besides him in the lair there was another White Zetsu left, To watch over them and on the hand which itself dreams of escaping to figure out everything that was happening. Uchiha decided to quietly leave to destroy Konoha. He himself didn't know where everyone else had gone, but it was only to his advantage. Besides, enough time had already passed after the transplant says what, and they took root. Well, now you can use the new eyes, and this is an excellent reason to test them in action. And although Uchiha understood that he would not be able to leave unnoticed, it was still worth it. And here the Sasuke goes to the exit as stupidly is a network does not allow him to go. But will this stop the brunette? Of course not. Using force, the new class Uchiha solved two problems at once, destroyed the annoying spy and checked the work of the eyes until his strength increased. It was worth it, and yet Nipples forgot to take into account one rather annoying factor on Sasuke's hand. You still managed to cope with it, minus the blonde exclaimed joyfully from behind. Uchiha's back. Thank you. The guy did not share her delight on this occasion. He had a matter much more important than these childish squabbles, but he was pleased to hear gratitude from this girl. Without answering anything, Uchiha got out and went towards the ditch on the hand, did not even expect to hear something in response, and therefore simply followed the guy. And for a long time, are you going to follow me? Minus without turning around after some time asked Sasuke. I actually have to look after you, the girl muttered resentfully in response. Uchiha only chuckled at this. Ruka was silent for a while, but then caught up with Uchiha already seriously said, I don't know where to go to get answers to my questions. I spent my whole life in the Akatsuki lair. I went out very rarely, either when we were walking or when we went on missions, but this does not cancel the fact that I have a poor orientation where and why I need to go and who will give answers to all my questions. Toby definitely will not answer. We have become too distant before and after those events. I don't trust him, so all I can do is follow you. That is, you want to say that you trust me? Sasuke was also serious. The guy did not expect that Ruka would open her soul to him so easily and quickly. He heard how difficult it was to talk about it and how sometimes her voice trembled, but he did not say anything to her about it. I don't know. The baby frowned her forehead, bringing her eyebrows together. I probably don't trust anyone. The only one I unconditionally believed and would believe now, your brother, but he is dead. But still, I believe you more than Toby. That is why I am going with you. The girl smiled. Nipples said nothing more, only sped up a little. Kabuto, with the help of the resurrection technique, revived all the strong shinobi. Itachi and Nagato were no exception. Their consciousness bodies still belonged to them. These two knew that they had to go. They walked. They understood that the battle would be inevitable, but did not know with whom exactly they would have to fight, but with whom they would not have to fight. The former member of Akatsuki. They hoped that Silence Bis could stop them, and the truth is they met Naruto, and by on the way to some extent Nagato and Itachi were even glad of such a meeting. They believed that Naruto could stop them. Naruto was surprised by this meeting, however, like those two. Nakedness was glad to see how Naruto changed. Itachi was pleasantly surprised that Naruto was able to control the chakra of the nine-tailed. Unfortunately for each of them, they still had to fight, but during the battle Itachi learned the truth about his brother and was upset. Uchiha wanted his brother to be strong and protect Konoha, but everything turned out completely differently than he planned. Itachi had to use the Manjikyu Sharingan, which he left for the pacifier to get rid of Kabuto's control, and he succeeded. He was happy for his brother that he had such a good friend Naruto, and he would help with his hand. So after helping Naruto and by cope with Nagato, Itachi promised Naruto to interrupt the resurrection technique so that he would not be distracted by this. He could calmly move on. Itachi believed in Naruto and knew that he could win this war. He long ago began to tell her the truth little by little and knew the mind of this girl for many years. Itachi was sure that On-Hand would stand on the side of his brother and at the same time, like him, would try to save Toby. Naruto and Sasuke did not move very fast, did not have time to go too far when a small detachment of white Zetsu appeared on their way. Sasuke decided to deal with them himself. Hand just did not interfere with him, standing behind him and watching the actions of the Uchiha. The news that there was a war surprised both, and the fact that it was organized to catch the 8 and 9-tailed Jinchuriki struck the girl more. She was worried about her brother, even though she did not know him yet, but he was her brother and the girl was worried about Toby. Sasuke decided not to retreat from his original goal and destroy Konoha wherever its inhabitants were. Hand just Followed him because she had her own scores to settle with some shinobi from that village. On the way they noticed Itachi resurrected him. With the help of technology and before retirement, and if Nipples wanted to catch up with him and get answers to her questions, then on the arm was slightly confused. She did not expect to see this, what she was holding his corpse only recently was able to let him go. It was painful for the girl to see him again, even more painful from the realization that he could say on the arm. She stopped on purpose and waited with her head down and thought, yes, it would be right, they should talk and I will only interfere. And why does it hurt so much from this? I already let go of his nipples. Hurried after Itachi, shouting something after him. The guy was seriously determined to talk to his older brother and solve everything once and for all, but Itachi himself was not eager to talk to his and that, and the eldest of the brothers noticed that on the arm had long since fallen behind and was grateful to her for this. Pointing the socks of his crows, he decided to use the help of on the arm and hoped that she would help for some time to detain his younger brother, since he did not want to listen to him calling on the arm. With the help of the old seal, Itachi went straight to, as if to stop Edo Tensei. Feeling that Itachi was calling her on the arm, immediately moved to him and immediately understood what he was trying to do, but she perfectly understood the nipples which Itachi was trying to hold, and without a second of hesitation she decided to help Nipples go after him. I'll figure it out myself, the girl said calmly, getting ready for the fight. Are you sure? Minus confused Nipples. During the time he was in Akatsuki, he realized how much the blonde was in love with his brother, and he was surprised that she did not want to see him again or talk to him. Go, come on, no then. You will lose his menace, the girl said, chuckling. Uchiha had already turned around and headed after his brother, having managed to throw quiet thank you, but Naruko heard this and, smiling only with the corner of her lips, she also quietly grumbled, I do this for myself and not for you. Nipples. It was not difficult to find where Itachi had gone, and almost immediately the eldest of the brothers caught up with him, only sighed heavily realizing who had helped his brother cope so quickly, and to some extent was even grateful and Ruka for the fact that he could fight with his brother side by side. Kabuto was a difficult opponent, and Sasuke even wanted to call for help Naruko, but this Che did not let him do this, explaining that in this case Norue would interfere. It was hard for them to fight against Orochimaru's student, but as soon as Itachi used the forbidden technique they still managed to defeat him. Do not kill. And then the eldest Uchiha used a Sharingan in order to find out how to stop and fulfill the promise given to Naruto until retirement. Itachi saw that Sasuke did not want to let him go, as he was being eaten up by hatred in Konoha, and decided to show his memories in the hope of stopping his hatred. And at parting he told him, no matter what I will always love you, and left in another world. Nipples. It was hard, but he had to let go of his older brother, dispelling Edo Tensei. Everyone was resurrected, were able to get rid of control and leave this world. Everyone except Uchiha Madara, who did not want to die seeing his brother's memories. His feelings. Sasuke was at a loss. He was confused in everything that was happening. He needed answers, but how to get them? Thinking, he barely managed to bounce off the collapsed wall of the cave. At first Sasuke decided that it was on hand, but she would not have burst in so rudely. She would rather have simply moved to him. As soon as the dust settled, Uchiha saw Suigetsu and Jugo was found. Minus joyfully exclaimed, Suigetsu. Ichu minus was surprised. Nipples. He did not expect to see them, especially here. What are you doing here? Minus asked the water one, coming from a friend closer to Sasuke. Stopped. Edo Tensei reluctantly answered Uchiha. At first Suigetsu was surprised, but a second later he sighed heavily. You are incorrigible. Also the guy was a little outraged that Sasuke never explains anything to them and demanded explanations. For this Uchiha only pointed to Kabuto. It was as if he used this pension. Calmly answered Sasuke and decided to call on the hand. Apparently she was waiting for him somewhere nearby. On the hand moved almost immediately, moving a little to the side and sitting down on one of the stones. She did not ask anything and did not say anything, but looked quite sad. Sasuke decided not to touch her for now. Later he would talk to her later. It was as if minus looking at the frozen by did not ask Suigetsu some kind of creepy just leave him. Interrupted Nipples from a friend looked at Anka. He noticed that she was still alive. What do you now for me? It is necessary once specifically me. Searched. Nipples really did not understand why he needed these two. Exactly. inspired water look, and he took out the scroll which they found in one of the shelters of Orochimaru. He began to tell his shower phenomenon, but his friend interrupted him. Before that you said that the height of what? Stop the resurrection technique, so minus the guy clarified, approaching Sasuke Senka on the shoulder. But it looks like the models it did not work. This information surprised Nipple's eye. Say Sasuke, do not interrupt me. Suigetsu was indignant. Nevertheless look and handed the scroll to the Uchiha. He hoped that thanks to the scroll they would be able to rule the world. But Sasuke decided to resurrect an Orochimaru so that he would help him. Suigetsu tried to object and convince Nipples, but he did not listen to him. I agree with Sasuke, although I would not like to meet him again. Quietly supported Chihin's hand. Where are you from? Minus a little scared Suigetsu, but then continued to convince Nipples of the wrongness of his decision. Yes, he was a little afraid of Orochimaru but did not want to admit it, and Sasuke did not listen to him. He went up to Anka, which Juga put on the ground, and folded the seal. Shut up, Suigetsu calmly asked Nipples, turning to him, and better yet, bring me a piece of Kabuto's flesh. From the speech Suigetsu began to grumble, and then Juga decided to do it for him. He tore off a piece of Kabuto's flesh and placed it on the seal that was on Onika's shoulder. She only quietly approached Sasuke. She still kept a distance between them, but at the same time it was quite close. She silently watched everything that was happening around. Nipples remembered how Kakashi blocked his seal, decided to go the opposite way to unseal the cursed seal, and he really succeeded. Who would have thought that it was you who would help me to be reborn, was the first thing Orochimaru said after her appearance. Turning to Sasuke, "Oh, long time no see," Suigetsu said fearfully. Hiding behind Kabuto's back, Sasuke came closer to Orochimaru and said, "And Orochimaru, I need you to do something for me." But the snake did not need details. He was already watching everything that was happening and was aware of the matter. He also made it clear to the Water One that he was not interested in the war, since he did not unleash it, and with his current powers he would not be able to capture the body of the Nipples, although he would like to brace her on you. Became quiet with a hint of mockery, said the snake, but the blonde did not say anything, only came closer to Sasuke. At this action Orochimaru only smiled. In childhood she also rock protection Itachi, but he decided not to say it out loud. Nipples silently handed the scroll to the snake replacement. This one became more serious. Why do you want to meet them? Orochimaru did not understand the motives of the Uchiha. I don't know too much. I want to ask them everything, seriously answered the brunette. He was determined. Everything. Minus was surprised. Snake, you don't need to know everything because you're still a child. That's not true, objected Nipples. Now I'm not a child anymore, and I can't remain one. You doubt the place. No, together I'm unshakable. Meeting Hitachi made my hatred of Konoha even stronger. I just want to understand why on the verge of death Itachi called himself a shinobi of Konoha and defended it to the last end. Itachi's feelings. I want to know everything myself and make the right decision to make it. I need to see everything with my own eyes. On hand listened to him and understood that this was what he wanted, something completely different, but she also wants in place of all those who killed her family. So how is she better? Nipples. But Itachi defended Konoha until his death, namely the shinobi of this village killed almost her entire family, so can she forgive them? Orochimaru was also impressed by this monologue and decided to help him. Nipples changed a lot and approaching as if he began to absorb his chakra. Okay, I'll help you. Besides, on hand it will also be useful to see them. Smiled Snake, come follow me. On hand could not understand who it would be useful for her to see. She was intrigued. Sasuke agreed with Orochimaru. On hand it is worth meeting with his father. Snake Sanin went out of the cave. Where are you going? Minus became wary. Nipples. Orochimaru stopped and calmly answered, in one very familiar place to you, and now we are leaving, having got involved in the fight with Madara and Tobi. Naruto had one good news. Next to them there was no his sister, and he would not have to fight with her. This fact both pleased and upset at the same time, because he was not sure that on hand would not appear somewhere else, or whether she was safe, and perhaps the last question worried the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tailed most of all. But for the sake of victory the blonde had to push all his not very happy thoughts and experiences far away and continue the fight with the enemies. When the rest of the squads joined Naruto, the guy was even glad that they did not have to fight with Naruko, but then the question of her whereabouts remained open. Did something happen to her? Something bad? No such thing can't be. On hand his sister and therefore strong, but all these experiences distracted him and therefore Uzumaki decided that he would think about it later, and now he will believe that his sister is in a safe place. This war will not affect, and but not everything in this life happens the way we want it to. Orochimaru on hand and the squad of nipples calmly moved towards Konoha, already on the approach to the village. Each of them felt the chakra of Naruto and the nine-tailed, but only Orochimaru and Sasuke knew who exactly owned the chakra, and the rest could only guess about its owner. The chakra of the nine-tailed Jinchuriki was so strong that despite the fact that none of them had sensory abilities was able to feel it for a moment, and Sasuke froze but quickly managed to pull himself together. Now is not the time to be distracted. You need to quickly get answers to your questions and decide what to do next. Let's go quickly, show us the way. Orochimaru, as always, calmly said. Uchiha headed further to this. The snake Sannin did not answer anything and only smiled at his thoughts, and he had no choice but to continue his way to Sasuke. Became even more interesting soon. A small detachment of renegades reached the ruined house of the Uzumaki clan, which was on the outskirts of the village. Nipples are here. Nipples immediately could understand that in this house there is what Orochimaru needs. This place looks abandoned, quietly said, on the handsome ruins. More clearly expressed his thoughts. Suigetsu to him at all didn't like everything that was happening around, but for now he tolerated it, probably because it was the outskirts of the village. Tried to explain to them. Orochimaru to this on hand only shrugged and moved after the Uchiha and the snake. Despite the fact that the house looked like ruins inside, everything was not as bad as outside. On one of the walls there were masks, and coming closer to them, Nipples still decided to clarify which one. Look somewhere here, the snake Sannin calmly answered, coming even closer to the masks, looking at them a little. Orochimaru was still able to find the one he needed with the help of the snakes, took it off the wall, saying before that joyfully, and here it is. From this place I have goosebumps, complained to Suigetsu. If this is why did we come, let's get out of here. The water one couldn't wait to get away from this house. Everything around him seemed somehow dreary and he wanted to be far away from here. Yes, let's go, agreed Orochimaru, and turning around with a smile added a minus there where all the secrets are dormant from what was said at Suigetsu, and on hand goosebumps ran down her skin, but the blonde didn't give it away. Unlike the water one walking along the streets of the village in the Uchi quarter, Naruko looked at everything around with pleasure. Seeing the shinobi village was new to her. This what she saw she liked. The girl would like to live here with her family, grow up with friends, but these were just dreams. She spent her entire adult life in the lair of Akatsuki. Only occasionally Naruko was in the village of pain, but even there she trained almost all the time to be strong, to be worthy of Akatsuki. Looking at the village and watching its few inhabitants, Naruko missed the moment when Sasuke lifted everything over the roofs of the houses onto the table to get a better look at the village, and woke up only from the words of Suigetsu that these are nipples. Following the gaze of the water one, she no longer heard Orochimaru's answer. She was interested to know what the Uchiha was looking at here. It was quite beautiful, the girl said quietly, standing behind the guy. The blondes really liked the view of the village that opened up. I would like to live in such a place too, she said with sadness in her voice. On her hand, Sasuke did not answer her, and although the guy felt a little sorry for the girl, he could no longer change anything. Yes, he understood that living in her village was not a choice on her hand, but this understanding could not change the past. Having stood for a little while longer, the Uchiha finally decided to go down and continue on his way. He still needed answers. She quietly followed him. In the end, as soon as the nipples appeared in Akatsuki, Tobi trusted her to look after him, and anyway, now she should be in the lair. Having reached the temple on the cow of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke opened the passage. Suigetsu was amazed at the way the passage to the temple opened, and when the brunette jumped inside the temple, he was followed at first on the arm behind her Orochimaru, and after him the other two. Once inside, Orochimaru came closer to the stove, asking to stand nipples away. Suigetsu and the other stood behind Orochimaru at a sufficient distance. She arm moved to the wall so as not to interfere with anyone. Putting on the mask of the god of death, the snake Sannin began the ritual rite. By the strength of his arms, Orochimaru will be able to use Edo Tensei for the fourth Hokage, but to use the technique he needs vessels. At the beginning they are sued, was afraid that these vessels will become them. But the snake assured him that he already has someone in mind on this, on the arm only. Snorted all this he had provided for taking off the mask of the god of death. Orochimaru ordered Juga to give the powers of the cursed seal of the hermit both Sasuke and on the arm. They do not need spies presented to be a Zetsu presented for observations for nipples. Orochimaru learned from memories Kabuto about what and told everyone well about my observers. Where did you find out? Minus surprised on hand. She knew that she was not the only one watching the nipples, and she was a little offended that Toby and does not trust. Do you really think that Toby would leave you unattended? You have the power he needs. You should have become his trump cards. The blonde had already managed to guess that she was only a weapon, but hearing this from Orochimaru was much poorer, and when 3 Zetsu left her body she dealt with them quite quickly out of anger and returned back to the wall. Orochimaru was amused by her childish reaction. He still remember how easy it was to anger, and Sasuke only smiled and in action, and the more he watched her the more convinced he was of her similarity to Naruto, only if in the blonde some qualities irritated the Uchiha, but in the blonde, on the contrary, they touched him, having placed 4 Zetsu that looked after the nipples in special places of the seal. Orochimaru used the resurrection technique, and after some time, 4 previous Hokage stood in front of the apostates. This is the first Hokage, the same Hashirama who was nicknamed the god of shinobi. Minus was surprised and admired at the same time. Suigetsu, the first with the 4th Hokage, I reacted to Tobirama, and the 3rd assumed that Orochimaru resurrected them by destroying the seal of the god of death that held them. Suigetsu watched the 1st and 4th Hokage's nipples with a skeptical expression on his face, with some doomed only on hand with curiosity. These 2 Hokage, in her opinion, behaved quite curiously, special and amused by the moment when the first decided that everything was calm in the village since there were now 4, but Minato hastened to dispel his illusions by saying that he was also already dead and was resurrected like the others Hokage, and then X-Balls became interested in who became the 5th, and Orochimaru hastened to please him that his granddaughter Tsunade is currently the 5th Hokage. At first the first was upset, but when Minako asked his granddaughter, then immediately perked up. In the end, Tsunade is his favorite granddaughter, even though he spoiled and looking at Hashira's behavior, Suigetsu was a little upset. He imagined the god of shinobi a little differently. At the same time, a dialogue began between the 2nd Hokage and Orochimaru. 3 joined them, and an argument began about the resurrection technique. The snake Sannin hastened to calm everyone down and said that he was no longer interested in capturing Konoha. This time I returned to you for a certain reason, because of his desire to talk to you at all costs. Hastened to convince 4 Hokage snakes. At the same time he wanted to add something else about on the hand, but Sasuke did not let him do this. Uchiha Sasuke and wanted to know something from you. Calmly introduced himself. Brunette on his glory. There was a different reaction. The 3rd was surprised to see nipples 2 sighed resignedly. 1 was indignant at the words of his younger brother, but the subject of the dispute of the brothers hastened to calm them down. It is not about me. And then Uchiha asked one of the questions that interested him to the 3rd. Hiruzen told nipples the truth about Itachi and his mission on hand. Listened attentively to the story of the 3rd Hokage. Was upset to learn that the arrival of her brother Sasuke in Akatsuki was only a mission. She felt betrayed, but all the good memories associated with Itachi and everything that he did not tell allowed to suppress those unpleasant feelings. She is not his sister, her beloved, so why is he upset? Itachi did all this only for the sake of his brother, and she served as a replacement for nipples. Perhaps Itachi and was imbued with her feelings, but only brotherly, and only because his beloved Toto was too far away and unavailable. Itachi had to put somewhere his love and care for his younger brother, and on hand served as vessels that immediately filled. The blonde was hurt from understanding all this, and somewhere deep in her soul she cherished the hope that Itachi, even if as a sister, still loved her for the fact that it was she. The eyes on hand were full of tears that were ready to break at any moment, but the girl tried to pull herself together. She did not want to cry in front of so many people, especially since she saw many of them for the first time in her life. Sasuke himself was upset to learn the truth. He only received confirmation what his brother told him, but he did not have time to really worry. He was distracted by Tobirama, who said teach Ha, and then the brunette asked the second Hokage what he knows here, then his clan. This one shared his knowledge. Having listened carefully to him, the villager asked another question to the first Hokage. He asked what the word village means, and Shinobi Hashirama himself thought about this question and what to answer the young Uchiha, but when the second Hokage found out that the answer to this question is needed nipples in order to decide whether to take revenge on Konoha or not, he went crazy, possessed by evil puppy. Uchiha minus angrily said. Tobirama folding his arms on his chest. In that case I did not finish. Too raised his index finger and released his power, which although it was directed at the nipples but hit everyone else. Orochimaru rushed to cover Uchiha. On hand stood in front of them. She and herself was interested in listening to the answer to the question nipples, but the first Hokage quickly calmed his brother, and when all the Hokage looked towards the living they noticed On hand. And who are you? Minus surprised asked Hashirama. I On hand calmly answered the girl and stepped aside. Only the fourth Hokage closely watched her. She looks so much like Naruto. This is what a cutie. They knew how to say the first nipples only. Chuckled at this. Would have known Hashirama what it is like. Cutie. It brought back attention. One to Sasuke. What about nipples? You had a wonderful brother. I don't mind telling you about the village, but it will take time. Then Orochimaru asked to hurry and told about the war and Madara. Uchiha. To this information Hashirama only said tiredly, conflicts at all times. For amazed froze. Here in front of him stands his daughter, and somewhere there his son is fighting. Tobirama also felt strong chakra and he was about to move, but Orochimaru stopped him. Minato immediately understood that strong chakra which he felt too of his son. He was glad that Naruto succeeded, and now he is fighting together with Nine-Tail them. While Tobirama was trying to leave on the battlefield, his eldest from still decided to answer question Uchiha. In his opinion it is better to tell him everything now so that nipples could make the right decisions, so that in the future they would not get too Madara. And sitting down he began his story without thinking twice. Naruko also decided to sit down. The story of the first Hokage was very entertaining and the blonde listened with great interest, however, like the others, and only the fourth Hokage watched Naruko. He was glad that his daughter had grown up such a beauty, and judging by what he managed to see, she had become quite strong. Minato was ready to talk to his daughter right now, but decided not to interrupt the first Hokage, especially since she listened to him with such interest. So my battle with Madara had reached its final stage. Hashirama finished his story. I don't know how Madara was able to return to the world of the living again, because I then killed my friend Sasuke. Also all this time listened attentively to what the first Hokage was saying, and during his story he made certain conclusions. Even Minato listened with interest, and when Hashirama put an end to it he decided to clarify about Madara's plan. Endless dry where the shinobi village from countries. Everything will lose its meaning. He intends to plunge the whole world into his genjutsu. Began to explain nipples. He told the principle of this genjutsu, and then he decided not to destroy the village because his beloved older brother adopted the beliefs of the first Hokage, even though he was an Uchiha. This was the main reason for making the decision. Tobirama did not stand aside and told about the Uchiha from his squad who looked like Itachi. The third Hokage did not stand aside and repented of his youth. 4 tried to calm. 3 I feel guilty for dying during the battle with the Nine-Tailed. Also Minato believed that he could have destroyed Uchiha's plans if he had been alive. Everyone froze in anticipation of an answer. Nipples even on the hand froze in anticipation of an answer. She would not like that he destroyed the village. Konoha liked the girls even in such a short time. Having gathered his strength quickly analyzing all the information, Uchiha made the final decision. I will go to the battlefield. Firmly voiced his decision. I will not let the village and Itachi disappear. Everyone was amazed, and the Hokage and Naruko were happy. The first Hokage smiled and also decided to go to the battlefield and told his brother to get ready to use kerosene. At the same time Minato decided to talk to his daughter. He noticed that Naruko was standing a little to the side and decided to approach her, but it is easier said than done approaching his daughter. The fourth Hokage hesitated. He did not know how to start a conversation. Naruko noticed him and decided to start a conversation herself. Oh, did you want to talk to me? Minus with a sweet smile the blonde asked. She did not understand what the fourth Hokage could talk about. With her maybe he decided to find out something about Akatsuki. Yes, embarrassedly smiling. Minato began. He hesitated a little more, but having pulled himself together already more firmly but with regret, said, "Forgive me, I am very sorry that everything turned out like this at Naruko." Eyes widened in surprise. She did not understand what she was talking about. "For I do not understand. You could not remain silent, girl." Minato only sighed, closing his eyes, but when he opened them, determination splashed in them. 17 years ago we had twins, a boy and a girl. A boy we named Naruto and a girl Naruko. On the same day a guy in a mask, who introduced himself as Madara, was able to summon the nine-tailed because the seal of cushion and after childbirth was weakened like her, and they took advantage of this, trying to protect the village from the attack of the nine-tailed. I missed the moment when he managed to take our daughter. I had to seal the Kyuubi in my son, and then we died. Our son became a Jinchuriki and the daughter was kidnapped. Naruko listened to the words with surprise. And who? Father. This information struck her. She did not know what to do and how to behave in childhood. Blonde thought that her real family are all members of Akatsuki. Later she learned the truth that they are not her relatives. Was upset by such a truth, but the guys at the head of SK, he quickly calmed down, and having accepted this bitter truth, Naruko continued to consider them her family. Not so long ago the baby learned from Itachi about her brother Uzumaki Naruto. The girl did not expect a meeting with her brother and did not want her, well, let's say, to meet. They and what next? What to talk about, what to do. No, two different lives they lived. They most likely grew up two different people, but after some time Naruko still met her brother, and even though she did not like the meeting herself, but the guy was to her liking. He turned out to be quite strong, which could not but please the girl, and stubborn like her. And now the fourth Hokage tell her that she is his daughter, and how should she react to this? Minato noticed confusion on Naruko, and he himself was uncomfortable. Not every day you meet an adult daughter. Don't worry, tried to calm the blonde Minato. I am not putting pressure on you. I just wanted you to know the truth. I already had to meet Naruto. You are so similar. With a slight smile said Minato. On the hand felt awkward, and she was offended that her father met her brother earlier. That's how offended he stretched out. And baby, no, you don't think anything like that. The fourth Hokage, as soon as he felt the notes of resentment in the girl's voice, immediately began to make excuses. I when sealing to not beat Naruto, immediately willed a little chakra so that when the seal is broken, restored. It was reasonable and logical, and that's how the circumstances turned out, but still it was a little offensive on hand, like the fourth Hokage, and she had to quickly give up. No, she's not ready to call him father, but you can get to know him better, and you need to help Naruto save the world. Okay, she exhaled tiredly. I'm not ready to call you father so soon, but I'll try to get used to this thought. Minato was glad with such a result of their albeit short but dialogue. Yes, they have little time, but he will try his best to defeat Madara for the sake of his children. He is ready to advance on the battlefield like his daughter. At the same time, the third Hokage decided to clarify plans with Orochimaru, another judge. And if the first two are ready to go after Nipples and even help, then the water one did not want to fight at all. He was ready to run away at the first opportunity, but he did not succeed, and he had to follow them before leaving. All the Hokage decided to take one last look at the village, and so they all went together to the mountain with carved on it heads of all the Hokage. And while Hashirama indulged in nostalgia, the team found Karen. At first she was angry at the Nipples, then happy to meet him, but all the joy was overshadowed by the presence of the hated one on her hand. But her opinion about the presence of the blonde in the team no one took into account. Juga didn't care, but Suigetsu liked it. On the hand the first Hokage gave what seemed to him an inspiring speech, but Tobira, we didn't listen to our brother for long, and approaching him, transferred with the help of Hiro Shin, followed him for grabbing 3 she-hand Nipples. Minato was pleasantly surprised that his daughter could use such a technique, and when the opportunity arose, he immediately used it to find out Yuna Hand, who helped learn the technique. One day Itachi told me about his village. His story reached the Yellow Lightning of Konoha. I was interested in this man and why he was nicknamed that way, and when he told me I was very interested in the technique, the baby calmly answered. And how long she trained? Minus with a smile asked Minato. When she used it for the first time it turned out a little embarrassed, answered, and well done. I didn't think that you so talentedly. Approaching his daughter and patting her on the head praised Minato. No, not talented. The girl sighed heavily when she used it the second time. She almost died, then had to train for a long time before using it. The girl exhaled heavily. You still do me a good job, Minato said with a smile. He was really proud of his daughter. She only became more embarrassed by his words. Let's go. And they went on. The fourth Hokage was proud of his baby. He was glad to see her even though she was like that and an adult, and soon he and his grandfather and his son, all four Hokage, were determined to fight and win the war. They could not help but help their descendants. They were all determined to win this war. The war was in full swing. Every shinobi fought with all their might. Madara and insults then tried to suppress their faith and hope, but all their attempts were in vain. Naruto stubbornly got up every time and continued to fight, forcing others to fight with him, and his friends supported him, adding strength and confidence to him. When Sakura treated Naruto, the guy felt that help was coming to them. He knew almost all of them, and his inspiration and faith in victory only grew. But 10 of their mouths released a bomb that was too strong that the defense and even the eighth tail could not stop, but Minato managed to deflect the attack at the last moment. As soon as the four Hokage joined the army, the shinobi became even more inspired. They believed in victory because such great shinobi would fight them. A little later, immediately after, the Hokage appeared, and Sasuke, sleep-hand dressed in an Akatsuki cloak, and if only Naruto's friends took the appearance of the pacifier with hostility, then the presence on hand did not please almost everyone except Naruto, and those who arrived with it on hand is amazed, said Naruto. Sakura was amazed by the appearance of the pacifier, but the fact that the blonde sister was standing so close to the Uchiha for some reason irritated her. But the most offensive thing for Sakura was that Sasuke was smiling at the blonde. She clearly saw that he liked her. The realization of this fact unpleasantly pricked and I see you can't cope here, brother, ironically stretched out the blonde, looking straight into the eyes of the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed, but he only smiled and answered her, but you will help me, of course, and for this stupid Uchiha, expressively looking at the nipples. You need to constantly look after the nipples. Only snorted at her words, but did not remain in debt, for you also need supervision, chuckled cheerfully Uchiha. Naruto was glad to see from his friend's sister and father here. Now he will definitely cope with everything about his hand, will definitely help him. Finally, not only the team number is assembled, but also his family is reunited. Now he will not let go anywhere on rock. No one except Naruto expected that soon help would arrive to them in the person of Sasuke, and who would have thought that the Uchiha would bring with him the long-dead fourth Hokage living Orochimaru in his arms, and 3 from his team. And if the Hokage was greeted joyfully, Sasuke was indignant, but accepted. Then on hand, dressed in a cloak, Akatsuki did not want to accept the blonde considered an enemy. After all, it was the Akatsuki who declared war on everyone from attacking the girl, stopped only by the fact that Naruto joyfully met her, and even this did not help people completely trust her. Naruto would have been happy talked to his father and sister and a friend, but there was no time for that. They needed to restrain the ten-tailed with all their might and not let the plan come true. Madara Uzumaki's upholstered ones. There was no need to talk about the main problem. It was already perfectly visible and everything was clear, but when difficulties frightened them, just by looking at the ten-tailed Naruko, she immediately understood everything. She realized why she had been trained all this time, why Tobi took her. She realized everything, but there was no time for grievances and tears. She needed to act on Naruko. She immediately understood she needed to restrain the ten-tailed. She could do it. The blonde also remembered one thing. When she tried to find at least something useful in Tobi's things, she found several scrolls of the Uzumaki clan. At that time she could not understand why they were there, but now she realized everything. Those scrolls described how to restrain the ten-tailed by force. Uzumaki. Naruto remembered everything that was written in those scrolls perfectly, and even though she had never trained, she could do everything she needed. The only thing she needed to do was get to ten-tailed as close as possible. Yes, it hurt on hand. Was everything up to this point fake? Nothing from her memory was real, just a game. She wanted to cry and smash everything around, scream and demand the truth, but now is not the time. She should help others and stably still have time to talk. And then the blonde decided to act. Sasuke, help me get to him, the blonde quietly asked. Naruto heard her request and was a little offended that they did not ask him. I can help too, the guy muttered. Sorry, it's my fault, the girl said, but you need strength for the battle. And Sasuke, I'm not as sorry as You tried to justify yourself. The blonde, she did not want to offend her brother, it's just that the girl was already used to Sasuke. She sometimes trained with him and knows what he is capable of. Naru, even though he is her brother, but she does not know his capabilities until once on hand she saw him in action. But this is not enough, and today they started communicating for the first time. I actually hear everything too. The Uchiha was indignant. On the one hand he was offended to hear this, but on the other hand he understood that these were just excuses. But so be it, I will help. Thank you. Nipples smiled at hand, looking at the one whom she was about to immobilize in the near future. At hand, continued Naruto, you will be able to work with Sasuke at the same time. This question was addressed to both. The blonde knew that once they were on the same team and even friends, but so much time had passed and she was not sure that now they would be able to work at the same time. Of course we can also, seriously answered the blonde, looking at his sister. Nipples only chuckled. Does he really think that they won't be able to forget all the grievances? Working together once upon a time they did well. So why won't it work? And now each of them has become stronger and therefore the result will be much better than expected. That's great. Then Ops 2 Ju him and you attack without thinking began to command. Naruto wanted to be indignant at this, but Sasuke didn't let the brunette just shut Uzumaki's mouth with his palm. Uchiha managed to study the blonde a little and knew that if she said that she would do something, then she would do it with this, and reminded him Naruto. He also stubbornly moved towards his goal, but if Naruto kept silent, then Sakura, standing next to them and listening to their whole conversation, could not keep silent. And why do you decide everything? Who are you to command? Haruno's indignation knew no bounds. She remembered how she almost died and she didn't care that this sister Naruto Sakura didn't trust her, didn't want to believe me, just soberly assessed the situation. The ten-tailed one needs to be detained so that a strong shinobi like Sasuke and Naruto were able to attack him calmly, answered Ruka. This taught her the ability to remain calm in any situation, but the impulsiveness of the girl did not allow her to always remain cold-blooded, and Deidara played a significant role in her inability to hide her indignation. And what made you think that you could hold him back? Why did you decide that only they were strong enough to attack? The ten-tailed on Ruka. She had never been able to hide her true emotions for long, and this time was no exception. Internally, as if a storm was raging, and outwardly the girl was trying to remain as calm as she had been. Others I still don't know. With her eyes closed and breathing heavily, the blonde answered calmly. It was hard for her to restrain herself, but she had to, and if I said that I could hold on, then I was holding him in my power. I have no doubt they had never let me down yet. Sakura was ready to continue the argument, but Sasuke, noticing the state of Ruka, decided to intervene anyway. Uchiha would never have intervened, but they didn't have time to argue. Before the Hokage were able to enclose the ten-tailed in a barrier, but they wouldn't be able to hold him back for too long. Naruto had to act too, was ready to stand up for his sister, but Uchiha got ahead of him. Sakura, stop, we don't have time for these stupid arguments. Haruno was offended by these words. She doesn't know her. What if the blonde is their enemy? What if she and him are being deceived? But in one thing Nipples are right, they don't have time, they need to act. Naruto wanted to ask his sister to take off her Akatsuki cloak so as not to irritate others. The blonde managed to notice how many were looking askance at his sister because of this cloak, and when Naruto tried to say his request, trying not to offend on hand, she refused, saying that Akatsuki were hers family. She is a part of them, but this does not cancel the fact that she will help them in the fight against Mundar. All three of the team from Team Number 7 made summoning seals, to which their animals responded. To the hand was struck by their call, but there was almost no time for delight. Sasuke and Naruto immediately moved forward. They need to get as close as possible to the ten-tailed one, while Sasuke and Naruto moved forward on. The hand was preparing. She will only have one attempt. This is not training where there will be a chance to try again, where in case of failure you can start over. Sakura remained. She is not NSA medics. She needs to treat all the wounded, because this way they will be able to continue fighting, and then they will have a better chance of winning. Moving closer, Sasuke and Naruto attacked the ten-tailed together, but it did not help. He was able to dodge. It will be much more difficult for them to cope than they thought, and when Sasuke stopped on the hand, jumped off and went alone to the tail, there she really was able to get as close to him as possible. Probably no one except Shikamaru noticed this, even though he participated in the battle, but Was watching his sister Naruto. He saw how the girl almost closely approached him. He saw how she grinned. Perhaps for some time Shikamaru really believed that he was a traitor, but when the girl folded several seals and the chains of the chow rat and the body wove the ten-tailed, immobilizing him, then the guy understood why she got so close on the hand. For the first time used the technique to hold the ten-tailed. The blonde has a gift stronger than bitten and training in. The Akatsuki, especially with Sasori, helped his development in other directions. This helped the girl to capture and hold the tailed one the first time, but the appearance of Toby knocked everything down. She literally lost control for a second, and this was enough tail to free herself. Truth on the hand was a little not up to it. She was more interested in Toby, whom the black Zetsu began to absorb. On the hand was always afraid of Orochimaru and both Zetsu, and if the first scared the little one on the hand with his experiments and attempts and to study her, then the second just scared the girl all the time. And now watching how the black Zeus is trying absorb Toby, blonde was terribly scared for two. She wanted to help him, even managed to move, only Minato was faster and managed to wound him, not allowing Madara Obito to be reborn. Confusedly asked the fourth Hokage, not expecting to see him, but quickly pulled himself together. The mark of the flying thunder god never disappears. I didn't teach you this before, Obito. Why? Obito was perplexed. Blonde, she sat down next to the guy on her knees and already stretched her hands to him with, why did you decide that it was all over? And with a grin asked Toby, hand in hand reaching out to the guy. The girl trembled, did not understand his behavior, but the guy did not want to wait any longer. He, without getting up, began to absorb the ten-tailed. Naruto immediately understood that he was trying to become his Jinchuriki. Toby confusedly said, on hand. When Toby became the Jinchuriki of the ten-tailed, why his name was Obito. Obito Uchiha began to explain Minato to his daughter more precisely. That was his name when he was my student. On hand only looked questioningly at her father, not expecting this. She knew very little about the guy's past life, and not so much as it turned out she knows about him. And now, without waiting for the offense, and will start to act first. On hand tried to grab him with her chakra chains that were able to restrain the ten-tailed before the blonde even managed to capture the Jinchuriki of the ten-tailed, but Toby easily broke them. She tried to attack him and he easily dodged. She tried to tell him something, but he did not listen to her. On the hand was exhausted, but still did not give up trying to stop to Bia. The guy just waved her off like an annoying fly. Naruto saw all the attempts of his sister, tried to help Naruto on the hand. Minayu and Sasuke, they all looked for a weak spot bit to hurt him too. Hurt Obito, it was not easy, but only with joint efforts they were able to find a gap in the defense and touch him at the hand. Hands dropped. She could not reach Toby, but Naruto did not give up. He was not used to giving up. He had to fight to the very end to prove to everyone, and including Obito, that he was right. The blonde saw that his words were what the hand was saying. Something touched in the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed. They needed to put in a little more effort and they would be able to convince him a little more. Naruto had to pull out all the tailed ones and was clogged himself. He could not cope, but on the hand nipples, and all his friends helped him, wrapping the chakra chains around Kurama's tails. On the hand put all her strength that you will pull out the ten-tailed one was killed. However, they were able to do it quite successfully. During the pulling out of the tailed one, Naruto had a dialogue with Uchiha Obito. He was able to calmly talk to the people. Sabita managed to prove his case, and the former student of Minato agreed with the son of his sensei. It seemed that there was very little left until victory, but when everything was so simple, Obito remembered Ren. The guy did all this only for her. It seemed to him that in his heart there was only one living thing. His feelings were so strong that he would definitely cope with everything. He was sure that he was right, but now he remembered Ren and the time when they were children. It seemed that there was no one else in his heart except Ren, and with her death, everything plunged into darkness. But why then, on top of all these memories, like a ray of sunshine, they floated up pictures with a small one on the hand. He remembered how not gray was a blonde. Obito remembered how she was happy about his arrival. He remembers everything. On the hand immediately moved to the bit. Yes, she saw all his memories and the reason for his actions, but despite this she was still offended by him. The girl saw that Kakashi should kill him and did not dare to interfere. She just sat next to him and held Obito's hand, and tears flowed from her eyes. The heart on the hand Was breaking from dual feelings from resentment and the desire to protect him, but this is not her battle. And she has no right to interfere, and now holding his hand is all she can do. Obito felt the warmth of his hand on his hand and gently squeezed it in response. Kakashi was not a fool and saw all the feelings on the hand. Although the girl did not interfere, he loved his team from considered both a hero. Probably that's why he could not kill his attacks, did not want to kill his friend. He saw remorse in his eyes, due to be regretted. He was ashamed for what brought on the hand to tears. He should to fix everything and then decided to use the resurrection technique for all the dead, but Black Zetsu was vigilant. He again began to take over Obito's body, and no matter how Ruka tried to stop him from doing this, all her attempts were useless. Madara was resurrected and he is now their main enemy. Sasuke and Naruto immediately moved to Madara and Sasuke rushed to attack him, but all his attempts were unsuccessful. Shiruka sat next to Obito and was angry at Zetsu when Black Zetsu tried to take Obito's right eye. No one had time to stop him. He took over the entire right side of Obito's body. Ruka was angry at herself for her weakness and inability to help those dear to her at Madara, who became a new obstacle at Zetsu that Bita had captured. But what could she do? Both she can't help at the moment, so leaving him with her father and Kakashi, Ruka moved to the place of the battle with Madara. She will not allow him to win so easily. Madara's main goal was the tailed beasts, who did not want to surrender to him so easily. They fought off Madara with all their might, but Uchiha was not as simple as he seemed, and although Harry managed to seal the main enemy, but he still managed to free himself. The tailed ones were scared because no one expected that he would be able to free himself, and then they all decided to pounce on Madara. But did it work properly? On the hand immediately moved to his brother and he quickly outlined the situation to her. Gaara was surprised by the appearance of the girl but did not show it. He liked Naruto's sister. She seemed beautiful, strong and self-confident to him. The Kazekage saw that Naruto trusted the blonde and he himself could not doubt her because he trusts his only friend. The appearance of Zetsu always brought problems with it. On hand knows this since childhood, when all their pranks with Deidara and this one stopped with the appearance of this creature. And perhaps no one except Zetsu has ever spoiled it. Fun, yes, he's crazy, whispered on hand, amazed, looking at the laughing Madara. His laughter, his behavior, all this speaks of obvious mental problems of Uchiha. And in your opinion, a normal person would start all this? Naruto was indignant. He saw that his sister was scared. What can I say? He himself was scared. Madara strong opponents. He does not know how to defeat him, if even all 9 Bija could not stop him. But don't worry, on hand, together we can handle it, smiled at his sister. On hand could not help but smile back with his words, and smile. The blonde calmed the girl down a little, and not separately strong and together even stronger. The Uzumaki twins will definitely be able to cope with the abnormal Uchiha, mentally supporting each other. The twins gave strength and faith in themselves. Gaara, watching them, was a little envious of them. They didn't grow up together, don't know each other, met only now, but still believe and support. He would also like to have similar relationships with his brother and sister. And who is it that helps us? Looking into Harry's eyes, asked the blonde to Naruto. She noticed him but still doesn't know who it is and how he treats her. This mountain is my friend, smiling, answered Uzumaki. He saw how Kazekage looks at his sister and was glad that he is not outraged by the fact that she is from Akatsuki. Can you imagine? He has already managed to become Kazekage. Give class, and I am on hand. Nice to meet you, and gave red loss. Her charming smile, mutually answered the guy quietly. He was embarrassed by such behavior and was slightly confused. Naruto only grinned. Maybe they would have continued talking, but Madara stopped laughing like a crazy person and got ready to act all the exchange, and these 3 became wary. Madara called the statues of Geto Maso to him, but this did not calm the Uzumaki twins down at all. Gaara only became more wary. Naruto, I am grateful to you. You took out all the tailed beasts, and Madara began to be beaten. They will not weaken him already. Naruto and on the hand they stood amazed by these words. The blonde already wanted to attack, but Kurama stopped him. They do not know what to expect from him. They need to be on guard. Having climbed the statue, Uchiha easily scattered the tailed beasts, and then using the statue on each one, put a collar and began to drag them into the statue. All the animals resisted, but their strength was unequal. On the hand, I will jump off soon. We and captured all the tailed beasts with her gift and shimake. It was hard for her to hold them all at the same time and even resist the force that is trying to absorb them. The mountain also did not lose his head and tried to stop Madara, holding it with sand about the flying Shikaku. Madara saw all their efforts and tried to eliminate Gaara first, and when he did not succeed, simply broke the chains. I circled them with new ones to the statue, attracted the tailed ones to itself, but on the hand with the last of its strength tried to hold them. Noticing this, Uchiha hit the girl and was able to absorb all the animals. Gaara saw how the blonde flew away and how Naruto began to fall, having lost the cube, but the guy managed to catch his friend. The blonde immediately moved to him. She was covered in blood but still held on for the sake of her brother and all of them. She must hold on. You must take him first to the medic. Breathing heavily, the girl explained, and for now I will try to keep him alive. Are you okay? Could not help but worry. Kazekage, no, but we must hurry. There is no time. We must act before it is too late. Gaara saw how hard it is for her and immediately began to carry them on his sand to Sakura. She is strong. Medics, he could help. He believed in Hand saw how she was worried about her brother. Kurama began to speak. Gaara, who interrupted that blonde. She felt bad, but she tried to keep her brother's body alive. Kurama, this is Cube. He told me how to help Naruto. The girl looked at him questioningly, and the guy continued, in the fourth Hokage the second half of the club is sealed, and if he is placed in Naruto he will live. I also thought about it, calmly said the girl without taking her hands off her brother, but in any case we need to see a medic first. I won't be able to keep him alive for long. My strength is running out and I'm not a medic. Don't worry, I will fulfill your request. Hand smiled at him in response and quietly said words of gratitude, but at the same time she either felt that something had happened with longing and worried, looked in that direction hoping to see something, but she didn't see anything. She had similar feelings when the Akatsuki members were dying, but Sasuke can't die before they reached the shinobi army, among which was Sakura. Everyone immediately noticed that with Uzumaki something is wrong. Sakura immediately ran up to Naruto, but Gaara asked for help from the fifth Hokage, who sent Haruno with them. Why Naruto is in such a situation? What happened there? Sakura started to bombard him with questions, but Naruko only rudely interrupted her. There is no time to explain everything. Come on faster, you will find out everything on the way. Sakura wanted to be indignant, but Kazekage did not let her, and the girls had no choice but to climb onto the sand to Naruto and help them. Mountain and Naruko with Naruto reached the army of shinobi, among whom was Sakura. Everyone immediately noticed that something was wrong with Uzumaki. Haruno immediately ran up to Naruto, but Gaara asked for help from the fifth Hokage, who sent them on the move. But why Naruto was in such a situation? What happened there? Sakura began to bombard him with questions, but Ruka only rudely interrupted her. There was no time to explain everything. Come on quickly, you will find out everything on the way. Sakura wanted to be indignant, but the Kazekage did not let her, and the girls had no choice but to climb onto the sand to Naruto and help them. Sakura, using medical techniques, tried to keep Naruto alive. Weakened Ruka just sat nearby. Can I help you too? Modestly Sakura asked, with her last strength holding back her hysteria. You better help Naruto. He is from the Uzumaki clan and still breathes, but he is dying. Breathing heavily, the blonde answered. Mountain, although he did not agree with Ruka, understood that Naruto needed help more and therefore he was silent. He was grateful to the blonde, but something was trying to save all the tailed beasts and was spending all her strength on holding them, but her heart and Naruto, it was beating slower and slower until it finally stopped. Both girls shuddered from the realization that the blonde's heart was no longer beating. Sakura began to have a real hysteria, but Ruka managed to keep his mind clear, and so, giving the girls a sobering slap in the face and grabbing Sakura by the chest, she began to menacingly calm down. You are a medic, you have to stay calm, the blonde growled. I am also upset, but we don't have time for tears, we have a chance to save him. The girl finished calmly and let go of her brother's friend, but as it was already calmer, Akira continued rubbing her cheek, and then Gora told Sakura how to save Naruto and where they were going. It was clear that we still had a long way to go. Pulling herself together and asked. Sakura calmly answered the Kazekage, but you can't move us while doing Naruto. She asked the medic Ruka. She was too exhausted and had given so much strength and Gaara answered for the blonde. After his words, Sakura looked at Ruka more closely and was able to notice how exhausted the girl was and the number of her wounds. Haruno was amazed that she was still holding on. She already wanted to heal but the blonde looked straight into Sakura's eyes and shook her head negatively. I can recover myself. I was raised by the strongest shinobi renegades. Plus the genes of Uzumaki. You better focus on. My brother smiled at the hand and Sakura had no choice but to focus on Naruto. Sakura would never let Naruto die and now the girl is desperately fighting for his life. Obito resisted Black Zetsu not wanting to give Madara Rinnegan. Minato noticed this immediately but could not help his student, and somewhere out there his children were fighting. He could not help but worry about their children. Kakashi together with his sensei were thinking about how to separate Obito from Black Zetsu. They tried to drive him away but they did not succeed. Some time later the dark side of Kurama advised Minato to use chakra as a sensor so that he could feel the approach of his children and almost immediately was able to hear Sakura's voice. Mountain carefully landed their small detachment. Sakura immediately explained to Kakashi what happened to Naruto. Haruno was very nervous but on hand right. She has no right to worry. She should concentrate on saving Naruto. Minato sadly looked at his son and exhausted daughter Gaara told the fourth Hokage that Kyuubi gave him the names then, without a second of hesitation, made the right decision to save his child. Kakashi turned to his student. Figure it out here. Well, was the answer. Hatake also on hand and Gaara jumped off the list with the words, I will help you. The red-haired wanted to say something to the girl about her condition, not got ahead of him firmly, saying I'm fine, I can handle it. Minato was worried about his daughter but he saw she was confident in her decision and would not back down. He had no choice but to focus all his attention on saving his son. Folding the necessary seals with one hand he began to move the 9 in the Polish people in him. But the Black Zetsu was too agile and during the transfer was able to intercept Keiki for his brother and himself. Minato wanted to attack him, but he also quickly disappeared and Madara arrived. With his arrival he scared everyone present but none of them showed it, having set themselves up to give him a worthy rebuff to the arrival of the Uchiha. Only the Black Zetsu was happy, deciding that there was no longer any danger for him to separate from Obito. But Kakashi was a mountain and on the hands they did not get confused and tried to attack him. But the Zetsu was not a fool and therefore quickly returned to his place on the hand. Was angry not only that because of the Black Zetsu her brother could die, he does not want to tear himself away from the insults, and also Madara arrived here. Obito fight, shouted menacingly on hand. She didn't want to fight him. You're strong, you can do it, continued the girl. I believe in you. Already quieter, she finished. Obito fought with Black Zetsu Abu, they do it so easy to die. And while Madara was distracted to answer the big then he for him shinobi decided to take advantage of the chance and attack the Uchiha, but everything was in vain. Madara easily repelled all their attacks but only Obito was able to calmly approach him and wound him. He will not let down. On hand he saw in what condition the blonde arrived and she was still standing on her feet and fighting, and is he weaker not, and insults and taught a lot on hand and was glad that he helped her become so strong and confident in her rightness. She always helped him and now it's his turn to help the girl. He will save Naruto. He has no right to make a mistake, and Kakashi his old friend will help with this. On hand, I can handle it. Thank you. With a smile on her lips said Bida. He saw she needs to recover before the blonde is strong and will fight to the last, but it will be better if she recovers her strength, and you rest for now. Restore. This is an order, I obey. Also smiling answered the girl. She was glad that Toby realized the mistakes and will help them. No way she can disobey the order of her leader. Looking questioningly at her father and receiving an affirmative nod to her unspoken question, she decided to move to Sasuke and check what happened to him. Besides, support arrived here in the form of the GAI of his team on the sleeve row. They will handle it, and when Naruto wakes up she will immediately find out. Moving to Sasuke on hand noticed Kabuto leaning over him and immediately took a fighting stance, ready to attack him at any moment. But looking more closely at what he was doing, the girl calmed down as if he was helping Nipples. Blonde felt the approach of Orochimaru and the Nipple squad but did not say anything. She was still too weak and she still needed time to recover, and when Karen came running and immediately began To be indignant at the hand, she only tiredly said, "Don't yell, he is saving Sasuke, not Karen, not Suigetsu." They did not believe this, and when the red-haired woman rushed at Kabuto, the blonde stopped her and the guy explained to them the reasons for his behavior. This something he realized everything Orochimaru, knowing the essence of the technique, could not help but believe the former student and follower of Kabuto really realized everything and changed. Looking at the whole, to Orochimaru immediately noticed her exhaustion and devastation, and although she managed to recover a little, but this is not enough. And then the snake Sannin asked Karen to help the blonde. At first, Karen began to be indignant and did not want to help her sister Naruto, but as soon as Orochimaru shouted at her in a more menacing voice and the red-haired one gave in, Karen reluctantly approached Naruko and put out her hand, and when the blonde was ready to refuse, then she got an angry look Sammy na, and she had to bite Karen. "Hey, you haven't fully recovered," noticed Karen when some time later Naruko moved away. "That was enough for me, thank you," politely answered the blonde. Yes, she had not fully recovered her strength, but what she took from Karina is quite enough. And no matter how Karen did not want to be indignant, but Orochimaru supported Naruko. Karen, she was worried about her beloved nipples and kept asking Kabuto and Sasuke if everything would be okay. She probably would have managed to get everyone, but Uchiha had already woken up saying it was time to go, and Karina on hand was glad that Sasuke and woke up and ready to fight, but at the same time the blonde felt that her brother woke up and the joy was twice as strong. She without further ado, only smiling, approached Sasuke, but before heading to Madara, Uchiha decided to free two Hokage alone on hand will not be able to move them so quickly, and with him it will be faster. And as soon as the brunette freed Tobirama, then immediately asked the question, "Can you teleport, Sir?" To Hokage, then he Sasuke was hollow icy calmness and determination before. "Since I am connected with the Mark IV, but unfortunately with my current strength I can teleport only one person," calmly explained to, addressing only Sasuke, but Sasuke, and that was enough. He was determined to go alone and did not want to take anyone with him. He considered them ballast, and if Karen was upset and others held him then on hand was his own opinion. Before two Hokage can move Uchiha to Madara, but she herself can move. Besides, her brother is there, and although she trusts Obito, but she has to make sure that he is okay. "Great," joyfully exclaimed the blonde, attracting the attention of those standing nearby. "Then catch up," and immediately after these words on the hand moved to her brother Naruto. "Are you okay?" With tears in her eyes the blonde hugged her brother. She was too worried about him, and now she didn't care about the opinions of others. Lee looked at the twins in surprise, and Gaara only smiled. Naruto hugged his sister back and stepped into his sister's ear, barely audible, "And thank you," hurried Team Ri. "Here, you see, a little upset," stretched out the blonde, but a smile remained on her face. "But you are glad and believe in him," stated the Kazekage, attracting the attention of the girl. "If everything were the other way around, I would not let him go," answered on the hands, looking straight into the eyes of her interlocutor. Poor Lee could not understand anything. He translated the blonde's Adgard gaze, and back the student eye could not understand who she was, and Gaara, noticing this, hurried to explain it to him on the hand. "Sister Naruto, she is from Akatsuki." So the enemy hesitantly stretched out thickly, "Boletus, and what can't I support my only relative?" Slightly irritated, the girl clarified and offendedly turned away from Lee. "Forgive me, please, on hand son, I didn't want to offend you, it's my fault," said thickly brave. He really felt a little ashamed of his accusations, but on hand only sighed heavily. "And nothing terrible, tired," stretched out the blonde. "It's you. Forgive me for breaking down on you," and giving the guy a charming smile, ran to look for her brother. "Everything is of course fine," and Naruto and Sasuke woke up, and now they will try defeat Madara, but it is not a fact that no one will help Madara. Besides, it is still unclear whether Obito freed himself from Black Zetsu or not. If not, then it is necessary to resolve this issue as quickly as possible. Having arrived at the scene of the fight on hand, I watched an amazing picture of Sasuke and Naruto attacking Madara, but he repelled almost all of their attacks and managed to hit back. Yes, they are a level stronger, and she will not be able to help them in an open fight, but the blonde can try to help them, can't she? Squatting down and lowering her hands to the ground on hand, she concentrated. She sent her chakra underground, forming it into chains, and tried to get close to Madara, and that's when she got to him and tried to grab him. Madara was only able To dodge at the last moment, having felt Naruto's sister's chakra. This gave Naruto and Sasuke the opportunity to quickly attack their opponent. Only here my gift is more experienced and was able to dodge while taking the Sharingan from Kakashi. The girl got angry at her unsuccessful attempt. She was able to disguise her chakra, but Madara could still smell, and yes, even if it was at the last moment, but he did feel it after all. On the hand, ran up to the teacher of his brother, not knowing what to do. She was not trained in healing techniques. You are great, actually grabbed Madara, smiled. Blonde's Kakashi PF. The girl exhaled angrily, but she didn't grab him. He managed to dodge. You're lucky you could get so close to him. He couldn't help but gloat nipples, but he was just hiding his excitement behind it because Madara could have hit her on the hand. He didn't have time to answer. Sakura appeared in front of them, and when Kakashi asked Haruno what happened, and having received the girl's answer on the hand, she frowned, and when Sakura suggested that Madara had managed to take possession of 3 Naginobito, the blonde frowned even more. I don't think he won't give up so quickly, Naruto's sister said quietly. No one said anything in response to the blonde's phrase. Sasuke only asked everyone to be careful since no one knows when Madara will appear here again. Naruto also soon joined them, who helped Kakashi by returning his eye when the guys from team number 7 started arguing and so he remembered the times when they were little and argued constantly. He remembered everything that the children told him when they first met on the hand. Looking at them, she was slightly envious, and despite everything they talked a lot, and now she felt like a spare part. She smiled looking at their squabble and desperately wanted to argue with them too. Kakashi 1 felt Madara approaching, and when he asked his team if they remembered the tests with the bells only on the hand, did not understand anything, but even Naruto's answer did not shed any clarity, and the guy worried that his sister wouldn't work with them, that she would act alone, and yet not only team number 7 but also on the hand prepared for Madara's approach. Taking a quick glance at his sister, Uzumaki calmed down. She would be able to work with them on Madara's team. Not one appeared together with him. Obito arrived, who had a Sharingan instead of a Rinnegan, and when a black Zetsu responded to Naruto's call, the blonde got angry. She didn't want to believe what the parasite was saying. When Madara looked at them angrily, Sakura got scared and began to retreat, but still managed to pull herself together, and one rushed at their enemy on the hand only grinned and with her actions and tried to grab Madara again with her chakra chains, only didn't take into account that Madara, knowing her capabilities, would be ready for this and would hit, and in response the Uchiha grabbed and the chakra chains and threw the blonde as far as possible, but Sasuke managed to catch her. You're alright? Putting the blonde near Sakura, Uchiha asked without even looking at the girl, and don't dream, smiling, snapped at the hand approaching his brother. It's not that easy to kill me. Sasuke only chuckled at the blonde's second phrase. The brunette didn't want her to be here and fight with Madara, who was stronger than the girl, but at the same time Uchiha knew it wasn't that easy to give up, and it would be easier to keep an eye on the girl as she was in his field of vision. Sakura was touched by this little dialogue between the subject and sighing and Naruto's sister at Haru, but he didn't ask if everything was okay and didn't say anything at all. Although she suffered more on K, but now the pink-haired girl should pull herself together so as not to be a burden with her feelings. She'll figure it out later. Sasuke and Naruto got into a fight with Madara. She hand suggested Sakura not to interfere with the guys. Haruno wanted to object, but watching the guys fight, she realized how right the blonde was. While Naruto and Uchiha were trying to cut down a tree and cope with the power of the 6 paths himself, Madara decided to carry out his plan in the noise. He flew closer to the moon and stopped right in front of the moon, bathing in its light. In his arms, she didn't waste time. She tried to distract Madara, and although she had to do everything quickly, this time the blonde was in no hurry. She wouldn't have a second chance, only one attempt, and everything carefully guiding and at the same time masking her chakra chains on her hand. She moved them in bunches gradually, smoothly, slowly, so that he wouldn't feel them ahead of time, and the chakra had already circled Madara's legs. The last jerk. But it was too late. She grabbed him too late. His eye was open. She was late, and Madara only laughed. He did it. Yes, it was his victory. Sasuke landed abruptly near Kakashi, Sakura and the twins, hiding them from the moonlight so as not to get caught in a genjutsu. Her hand was angry. She didn't have time to stop herself even though she had such an opportunity. Naruto approached his sister and hugged her. Don't blame yourself, it's not your fault, tried to calm the girl. Naruto gently stroking her back. No, I didn't have time, desperately answered the blonde on the hand. We couldn't stop him either, it's not the only one you're to blame, calmly said Nipples, but we can fix everything, believe in us. I'll try, very quietly and sadly responded the blonde, and something Uchiha was right, but the feeling of guilt didn't go away, it only slightly dulled, and the girl only squeezed her brother tighter in her arms. When on the hand calmed down a little and let go of her brother, then Naruto wanted to go outside to help the others, but Sasuke immediately stopped him. Not now, later, when they have a chance to fix everything, and this time they will really cope after some time. And Sakura asked Sasuke what was happening outside, but the guy only snapped back. And then Kakashi supported his student. Everyone was interested to know, although they had no idea, and when Uchiha didn't answer, Naruto began indignant, but Kakashi quickly calmed down the blonde, and also Hatake offered Nipples to lead the 7th squad. She had to join them, of course. Naruto could not help but be indignant that the brunette was offered to become the main one, and yet in the end Nipples in general terms told what was happening outside. Everyone calmly waited when it would be possible to go outside without fear of getting under the illusion. Sakura was saddened by the behavior of Nipples. She was angry at the rudeness of the brunettes around. Naruto was simply angry at the Uchiha, and Kakashi only watched them. It was worth removing Nipples. Susanna, as they saw Madara, into whom chakra entered, and he was almost torn apart by it. Naruto and his sister tried to stop it, but they failed. Madara's long hair managed to grab everyone and block the movement. What Madara turned into scared absolutely everyone. No one expected to see how the mind was the first to be hit. Naturally, Sasuke and Naruto as carriers of powers and which conceal her, but fortunately the guys managed to fight back. They both understood it would be much more difficult to deal with her than with Madara, and this was the most terrible thing in their situation. But one thing could not but please in this whole situation: Black Zetsu let go of the bat. It was worth it. As you and pass in the immediate vicinity of Sakura somehow trembled with fear. However, on the hand was not much behind her, although it did not tremble, but the whole body of the blonde was gripped by horror. Still, from Suzuki knows how to instill fear when one unexpectedly moved them to another reality and began to fall in the head of Kakashi, clinging to the scroll, hung himself and caught Sakura. Nipples called a hawk and caught Naruto on the hand, used its chakra chains to cling to them, and caught Obito, Kakashi, and it was hard for the hand to hold itself and its burden, but they held on. They have no right to give up now. And when the scroll of pairs also attacks with Sakura began to fall, Naruto managed to catch them on the hand, also rushed to save, but her brother turned out to be faster, and the forces are not infinite. Naruto entrusted his friend's sister to his shadow dodge, at least on the hand held on with her own forces. Clone Naruto looked after her, ready to catch if she breaks. Only here she held not only herself but also Obito, whom had handed over to the clone. Only here the blonde did not ask her hand her opinion, just took and enforcing dispel the force on the hand, tried to get close to Gu, and just as once was able to get close to Madara. Only here she was much more an observer, not an Uchiha, and immediately noticed the blonde's attempts and immediately stopped them by hitting the chakra chains. Receiving a sensitive blow on the hand, fell silent. On hand, be careful, don't worry, we LL manage, smiled clone Naruto, helping blonde overcome pain. On hand only smiled back at him and thanked him for help. No, she won't give up so easily. Later she will try to help her brother and Nipples again, and now she will watch the guys fight. And like you and the girl saw that the guys were discussing something, it looked like they were preparing some kind of terrible attack. The blonde was interested to see what her brother had prepared. However, Sakura didn't lag behind her, also watched Naruto's attack with great interest and tension, but what they saw shocked both of them. The technique that Uzumaki used to some extent affected all the girls present. The guy was really able to disperse for a while, like you, and however, like the other two girls. Only Sakura quickly came to her senses and began to be indignant after her Nora swayed and laughed. She liked such an unusual technique, but the most amazing thing in this situation was that the technique worked, and Naruto, thanks to the technique, was able hit like mind. Naruto, later you and me and teach. Still laughing, shouted the blonde. Naruto was confused, not knowing what to answer his sister. On the one hand, cool, she liked his technique and he can teach her something, but on the other hand this is his sister were to study such techniques. Help the blonde Sasuke, will not he teach you this technique? Uchiha sternly said, attacking like mind Naruto. Do not be distracted. Naruto had nothing left but to blame, smile and throw up his hands like, well, what to do? Uchiha forbade and continued the attack only from Suzuki Kagaya. It was not so easy again. We will move to another location this time. They found themselves in the winter season when she moved the nipples to another. Naruto's dimension was literally a second short of grabbing and pulling him out, and the blonde was left alone with how the clone of Naruto with the guys was in a slightly different place and they could not see what was happening. When Naruto said that they did not feel the nipples on his hand, frowned. Asakura was scared for the brunette, but for a long time to experience their emotions the girl gave me. The awakened Obito. Uchiha was confused, and the first one he noticed was Kakashi, which slightly touched his hand, but even despite this plan Dinka was glad that Obito was reaching out. Toby, the blonde, exclaimed joyfully and hugged the guy tightly. She was very worried about him. Obito hugged the girl in response, stroking her dad's head. The guy was pleased that despite everything the girl did not turn away from him. And is still worried that with Madara you defeated him? Excited asked Uchiha, pushing away from himself in his arms. No. Kakashi hesitated a little. Everything ended a little wrong, and then the clone of Naruto tried to explain what happened, but the upholstered one did not even listen to the end, demanding to show him the battlefield. The blonde was angered by this fact, and she rather menacingly asked him not to leave since he was still weak. Clone Naruto and Sakura supported the girl, and the brunette had no choice but to listen to the blonde and sit quietly near them. At the same time, the guys decided to help Naruto a little and therefore went to look for the place of the battle. None of them wanted to lose because they could be useful, but they were not going to interfere. Along the way, Obito clarified the slope of the details about sealing like you. But to help him he needs to understand how and where she could go ski. I'll get distracted a little, and the girl said, watching the battle of her brother and Tsutsuki like you, and coming closer and creating clones on her hand attacked, which giving a break to her brother. After what the blonde said, Sakura expected some result, although she did not really hope for it, and seeing that none of the clones' attacks on her hand were successful and Naruto's sister remained in place, Haruno could not get angry, but what was all this for? Only angered her and attracted attention to us. Irritated, said once hair and went to the blonde to take her by the shoulder and turned to face herself. After the attacks of her clones on the hand, sat down and stared intently at what holding near her lips a complex seal. Do not interfere with her, stopped Kuru. Obito, catching her hand, watching the reaction of the blonde, he was able to understand why all those unsuccessful attempts were needed and what the blonde was trying to achieve. Yes. How I interfere with her? Haruno was indignant. She no longer tried to grab the blonde and just stood nearby. The girl just did not understood what the to boil, and it angered her. On the hand is not much stronger than her and behaves as if it can do something. Kagaya, clone Naruto, watching this squabble, managed to take a closer look at their opponent and understand what the blonde Sakura-chan was trying to achieve. Don't worry, on the hand knows what it's doing, smiled the clone. Perhaps Haruno would have continued to be indignant and seek the truth, but Uzumaki's sister's nose started bleeding from overexertion, and the girl, as a real ninja medic, could not help but help her, but both again did not allow touching the blonde. Explosion, the girl said sharply, letting go of her chakra as soon as she noticed that, as if I had discovered her little spiders from Daidara's exploding clay, and as soon as Kagaya grabbed them, the girl activated her beetles, forcing them to hit like and with little lightning bolts, and a given attack the opponent's hand went numb for a while, and this helped distract their opponent. You can even take it like that, stretched out both, then watching the exploding little ones, lightning bugs. Explosion, not always effective, wincing, answered hand, allowing Sakura to heal herself. Good that Didar can't hear you. Uchiha smiled, remembering some of the pranks of these two blondes, so he helped me in their development, calmly explained the girl, though we never had time to test it in action. And why the explosion is ineffective, asked Kakashi, winced too loudly. The blonde winced. It was hard to convince Deidara that she was right. She had been persuading him for more than a year for this. Godar agreed with you, didn't believe it, but hand only shrugged and slyly smiled, stretched out, and he had no choice. He lost the argument. Obito only shook his head. Think when did they manage to do all this? Thank you moving away. Thanks Sakura, you are a great medic and I can't even treat a small scratch. The blonde complained. Sakura was pleased praise and the girl blushed a little for the embarrassment. I will teach you simple medical techniques later. Really was happy. Hand, thank you. On hands hugged Sakura and then hugged the blonde back. At that moment Haruno thought that on the arm is not so bad and they could become good friends. Everyone stop this tenderness. Chickens come off. The blonde said Bita, don't be jealous, I love you too. Smiled on the arm hugging the guy, to which he only sighed heavily. So let's gather our strength and take out the nipples. That time hugging MPA interfered Kakashi, and as if the blonde did not want to continue, but it is necessary to return Sasuke and accept Bit. None of them can cope with this. Clone Naruto, Sakura and Obito were going to go in search of the nipple and Kakashi and on the arm should stay and help the real Naruto distract attention as at and before the arrival of the nipple. Only here how was not so stupid and went after them. Naruto, Kakashi and on the hand remained and waited for the return of the others and soon returned to them to buy, with which the blonde decided to fight the army of her shadows of their clones' attacks, and the blonde decided not to interfere given the new circumstances. Uzumaki was hard and on the hand decided to intervene. This time you were of no use to her, which simply destroyed the clones of Naruto, turning them into ashes, but the guy stubbornly did not give up and soon returned to the district. Obito together with Sasuke, and how could I capture Naruto and pierce him? Only this was a clone, they are real Naruto. As I thought to the ghoul, the first thing I noticed was nipples when I returned wounded on the hand only, and as if I did not expect an attack from the guys, and transferred everyone to dimensions with strong attraction where I had an advantage no one could watch as if trying to kill Sasuke and Naruto. So Kakashi Obito rushed to their defense, only here Uchiha did not allow his friend to die and managed to move the spike flying into Kakashi, but Tobi was wounded. She screamed in fear at Ruka and tears started to flow from her eyes. She didn't want him to die, but she was too weak to approach him. Obito couldn't let any of them die, he was to blame. He started all this, he had to answer, but the guy was scared to leave the baby alone. Kakashi should take care of her. Ruka please asked, but he knew he was going to die and wanted their baby to be happy and safe. Naruto couldn't help but try to heal the Uchiha, but his strength didn't help. And when Black Vitya started to blame Tobi, he simply agreed it was pointless to deny the truth, especially if he admitted it. All that was left was to accept it and try to fix everything, which is what Obito was trying to do. Ruka was able to find the strength to crawl to Bit. She was still crying and didn't want him to die. The girl quietly muttered under her breath through her tears, what kind of assholes you all are, you left me all alone. What should I do now? Ruka, don't cry, you know how much I love your smile, Obito said easily, stroking the blonde's head. He never liked tears. The baby was little before he did everything to make her smile, and now he became a parable of her tears. Naruto, don't leave her. And before crumbling into dust asked Obito, but Naruto wasn't going to leave his sister anyway, and after his death Uchiha decided to make a farewell gift to his friend. He gave him his Sharingan. Now Kakashi will be able to take good care of their little miracle. Sasuke didn't want to look at her crying hand, only if the tears of other girls irritated him. Then in this case he wanted to do everything to return the girl's smile, but he didn't know how to calm her down, and Naruto was angry because of Obito's death, so the guy just came up and hugged the girl. The blonde buried her nose in his shoulder and hugged him around the waist. It was able to calm her down a little. Sakuya was also sad about this whole situation, Obito's death for making her, but the nipples of the one hugging her on the hand did not help to calm down. Haruno felt so lonely. If only anger for the death of the upholstered desire to win was present in everyone, and by uniting they were able to strike both Kaguya and Sasuke together with Naruto seal her after. The guys were able to touch like and seal her before returning to their reality. On the hand took off her cloak. I collected Obito's ashes, I have to bury him. Looking at the puzzled faces, the girl calmly said and continued her business. And what about your cloak? Pointing at the improvised bag with her finger asked Naruto. I was left completely alone, everyone died having stopped collecting ashes. The girl said, I doubt that anyone will want to become part Akatsuki, so we'll have to bury him too. The girl said sadly, looking at the cloak. Now you're not alone. Naruto smiled and went up to his sister to help her. You'll have a new life and a family. PF snorted nipples at the words of his friend, but joined into Help also joined them porridge, and after them Sakura sighed heavily. All together they coped pretty quickly and managed in time. Soon everyone around began to be attracted to Kaguya, and Naruto did not forget Black Moses sending him to mom. After that everyone relaxed, but Sakura would remember where they were and panicked, and Naruto, together with her on hand, only laughed at their reactions but inside also worried about the current situation. Not for long they panicked. Soon the Sage of the Six Paths called all the tailed beasts and along with them the guys back to their dimensions. They were a little surprised by this method of movement, although they were happy to return home. Looking back, they could see a huge summoning seal, and those who did it with the return of Naruto on hand easily greeted Minato with his children. He was glad that the twins were able to return alive. Naruto and his sister, clutching a folded cloak stuffed with dust breasts, were pleasantly surprised. The Sage of the Six Paths explained to them that they returned home to their world and that they were summoned with the help of the joint efforts of all the past Kage. The guys were not very surprised by his presence and therefore were able to calmly listen to the old man, and while he was talking to Kakashi, Naruto managed to notice Kurama with joyful cries ran up to the forest with a man in the club shouted at Uzumaki, but he didn't care. He was glad to see his friend again on hand. Come here. Turning to Naruto shouted to his sister, the blonde still holding the bundle with ashes to her chest. Obito carefully approached her brother. Look, the blonde happily continued, turning to the forest. This is a beauty. My sister, on her hand, was embarrassed by the words of the blonde, and Kurama only chuckled and agreed that she was a beauty. The guy kept talking and talking to the forest. Soon the blonde joined his story, and the two of them, laughing, told various stories. The forest's nipples smiled, looking at the twins, and he was especially pleased with the girl's smile, even though she was still holding the bundle with ashes, but no longer crying from despair. Yes, she had lost her entire family, but had acquired a brother. The Uchiha could not help but be happy for the blonde. They could probably chat about everything for a long time. Soon Mei and Naruto would brag to everyone about his sister, but the words of the Sage of the Six Paths about the fact that it was time to free all the Kage from the technique, your decisions, made the blondes become a little more serious. They did not want their father he left so quickly. They still need to talk to him, and in many ways Kurama saw Naruto's confusion and sent you in Minato's arms. They were sad they didn't have time to tell him so much happy birthday. Children, as soon as the sun began to appear over the horizon, Minato, as a loving father with a smile, congratulated his children. Seeing the equally founded lost faces of the children, his smile became wider, but still the twins were happy about it. Them smiling at the same time said, "Thank you, Dad. I promise I'll tell you everything." Jackpot, and didn't promise fourth Hokage novice. As the children quickly pulled themselves together with a smile, interrupting each other, began to tell their father to pass them on to their mother so that she wouldn't worry about them, about their achievements and how good they were. Only soon it became harder to talk on hand because of tears. Naruto also didn't last long, and in the end he started crying. He talked about his dream of becoming Hokage and that he would take care of his sister. When Minato's soul finally left, the twins hugged, trying to calm each other down. Everyone watching, they were shocked by what they saw and heard. No one expected to see such a touching and intimate moment, especially Sasuke. Uchiha wanted to go up to the girl himself and hug her to calm her down, but the brunette quickly drove away this impulse. The sun was rising and all the Kage began to return to where their souls were called from. It seemed that everything ended well. Only the nipples did not think so. He wanted to subjugate all the tailed beasts and kill the 5 Kage that were in the eternal dry. Only Naruto could not allow him to do this and got involved in a fight with Uchiha. On the hand was struck by the sharp changes in the nipples, although it seemed to her that she knew him. Apparently she still does not know well, since he decided to do so. She wanted it was necessary to interfere, but understood this fight should be only between the two of them and she would be superfluous. Let's go, pulled Sakura by the hand. Blonde, let's not interfere with them. Sakura did not at least give in, and her gaze was Ustream Lena nipples. They need to be stopped. Sakura screamed. She said a lot of other things after the leaving Uchiha. Her hand was still holding her hand, waiting for Uchiha's answer to all confessions. Sakura, she expected to hear anything but not what he did, hit Haruno, knocking out her Nipples was indignant at Hand. Your words were enough that you were tired of her. I would have taken her away myself. Kakashi was also indignant, but Sasuke had already turned on the mask of cold indifference to everything. I answered only to the words of his teacher. He simply did not know what to say at Hand and therefore decided to remain silent. The blonde also did not say anything else, holding the girl's head hopelessly in love with Uchiha at Hand. It was a pity for Sakura, but she would not pity her but would help to forget the one who caused her so much pain. But only at the end the blonde quietly threw after him, I thought you changed after that conversation with Itachi. Naruto, it was painful to watch his sister. He saw that she liked Sasuke. Uzumaki knows how much pain Uchiha managed to cause Sakura, and he would not want his sister to suffer too. He has to knock all the nonsense out of this idiot's head, so he left after him. Everything will be decided there. They will fight again in the Valley of Completion, only this time they will decide everything once and for all. They were left alone. 3 to distract themselves from worries on Hand. With the help of Kakashi brought Sakura to her senses. They settled down near a large stone. When feelings of worry for the guys began to cover the blonde again, Kakashi did not dare to turn to Sensei in the arms of team number 7 that raised an eyebrow in surprise. Hataki, looking straight at the girl, help me dispel about the hobbit, very quietly asked the blonde. Kakashi could not help but agree. So as not to think about Sasuke, Sakura decided to help them, and they saw no reason to refuse. Hey, but soon, having settled down again near the stone, different thoughts started to come to the girls' heads. Only Sakura was able to distract Kakashi with a conversation, but the Hand was left to itself. They waited a long time, and when it became quiet they decided to check what was going on there. And if I want to fight you again, breathing heavily only and near, Naruto asked Sasuke. Yes, he changed his mind and he was a little ashamed of his behavior. Team, exclaimed Naruto, who was lying near the pacifier and breathing heavily. This will not happen. Why are you so sure of this? Doubted Uchiha. He doubted himself that something like this could happen and he would want to kill the blonde again. You like my sister and you don't want to upset her, smiled the blonde. He was sure of what he was saying, let Naruto look like a fool, but he couldn't help but notice the Uchiha's interest in his sister. But if anything, I'll stop you on the Hand. They love Itachi, they do me, answered Sasuke. The brunette remembers how she suffered after his brother's death. Team Naruto was indignant. He had to admit sympathy on the Hand's nipples, and grimacing he told his friend about it. If she still loves your brother, then she wouldn't follow you everywhere under the guise of a task to look after you. Dabi, stop calling names, was indignant Nipples, but he still didn't believe Uzumaki's words. It doesn't mean anything. She's worried about you. If she was indifferent to you. Naruto sighed tiredly. He was already tired of explaining to this idiot that his sister likes him. He was angry because of the mistrust of his words. She wouldn't look at you with the same look as Sakura-chan, but continued more calmly, you really like it. Anyone will notice, and I don't mind that my sisters will be such a strong guy. H&M still didn't believe Nipples, but hope has already settled in his heart. I hope you're right, very quietly finished Uchiha, but Naruto didn't answer anything, only smiled. Finally he was able to reach him. Only they finished discussing Naruto's sister as the girl immediately appeared near them, followed by Sakura with Kakashi, who helped two guys stay alive after the deadly fight that they arranged, having received first aid from Sakura guys or Eternal Father Kemi having returned to real life. Everyone who fell under this technique, now everything will work out. Some time later, when Kakashi released Nipples from prison, then Uchiha expressed a desire to travel a little. He needs to think about and accept a lot. Also, it would be a good way to protect the village from the attack of those who want to get his eyes. And what with on hand at the exit from the village where Kakashi and Sakura saw him off, asked Nipples, and what could be wrong with him? Phlegmatic asked a question to Hataki, but still decided to explain to the long-lasting brunette she was found not guilty since both of them kidnapped her as a baby. She almost never killed anyone before. Her help in the war played a significant role in making this decision, and yesterday they let her go. Only now she has to finish the academy. Clearly, calmly answered the guy. He did not show his anger and resentment that the girl never came to see him off. What am I glad about this? And it was said sincerely. He is really glad that the blonde was found not guilty and she will have a chance for a normal life. Smiling at his thoughts, he moved forward. Sakura was upset. She did not expect this, and also these questions of his. Sister Naruto Haruno smiled sadly at the retreating figure of Uchiha Kakashi. Clearly saw that Sakura was upset and slightly hugging the girl by the shoulders. He decided to take her to the village. It would be better if she could stop loving nipples. He would never have her again, sadly thought Hataki, seeing the girl in the village. Something and we did not think that you would come here, smiled Sasuke. Joy that the Uzumaki twins together came to see him off. There were big nipples. You will come back, right? Asked on hand. She dressed in her brother's old tracksuit seemed so cute to him. The blonde leaned against the tree and copied her brother's pose, yet they are so similar and at the same time so different. Yes, and you stay trying not to show strong interest, asked Uchiha. He was ready to change his mind if the blonde asked him about it. He was ready to take her. She only had to ask, but the girl did not ask him anything like that. Yeah, I need to become a normal shinobi, the girl proudly declared. Naruto only snorted at this phrase. Sisters decided to leave them alone, throwing a short good luck at the end, and the girl evaporated. She smiled and, breaking away from the tree, she approached Sasuke as close as possible, stood on her toes and lightly touched his lips with hers. I will wait for you, she whispered quietly on the hand, embarrassed by her actions. As soon as this phrase escaped the blonde's lips, her nipples somehow immediately disappeared. He only smiled smugly. Now he will definitely return some time after the battle between Sasuke and Naruto. Almost all the prison cells were filled. They contained some of the most dangerous criminals who were members of the criminal organization Akatsuki. They were all waiting for their sentence and trying to believe in the best, although each of them understood that they would not be let go so easily. They would have to answer for their actions. On the hand, she understood that they would not be able to let her go. She had spent too much time in the criminal organization and had managed to do a lot. The girl hoped that her help in the war would give some concessions, but in any case, she was ready for any decision. The blonde sat with her eyes closed, leaning against the wall and thinking. She thought much about what she had already managed to do and for now Turn and Sasuke about how everything could have turned out if it had been upholstered and had not taken away, so that she would have had it then and so that she would lose her thoughts. Interrupted the sixth Hokage. He calmly approached the blonde's world and opened it. But what about Uzumaki on your hand? You are free at the exit, phlegmatically stated Kakashi. Only the girl looked at him with her blue eyes in which the question was read. How her hands and feet were tied so that her hand would not be, and the chances of escape were definitely. Hit himself on the forehead. Hokage, forgive me for was, and smiling the man entered. The blonde released the camera and they went out into the street together where Naruto was waiting for them on the arm. The blonde exclaimed joyfully as soon as he saw his sister. He, without waiting for the girl to reach him herself, ran up to her and hugged her, and the blonde hugged him back, a little embarrassed. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. For nothing, with a smile, answered Hataki. He was glad to see the smiling twins. He, as Obito asked, take care of Naruto's sister. Naruto, you can go home now, but tomorrow she should be at the academy. We will make a real kunoichi out of her. Okay, joyfully answered Uzumaki and Pavel, his sister, to his home. On the way, Naruto told about everything he saw and what he could remember on the arm. She listened with joy to everything the guy told her and asked clarifying questions herself. Naruto couldn't help but take his sister to Kuna's ramen in the evening, and what was his joy! It was worth finding out that the blonde also loves ramen. The owner warmly welcomed and fed the twins. The man was happy for the people and he was pleased to get another fry. The left client after the meal. They still went home. Naruto wanted to show his sister some more places, but she said that she needed a rest. The time she spent behind bars was not a vacation, and the guy could not refuse his sister come in, opening the door to his apartment. The blonde said, here it is. True, a little messy, sorry. The guy got embarrassed. It's okay. Crossing the threshold of the apartment, she said on hand she was not worried about the mess and she herself liked to throw things around. Only Itachi quickly taught her to clean up. I'll clean up a little later if you don't mind examining her new place of residence. The girl got a little embarrassed. If it's not difficult for you, the guy answered, not without embarrassment. In fact, Naruto's apartment was pretty tidy, only some things were lying around out of place, and it was a little dusty due to the long absence of the guy on hand. She wanted to go to the shower, but she had nothing to change into, and the girl, red as a tomato, went to her brother who was in The kitchen. Sorry, but you don't have any clothes for me otherwise other than that for now. Why, hand on yourself, nothing else. Oh yeah, sorry, completely forgot. Tomorrow we'll buy you something if you want, smiled Naruto and went into the room to look for something suitable, rummaging around a bit. In the closet he pulled out a clean old tracksuit. I can only offer this, everything else will be for you. Thank you very much, that's quite enough, smiled the blonde, and taking the guy's things closed in the bathroom. As soon as the door closed behind the girl, Naruto started cleaning the apartment. He somehow didn't think about the fact that his sister would live here, putting away her things and wiping the dust. He wondered where she was. Will sleep bed then, he has one on hand. Not long was in the shower, living almost only with guys. The girl learned to quickly take a shower and spend a minimum of time on everything necessary, changing into an old tracksuit Naruto, which was slightly too big for her, and wrapping a towel around her head, she left the bathroom. It was already dark outside and Naruto was making a sleeping place on the floor from everything he could find at home. However, at the same time he again managed to scatter things. Come on, lie down on the bed, said the blonde, and ran into the bathroom on hand. Did not have time to say anything, and going into the room sat down on the bed and began to dry her hair. He decided to wait for his brother, but he was gone for too long. He began to overcome, and when Naruto came out of the shower the girl was already lying in bed, and as it seemed to him she was sleeping. Sighing heavily, the blonde began to lay down on the floor, but then on hand turned over and lifted the blanket. Lie down. There is enough space for us. Without opening her eyes the girl quietly said. Naruto wanted to object to something, but his sister did not let him do this. I'm not used to sleeping alone, I can't fall asleep. Uzumaki doesn't need much persuasion. After a minute he was sleeping in an embrace with his sister on the bed. Falling asleep, the guy was thinking about the fact that he either needed to buy a bigger bed or another one. The next day, when Kakashi released the nipples from prison, the Uchiha expressed a desire to travel a little. He needs to think about a lot and accept also. This would be a good way to protect the village from the attack of those who want to get his eyes. And what about sleep? A hand at the exit from the village where Kakashi and Sakura saw him off, asked about the nipples, and what could be wrong with him. Phlegmatic, asked Hatake a question, but still decided to explain. Musa's look at the brunette. She was found innocent since both of them kidnapped her. As a baby, she almost never killed anyone before. Her help in the war played a significant role in making this decision, and yesterday they released her, only now she must graduate from the academy. The guy answered calmly and clearly. He did not show his anger and resentment at the fact that the girl never came to see him off. What am I glad about this? And this was said sincerely. He is really glad that the blonde was recognized innocent and she will have a chance for a normal life. Smiling at his thoughts he moved forward. Sakura was upset. This was not what she expected, and also these questions of his about her sister. Naruto Haruno smiled sadly at the retreating figure of Uchiha. Kakashi saw perfectly well that Sakura was upset, and slightly hugging the girl by the shoulders he decided to take her to the village. It would be better if she could stop loving nipples. He would never have her, sadly thought Hatake, seeing the girl in the village. Something and telling, did not think that you would come here, smiled Sasuke. Joy that the Uzumaki twins and both came to see him off. There was a big nipple. You'll come back, right? asked on hand. She was dressed in her brother's old tracksuit. It seemed so cute to him. The blonde leaned against the tree and copied her brother's pose, yet they are so similar and at the same time so different. Yes, and you stay trying not to show strong interest? asked Uchiha. He was ready to change his mind. If the blonde asked him about it, he was ready to take her. She only had to ask. But the girl didn't ask him anything like that. Yeah, I need to become a normal shinobi, the girl proudly declared. Naruto only snorted at this phrase of his sister's, decided to leave them alone, throwing a short good luck, and the girl disappeared. Smiled, and breaking away from the tree she came up to Sasuke as close as possible, stood on her toes and lightly touched his lips with hers. I will wait for you, she whispered quietly on hand, embarrassed by her actions. As soon as this phrase escaped the blonde's lips, somehow immediately the nipples disappeared. Only smiled smugly. Now he will definitely return. A few weeks later, shinobi school. Empty classroom. Ruka sat on the first desk and dangled her legs. The girl was waiting for Shikamaru, who was telling her general information about the structure of the shinobi world and other things. Today most likely he will ask her Questions the answers to which he told her on their previous missions, and she will answer because they remember perfectly well everything that he did not tell. Besides, most of the information was once told to her by Itachi or other members of Akatsuki and the previous family, and they all died, all except her, and despite the fact that they were considered criminals for NARUKO, they were the best wonderful family they allot and taught both bad and good. Yes, she had to carry out many different not very good missions, but never forced the blonde to kill. All the same, Obito in his own way took care of her. They were able to raise and educate and such as she is, and perhaps they did it pretty well. Oh, NARUKO, you are already here. Slightly surprised Shikamaru, entering the class and closing the door behind him. And what are you, such a sad? Naruto offends. Even if this question was with a grain of humor, only Shikamaru's look said that if Naruto offended the blonde, then later they will get it from their friend on hand. Only smiled at his question. No, we Naruto, everything is fine. And seeing the silent question in the eyes of the guy who was still standing near the door, the girl had to explain her condition. I just exhaled heavily. The girl gathered her strength and began to speak. I just remembered my previous life in Akatsuki, remembered them all, but seeing surprise and a bit of not understanding, the girl sighed irritably and decided to finish with revelations. They were not as bad as and think in the end it was they who raised me like this with me. They behaved completely differently, but realizing that Shikamaru was not guilty of anything, she tried to calm down and change the subject. Okay, let's start our classes. Saying this, the girl jumped off the desk and walked around and sat down on a chair. Shikamaru also went to the teacher's desk and sat down. You misunderstood me. Sighing heavily, Burroughs decided to justify himself to the blonde. Just and fought with them, and they killed my teacher. A little strange to hear about them, but all the good mood was irretrievably lost, and Shikamaru understood this perfectly. Okay, today I'll ask you a little and we'll continue. And these two started a lesson. Time flew by very quickly, and after a few hours Shikamaru decided to let the girl go. Oh yeah, opens the door. Remembered the guy. The day after tomorrow Iruka-sensei will take your exam. The blonde was surprised. Getting up, the guy nodded. And what will happen on this exam? The girl asked with some excitement and fear. Don't worry, nothing complicated. Throw a kunai and complete several tasks. Answer a couple of questions, and as a result you will receive a bandage. With a smile completed the list of what will happen on the exam. I will become a kunoichi of Konoha. The girl asked again with disbelief, and having received an affirmative nod from her teacher, she happily jumped, but then as if she remembered something and became sad. That is when our lessons will stop. Nora was even surprised by such a reaction. He thought that the girl would be glad to finish her studies, but that's not what he expected. Most likely yes, but I'll still ask the Hokage. The guy promised, throwing his hands behind his head. Thank you. The girl smiled and closing her eyes, the guy left the class on hand. Also didn't wait long and ran out after him, hurrying home to her brother. Of course everyone loved him, but they still treated her with caution, except for some of Naruto's friends. But the girl wasn't very worried about this, considering that everything would still work out. It was not for nothing that she received the second chance and will use it to the fullest. In general, Shikamaru liked to spend time sleeping. She was quite an interesting conversationalist, and sometimes during their lesson they played in shock. The blonde was quite a strong opponent, but she had never managed to defeat the brunette, and every time after saying goodbye to the girl, Shikamaru went and reported to the Hokage about how everything went. Be today. Standing in the Hokage's office, the guy thought about today and their conversations. Mr. Hokage, having finished his main report, Bruce began. No, I asked. No, Mr. With a smile asked Kakashi, but seeing a seriously minded assistant sighed. Say what you wanted. I thought about the future fate on the hand of Hataki. Questioningly raised an eyebrow, silently asking to continue, so here scratched his nose and Shikamaru for distribution into teens. She is already too old, and what do you suggest? Putting his chin on his folded hands asked the Hokage. She is not bad. I would recommend her to the personal squad of the Umbu Hokage. I am sure that her results on the exam will be brilliant, considering her teachers. Kakashi was surprised. Before, sometimes we talked a little about her life in Akatsuki, so each member of this organization taught her something, and thanks to this she owns the techniques of all the elements. Even so, what would losing such a fighter be? The biggest stupidity. Then you will do and in training, ordered Kakashi Shikamaru. Smiled with satisfaction. They will be able to practice together a little more and being in the personal squad of the Umbu Hokage, the girl will be the most protected, will be able to show everyone her devotion to the village. Already at the door of the guy shouted Hataki, and what is her main one then the element? Phlegmatically asked Six Lightning without turning around. The guy answered and left. The Hokage's office. Lightning means thoughtfully stretched out the copy ninja. But then smiled at his thoughts and continued working. Well, how about the exam? Naruto asked his sister with excitement. He was waiting for her near the gates of the academy, and as soon as he saw the girl he immediately ran up to her with his questions, smiled perfectly on the hand, and showed her brother her headband. The guy's joy was expressed by strong hugs. Well done, I'm so glad, whispered the blonde, still hugging his sister. I'm also pretty, whispered in response the blonde, hugging her brother. These two happily still hugging headed to Ichiraku. On the way they met Naruto fans, but at the sight of on the hand they were embarrassed and did not dare to approach their idol. Also on the way they met Sakura, who sincerely congratulated, and Naruto's sister Sakura was a little unpleasant that on the hand likes Sasuke, but after talking with her a little, Haruno came to the conclusion that the blonde is not so bad, they are even somewhat similar. She liked to communicate with her, so the girl happily accepted the twins' offer and went to celebrate with them in Ichiraku. The three of them sat happily and then went for a walk. They happily reached the playground when Naruto remembered urgent matters and ran off somewhere. The girls just smiled and sat down on a bench. More seriously, Sakura began, and you are not like I thought you were after our first meeting. The truth and what I turned out to be. The blonde smiled. You are the best kind, with a soft smile. The pink-haired one answered, now I understand why you like nipples. If you us a minute of revelation, then you didn't like it at first either, seriously said on hand. Sakura looked at the girl in surprise. Why didn't you like me? Couldn't understand. She you wanted to kill Sasuke. This is the first, calmly answered the blonde. First, and what then? The second, asked Sakura. And the second, you have a lot of common memories with him and you are dear to him from the country on, said Uzumaki, and thought of course was indignant. Haruno, if I am dear to him, then why the did he try to kill me that day? And even during the war he didn't give a about me. You don't understand, smiled softly on hand. He and Naruto tried to kill, and he is the closest friend and you are dear to him even though as a friend. The girl asked sadly, maybe we are destined to be friends. Looking at the blue sky, expressed her opinion. Sakura is that bad, surprised sister Naruto, and too much. You began to communicate with the sixth Hokage. Slyly extended the blonde. Sakura lowered her head and blushed like a tomato. She herself did not understand what was happening to her. Kakashi-sensei, yes, this is not the topic she wanted to talk about. Yes, nothing like that. Haruno embarrassedly tried to refute the assumptions of her new friend, but she only continued to smile slyly. Our Hokage likes you, he's just afraid, calmly said on hand, getting up from the bench on which they were sitting. Okay, I also have to run, and with a happy smile Uzumaki ran away, leaving Sakura in bewilderment. She also likes the girl at first and smiled happily, but a second later she came to her senses and shouted menacingly Uzumaki, but the blonde only smiled happily, heading in the right direction. Shikamaru personally was engaged in training on her hands, joining the personal Umbu squad of the Hokage, but all the time that they spent together the guy understood that the blonde would be loyal to Kakashi and would not dare to betray him. She is true to her principles. If the order contradicts them, then she will try to find a compromise. She is not one of those who will kill other shinobi. She would rather let them live but take them prisoner. Yes, she will become one of the best, and after some time on the hand joined the ANBU squad. The former member of Akatsuki was received coolly, but no one dared to openly challenge the decision of the Hokage, and they had no choice but to tolerate the girl. However, after several missions some changed their opinion about the girl and began to communicate normally with her, but there were also those who were not satisfied with this. Then they decided to eliminate the problem, and although this idea settled in the heads of the dissatisfied, but no one took active steps in drawing up a plan for its implementation until a convenient opportunity for this arose. The Hokage decided to send a small detachment on a mission led by Sakura and several members of the Umbu including Ruka. They had to go to a small village that was located near the border of the Land of Fire and help people who suffered from criminals who tried to capture this settlement. The mission was not difficult, but the main burden fell on the shoulders of and Rainin that should help in the treatment of those in need. About this detachment, one owned medical techniques, and the main task of the Umbu was to help the civilian population as well as protect Sakura and if necessary help a small detachment set off. An hour after receiving the mission, they reached their destination quite quickly and immediately upon arrival got down to business. The work progressed quickly and productively. No one interfered with them. They did everything that was required of them and did not cope with all the affairs. In a few days they could already return home. The guys did not stay in the village for a long time, and having completed all the formalities went back to their village. The detachment passed through the forest when the guys decided to act. They doubted for a long time whether to do this, and choosing a convenient moment that they came to the fact that if not now, that's not when they started to act. After the signal of the eldest of them, one approached Sakura with a precise blow, knocked out the girl and the second, who was standing near on hand at the same time. In the colony, something the blonde's head almost immediately became heavy and attention absent-minded. Noticing that the drug began to work, the guys began to attack the blonde. They were perfectly aware that without these machinations they could not cope with the girl, and if Haruno remained conscious then she would help the blonde. Uzumaki did not understand what was happening. With difficulty repelled the attacks. Her body refused to obey its mistress. Her eyes were swimming, her legs were shaking, but she continued to fight back, focusing only on hearing, but soon she could hardly distinguish sounds. Everything was blocked by the loudness and heartbeat and heavy breathing of the blonde herself. On hand understood a little more, and she would not have the strength even to hold a kunai, not to mention counterattacks. She knew who attacked her, and from this it was even more difficult. The girl did not want to hurt them. Gradually the effects of the drug began to weaken, and when Uzumaki already seen that the guys retreated, one of them stuck a gun right into her stomach on her hand. Didn't even understand what happened, but touching her stomach with one hand and then looking at her saw blood. From shock the girl froze, looking at her bloody palm. However, the guys themselves were a little shocked, and only one of them, the one who was the main one among them all, had a triumphant smile on his face with complete incomprehension and resentment in her eyes. She looked at her colleagues, trying to find out the answers to her silent questions. All but one, looking into those blue eyes, felt shame and guilt. They didn't fully believe that they could seriously injure the girl, but it was too late to retreat and change anything on hand. I feel pain and dizziness from rapid blood loss. Began to settle on the ground, clutching the wound with my palm, but it was useless. Bleeding didn't want to stop. The leader of the meteorites, seeing that the girl had weakened and could soon die, put the commander of their troops on his shoulder and throwing a short one after me. I'll continue the path. The rest didn't dare to disobey and followed him only, and near the tree and bleeding on her hands, she took off her mask and looking at the sky through tears whispered, "And this is a worthy end to my life." The strength was leaving the girl, and gradually her eyes began to stick together. She wasn't afraid to die. She was offended for herself that they would never see their brother's wedding, that they wouldn't see how the relationship between Sakura and Kakashi would develop, that they wouldn't see more nipples. It hurt her for brother who will be left alone again. Yes, he has Hinata, but not a single relative. Is this really? And the final Orochimaru was in his laboratory not far from Konoha and was conducting one study when he felt that someone touched his alarms. Frowning discontentedly, he abandoned his work and taking Juke went to check who it could be. These two did not have time to take a step from the laboratory as Juga, a small bird, flew in. Telling about what had just happened, the guy without a second's hesitation headed forward along the way, telling Orochimaru what was conveyed to him from what he heard. Orochimaru frowned, but seeing the dying blonde got angry. There was little time, and therefore Uzumaki picked up his friend in his arms, and they quickly returned back where they began to return. The girl Karen lived quite casually and forgot to think on hand, but the girl immediately felt her appearance and therefore went straight to Maru, in short, in order to find out why they were here, and seeing in what condition the blonde was, only asked if she could help with something they found on hand quite late, but there was a chance for salvation. Orochimaru fought for the blonde's life for several hours and eventually coped with this difficult task. As soon as he finished, as he ordered the guys to watch her, he went into another room where he quickly wrote a letter with explanations to the sixth Hokage and left the lair in search of a messenger for this message. Sakura woke up at night and felt a dull pain in The back of her head with a groan sat up. What happened? The girl asked. Her squad in bewilderment. The guys began to bashfully look away and only one did not lose his head. They attacked us with a light. Mockingly in his voice answered the commander's question, who Haruno did not understand what had happened and what was missing, but Kinnan and the same guy answered briefly. He was pleased with the result, but he did not like reporting to Sakura that the girl could not understand how this could happen. Looking at the guys, the girl seemed to remember where on hand. From excitement, Ayelin rose to her feet, trying to see the blonde top of her friend's head. She was unlucky sitting by the fire. The guy answered. What does it mean, unlucky? From shock, Sakura looked at him point blank. The girl began to doubt the veracity of his words because she remembered that there was clearly no one else nearby and Uzumaki could not have been caught so easily. She died. His short answers infuriated Haruno. He takes now. She understood it with complete accuracy. To the pink-haired girl, insinuatingly asked, why didn't you take her body? We had no opportunity. The guy began to get irritated by this interrogation. He hoped that everything would be much easier if everything you tell me is true. Then tell me why the censor is not felt the approach of other shinobi, why none of you were almost hurt and one of the strongest shinobi of Konoha died and you could not take her body. Sakura was spraying more and more, but seeing the indifferent face of the guy got angry. She would have beaten them all until only the arrival of Orochimaru prevented her. Sakura, can I calmly ask you for a minute? San and Haruno did not understand anything about what was happening but still agreed to move away from the camp a little. You are right, Sanan drawled ingratiatingly. He is lying. It is a pity that I cannot take them for experience. And where did you start, girl? I found on hand. Be calm if you do not want to end up in her place, warned Orochimaru. That with her, Sakura was worried about the girl and no matter what they said to her wanted to kill those idiots. Will live. But looking at me attentively at the medic, the man narrowed his eyes and handed her a letter. Give it to the Hokage personally. And after that disappeared into the forest and Haruno remained standing with the letter in her hand and surprised blinking eyes, but shaking her head she returned to the camp, deciding to be more careful and not to touch on the topic of Uzumaki. Orochimaru's rights one may not be able to cope with them, but together with the people's Sakura squad stood in the Hokage's office and the girl reported and the completion of the mission about Nahand and had to tell the version of the traitors. But Kakashi immediately realized that in this story not everything is so simple. As soon as the two of them were left alone, Haruno handed Orochimaru's letter to the Hokage and began to tell the part of the story that she remembered. Kakashi frowned, listening to his student and simultaneously reading the letter. He did not like the current situation. Yes, he guessed that not everything will be able to take on hand, but such Hatake did not expect Sensei what to tell Naruto. In despair asked Sakura in the form of a questioning look of the teacher explained. As soon as we entered the village, as I saw Naruto and his one question was to my sister, I said that I will tell you later, don't worry. In the form of the state of his student, Kakashi hastened to calm her down. Mr. Orochimaru has provided for everything. We will tell everyone that on hand on a super secret mission. He is fine with her in the girl's voice. One could clearly hear the excitement. Kakashi only nodded affirmatively. Haruno exhaled with relief. Hatake only smiled at this. They discussed this situation a little more, not forgetting to discuss the further fate of those traitors. It will not be easy, but they will figure out all the dissatisfied and punish the guilty, not to mention everything. Naruto decided that he should not know about it yet. But in the end the girl came out with a smile on her lips. After some time on hand sat on the table in Orochimaru's laboratory and cheerfully dangled her legs, talking with the owner of the room for everything. The time she spent with them, the girl managed to change her opinion about them. Their communication became much more friendly. Sometimes Uzumaki helped Orochimaru in his research, but more often she just sat and talked to him, watching Sanan work. After a short pause the girl began, I would like to return to Konoha, but her interlocutor only looked at her questioningly. I missed Naruto and communication with Shikamaru. With a smile the blonde explained. Or do you hope that Sasuke came back? The man slyly asked. On the hand from embarrassment even blushed. And this is the same one, quietly answered on the hand. Are you not afraid? Repetition seriously asked Sanan. He was worried about the girl. He knew student Orochimaru was very scared for on the hand when he saw her that day. Of course I'm afraid. Uzumaki sighed sadly. But you came up with something And I will be more careful, Orochimaru only sighed heavily, looking at the girl's pleading face. Maybe she is right and it's time for her to return to work more. He called a friend who had just entered. Here for you, a message from the Hokage, and the guy handed the message to the man stood near the hand, which smiled happily as soon as he entered the hand. This is for you, Orochimaru. Handed the letter to the girl. Naruto's sister quickly ran her eyes over the letter with difficulty catching the meaning, but after rereading it for the second time she smiled happily. I'm coming back, smiling broadly. The girl bragged. It's high time. Juga smiled. He was happy for the hand. The guy saw that the blonde was bored here and was glad that she would return to the village. I went to get ready. I have so many things to ask him. Running out of the lab, the girl screamed, I can't believe it. That they will have a wedding, said on hand Sakura, who was standing next to her, only smiled. Of course, the blonde missed everything, only recently returned to the village. Don't worry, you're not the only one. Tried to calm the girl down. Haruno Hinata also doesn't believe in her happiness. Don't make fun of me. Uzumaki pouted, although she wasn't offended at all. The smartly dressed girls were in the clearing with other guests. Everyone was impatiently waiting for the groom and the bride, talking to each other there. Sighed heavily she had, looking at another couple. Only you and I alone without a couple standing. Well, Sakura took a little. Kakashi is busy now as Hokage. I decided to keep you company. Haruno felt awkward in front of her sister Naruto. All their friends were with their soulmates, and even she came with Hatake as with her couple, and only on hand was alone. Nipples never returned to the village. I'm happy for you. She's the sixth Hokage. The blonde smiled sincerely but then disappointedly held out, but I missed everything. You're not the only one who found out about them today, supported the girl, and on which heard part of their conversation. Who would have thought that all the girls who once fell in love with Sasuke would find their happiness with other guys, and Nipples himself would fall in love with a copy of Naruto before, supported her friend Sakura. I also didn't think that I would love someone other than Uchiha. Looking at the girl, who was dreamily thinking with a slightly silly expression on her face, both blondes grimaced and stepped aside. They are a beautiful couple, started talking, and well, yes, I couldn't help but agree with her on the hand. I'm glad that they were able to confess to each other about me. You're talking about? Sakura asked, approaching her friends. Well, about whom else? She grinned, and but noticing with I ran up to the guy, and again we are alone. The blonde stretched out. I look at the guests. The girls silently watched what was happening when a hawk landed on Sakura's hand. Nipples. The girl took a small message, and after reading it she smiled only. Uzumaki didn't like it, and she was offended by two Nipples that he sent letters to her and Sakura, who did not tell about communicating with Uchiha. Sakura noticed a change in the mood on Ruka but did not have time to say anything because the bride and groom went out to the guests. Not Haruno took Kakashi. The girl was happy for her brother but was saddened by the recent events. On Ruka stood a little to the side and watched as the newlyweds communicated with the guests when suddenly someone hugged her from behind. So why are you upset? Whispered in the girl's ear Nipples. I thought you would be happy for your brother, and I am happy for him, offendedly answered Ruka without turning around, and folded his arms on his chest. Nipples was surprised by this and turned the blonde to face him so that look into her eyes. Then why are you so gloomy? And standing aside, Uchiha stared intently into the blue eyes of the girl when out of the corner of his eye he noticed Sakura that was also stimulating him, and then the brunette understood everything. He grinned and hugged tighter on the arm. Stupid, quietly chuckling, said guy, you were at Orochimaru and it was hard for me to send a hawk there, and today I just asked Sakura to look after you. Saying this, Nipples kissed her on the tip of her nose and grabbing her hand led her to Naruto. He was glad that on the arm was jealous of him, and even though outwardly only the corners of his lips were raised, but inside he grinned happily on the arm. Distrustfully listened to the guy's explanations but believed him, and when Uchiha held the Scarlet Wolf by the hand, Naruto with Hinata to congratulate them happily smiled. Looking at the guy's back, he still returned as he promised. Hinata saw how nervous Naruto was talking to the guests. He was glad to everyone, but his sister never congratulated him, and this made the guy even more nervous. He almost immediately found out what had actually happened to his sister. He was terribly angry, but Hinata was able to calm him down, and then Uzumaki, not without the help of friends, figured out all the dissatisfied and took revenge on his sister's offenders. He knew that Naruto had come. He saw her, but now he could not find the girl. Naruto was a little sad when Ninata came up to him holding his hand and both congratulated them. The guy was so happy to watch his happy smiling sister and friend. Next time we will walk like this at your wedding, Naruto joked. Only Naruto was embarrassed by his joke, a little blushing, and Uchiha grinned self-confidently. No, there will not be so many people at our wedding. Having looked around, he gave his verdict. The brunette at our wedding with distrust. The blonde asked again, do you really think that I will let you go again or leave you alone? Was indignant Ninata, but Naruto, not knowing what to answer, rose on her toes and kissed him. However, the brunette was satisfied with this answer, but later he will return to this question. Perhaps Naruto exchanged glances with his wife. Both smiled happily. Now for sure no one will risk touching her hand. Now she will have the best protector. No one says that they will no longer have enemies, but now they are not alone and will cope with everything. End.